stories about Venezuela. Oh yeah, in China. Well, like here's the thing, they attack. If they fucking bomb Iran, then it's a thing because China and Russia get their supplies from them, like oil from China, and their missiles get sent to go funnel into Ukraine, which is kind of fucked there. It would be better if they just got bombed. They don't treat their people right anyway. Like I've met people that escaped that country. It was not nice in the 70s when they were taking it over.
Just room for encouragement for insurrection, civil unrest.
All you should see is that people are lining up for their gas stations and everything. It's pretty funny right now. Like they know they're trying to get ready to flee the country.
The government's not dragging them down.
I highly suggest that they do that because they will either be boots on the ground or the inevitable carpet bombing, which and they're saying like, oh, they attacked the embassy. The embassy's fine. The one over there, they blew up nothing next to it because of that terrorist in it. But no, their embassy's fine. All their shit they come out with is bullshit. They almost blew up Al-Aqsa too, which was fun. You can see the iron dome covering it so it didn't get blown up.
Those fuckers blowing up Al-Aqsa Mosque because they want to blame Israel and drag it into a Muslim world to war with them. I can kind of see that.
UFC.com. It's a bad show right now.
It's like the Hollywood, remember that? Remember the hospital that misfired rocket blew up?
Yeah, the whole blame Israel. You're right on that. It's just they don't care about Al-Aqsa. It's just they don't care.
They don't care about Al-Aqsa. They care about Israel wanting it and they having it.
Yeah.
That's the only part they actually care about.
Well, that region, you have to understand too, it's a thing about you can't show weakness and you can't show that you won't do something if somebody attacks you. It's a huge thing over there.
That's why America likes Trump, because he's unpredictable. You don't really know what his reaction is going to be.
But they're pretty spectacular. When you see that destructive power and that violent mentality, tempered by
that kind of characteristic is looked at like, I don't know what kind of shit I'm going to get into if I bomb this country. I'm going to get nuked or something. Who knows? And that's a really good deterrent, actually.
Oh yeah, no, he already was very upfront about that. Like he fucking threatened to let me shit out of that country and bankrupt them, and then they weren't enforcing the sanctions anymore, and then this all thing happened.
comfort in that style. You do something like landing a head kick. Yeah, something we had never seen from just a kid. He said there was two lives of life.
Yeah, it's illegal.
These are two of the most skilled guys in the world. This is going to be fun. I mean, I am shaking as we prepare to watch two of the baddest men on the planet compete for the championship.
Justin Gaethje really is the ultimate damage causer in mixed martial arts. Not an interview goes by where he doesn't talk about causing damage on the opposition. This is a former collegiate wrestler, 2010.
He's all here. He's all here. There's Jason, there's Toronto, there's Al, there's Jacob, there's Rothschild.
Watching UFC, Justin Gaethje 35, and Max Holloway remarkably still just 32. Both fighters 5 to 11 inches tall, 1 inch in reach for the incumbent Justin Gaethje. Right now for the intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is brought to you by Art Tools, with over 800 quality tools to make you your own. Art Tools, available at arttools.com and Walmart. Art Reed, you're destroying the consciousness. The Oscar, Derek Burley, Solly Amato,
The action begins. A referee in charge of the octagon, Mark Goddard. This fight is 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC BMF Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the corner. A big performance, only professional record. 21 wins, 7 losses. He's had 5 kilometers long. Weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Hawaii. Was the game of former UFC featherweight champion, the challenger, the pride of Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. Fighting for Florida's only professional record, 25 wins, 4 losses. He stands 5 kilometers tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Denver, Colorado, by way of Southport, Arizona. Presenting the former interim UFC lightweight champion Championship triple header to close out this historic UFC 300. That's Holloway, Justin Gaethje, wearing special shorts tonight. Gaethje honoring his beloved United States of America, and of course Holloway in full shorts to represent the BMF title is on the line. Gaethje in black. Holloway is in blue and white.
It's been a fun night for us. It has lived up to all the it really has. I thought it was goosebumps and he turned purple. And he's still.
We all know you go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Special financing available.
I'm gonna grab a snack. Let me be right back. It's gonna take me a second because I'm gonna have to lip inside.
With Kudo protein popcorn now available on GoPuff. Tonight only use code UFC on the GoPuff app. Buy one, get one free offer on Kudo protein popcorn.
Max has that wide stance and he's been susceptible to leg kicks in the past, particularly against Volkanovski. But he's made adjustments knowing that Justin Gaethje is one of the best leg kickers in the sport. There we see. Right away, one calf kick. Max has got to make sure he's checking kicks. He doesn't want to get really limited by the kicking game of Justin Gaethje. I've seen Justin Gaethje, especially when he first got to the UFC prior. He had so many fights with leg kicks. I think that one kick already damaged him.
Left hand is landed twice early for Holloway.
You hear Trevor Whitley telling Justin not to rush the low leg kicks.
Nice entry and connection by Gaethje. 2 minutes have gone by in round 1. Tension in this arena is felt.
Nice uppercut by Max.
You said this is
He stung him with that left hand. Yeah, he did. He hurt him with that left hook.
Again, you can hear Trevor Whitley. Some of you wants Gaethje to slow things down.
was a beautiful left-looking quote by Max Holloway. And if you know Max Holloway, he will not go crazy if he thinks he has someone hurt. He will take his time to try to find the shot without putting himself in danger.
It was a beautiful thing. 5 rounds. Time to implement. Find their openings. Nice right to the body by Max. Gaethje's hoping his leg kicks and his power to force some tactical changes out of the way as this fight went on. Not battling crowd get behind Holloway early. Holloway just touching that lead leg of Gaethje, slipped there by Justin.
Gaethje's still trying to build his reach. See if he'll take his time. He's trying to figure out how he wants to approach Max Holloway right now. And if you recall, the first time Holloway was at 155, at this point, Dustin Poirier had already started to kind of have his way with him. He looks much more comfortable right now in his second attempt to fight at lightweight.
He looks a lot bigger.
Yeah. He does naturally, not fat, right? Right. And his manager called him up and top Max to fight against Dustin because he had just went down the weight.
But since you don't really have much to go on suspect or the shooter, other than a Ray hood and a shoulder rifle, do you believe in somebody?
With the still telling Gaethje, just keep your rhythm, find those kicks, don't rush anything.
Oh, good right hand by Max. That's a right hand that lands for Gaethje now. Holloway retreats in circles. Holloway definitely in check mode when it comes to these leg kicks, but Gaethje's already done some appreciable damage. To the body late in round 1. This weekend,
The face caught him with the nose.
is brought to you by Prime Hydration, the fastest growing beverage in history, and the official sports drink of UFC with only 25 calories, 0 added sugar, BCAAs, and electrolytes now available at all.
We don't want you drinking at your listeners. You're controlling the whole freaking fight. Don't start making mistakes.
I think he broke his nose.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here.
Oh, yeah, right on the nose.
Oh, right with the heel.
Yep, with the heel right on the face. He still kind of adjust that, like he gets to the nose, like, oh, it just had no problems before. So he recognizes it.
We got nose surgery. Yeah, vastly deviated, except he had most of his career, his nose completely blocked, forced to breathe out of his mouth. The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyright work is illegal and punishable under law. His nose is bothering him a lot. Keep touching it. There's no doubt. It looked like he tried to verbalize something to Trevor with it again.
keeps flowing out of it.
Yeah, you can't do that. It'll force your eyes to swell up. He said to Trevor Whitman, my nose is completely blocked. So, a huge moment for Holloway, potentially late in round 1.
And that is just one of the things, right? You start talking to these people that watch fights, you don't realize the respect. Because everything can change in one moment. It's such a game of inches when it comes to mixed martial arts.
Literally the last seconds of the round, it looks like that nose is destroyed.
The blood's just flowing out of the nose of Gaethje.
And his mouth is wide open. He's having a hard time breathing out of it. He keeps touching it. It's really bothering him. And Max remaining measured. Dean Thomas, what do you have, sir?
Yeah, despite the kick to the nose, I really like the work with Max on that right hand. He's going to the body with it. He's been doing it as an uppercut. He's been doing it as a straight. And this right progresses. If he can continue to variety in that right hand, he's going to really do a lot of damage to Gaethje. Well, he's throwing that right hand to the body to try to get the hair to start to come down. Holloway is a very good strategist when it comes to building his fight plan. And right now, I mean, it could not have gone any better than round 1 for Max Holloway. was huge. And it was a pretty effective round. And not look at all the damage on the face of Justin Gaethje.
Holloway's on the leg kick.
He reacted like it was a full. Well, we'll see it. They'll show it to us here. The way Max, it must have been a pro. The way Max. Yeah. Here it is. No question. Oh my God, right in there. Oh, that was bad. That was bad.
And Justin Gaethje was like, there's no doubt. I was just going to say, right, even if he can't see, he'll tell you he can.
There are a lot of other guys on this roster that will check out here. None of this level. None of this guy.
All right, just over 3 minutes here, not two, a possible 5 being a championship on the line. Holloway just looked completely locked in from the moment he hit that tunnel tonight. And really all week, no major weight cut in advance of this one per se.
And, you speak to Max and being in a position in his career right now where most of the champions looking for something big. Something that would propel him back to the title contention because he said if he wins this fight, he's going back down to fight the Warriors. But how about Justin Gaethje taking this knowing he was potentially the number one contender? Right. When you're ready to love the fight, you are speaking of these two athletes.
Gaethje's cardio is outstanding. You wonder the extent to which this nose and breathing pattern could compromise that. We're just not seeing the offense that we've come to expect.
Well, it's going to certainly have an effect on his ability to take shots. Nice leg kick. Beautiful low kick by Justin.
Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Download for free now. Experience real Call of Duty action on your phone.
Join us in helping America's heroes and their families by donating $11 a month at ttt.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Steve Thomas before that second out of what attack man.
I want to think about the nose of Justin Gaethje. The fact that he can't breathe out of his nose means that he's going to have to keep his mouth open. A good right hand to that jaw could be the end of the fight for him. So that's also compromises him just with that nose injury.
Do you see that warning from Mark Goddard would seem to suggest one more is going to be a point deduction?
Yeah, Mark was the way he was saying, he was pleading with him like, please don't make me get involved in this fight.
Yeah.
You hear Trevor Whitman yelling, keep the pressure. It's a very stark contrast from what you heard round one. Before he was saying, take your time, take your time. I think he recognizes that as fighter, as an athlete, injured him to take a hard low kick. Look at this rolling on Max's leg now. That was a bad one. Max is thinking about switching stances.
30 seconds, round 2. Oh, nice connection by Holloway.
Yeah, Holloway's going to have to switch stances if he does not start checking these kicks. You already see that left leg starting to swell. Holloway is so heavy on that left leg for that boxing stance. He's such a great boxer that he keeps that stance split.
Good connection in time by both men. 10 minutes down. Check out the new ESPN MMA show, Good Guy, Bad Guy, with David Cormier and Chael Sonnen. Watch on YouTube, ESPN 2 Plus. And listen wherever you get your podcasts. DC and Chael every Monday and Thursday. Don't listen to all the famous now. That's right.
I'm gonna sit and lay on my bed for a second, y'all. Tell me if you need me. I can still hear you. I'm just laying down for a second.
Okie doke.
I didn't tell you guys. I told Rob it's going to cost me $80,000 to finish the AI. I'm hoping the bot pays for it because that's going to set me back a little bit, but it's going to be worth it.
Did really good job.
I'm sure it'll be worth it just one day.
Yeah. Well, just need
Throwing a jab or a strut. No, you're right about that, DC. It's a different look at Gaethje's eyes now as well. Often 54 significant strikes to Gaethje's 23.
Good look by Holloway there. And I think this strikes the activity because Justin really hasn't figured yet how to get at Holloway. Holloway's fighting such a good fight. He's giving him so many different looks that outside of the leg kick, Justin's having a very difficult time finding Max.
Dustin Poirier fought both of these guys twice. He is acknowledging Max's crispness midway through this fight. And Dustin, if you like Max's chances, you would have worked on this match.
Nice left hook there by Justin Gaethje. You know, Chael Sonnen spoke about this when talking about this fight. He said, you know, while the odds makers have it, wow, right hand by Holloway.
Where's it at,
And you see,
I got a bone to pick with that fucker.
How about you shut your fucking pie hole, you piece of shit?
I got a bone to pick with
Fuck you and fuck everything for which you stand. No one gives a shit about you, and no one will ever give a shit about you. Go ahead.
You're never in the VC in my town. One day I go my town. You post a link to a project, and you're in the VC over there? Fuck you.
What project?
I don't know that fucking bullshit.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
That guy refused to join my group. The guy that runs that, so I don't mess with it.
He'll be back in here. You can convince him.
If he ain't in my group, I ain't in your group. Go fuck yourself. And I talked to him before, and he came in, and then he left. He's like, oh, I just need to focus on my own thing. I can't help anybody. I'm like, you don't even have to help me, dog.
He was just here. He smoked a joint on screen and popped off.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Totally right.
Yeah. Piece of shit. You're a funny guy. Piece of shit. Here's Rabbi doing his dirty work for him. Fuck you.
Shut the fuck up, you douche.
Yo, hey, I'll pay you $50 to take a fucking mallet and knock my head out. You want me to do what with your head? Take a mallet, smash it against my purple, and rock me out so I can get sleep. So you can get sleep? Yes.
You can't sleep? Why are you fucking weekend?
Got meth bot nightmares.
You're having meth nightmares?
Meth bot nightmares.
Yeah. Well, I can go down there.
I would have broken my foot if you went to visit me.
I can go down there and hit you with a hammer, but I don't think that's recommended, brother.
You didn't visit me and I broke my foot. It's all your fault.
I don't know. I'm letting up about it.
Hey, that's fucking talk out here, but I don't fucking understand you.
I didn't say I was going to see you this weekend. I said maybe I'd come see you next weekend.
This was next weekend. You don't have to be on Thursday. Not this weekend.
Okay.
Fine, I understand. Next weekend, visit me. Green mallet and heroin.
I said explicitly, I said maybe the weekend after this weekend. And you were like, yeah, man.
Okay. Now, are you gonna do me a favor? Stop in San Jose and pick up that heroin.
Go to San Jose and get that? Nah, blood.
You want to smack me to sleep? Great.
I'm telling you right now, you don't want me to pick that up, because if that's the case, then I'm just going to show up at your house fucking itchier in hell, bro.
We can share.
There's going to be nothing left to share when I get there.
You were a hog. Please send me trouble, funny hog.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I love you, bro. But,
I love you too.
But I can't do something that's going to promote the downfall of your body, make you, your body's a temple, it's going to fuck you up. You already have like 35 different types of fucking dope, and you want to get to that? Nah. That's not happening.
So suddenly, the guy that's offering me to get fucking Eiffel Tower or something like that, somehow cares about my temple of health.
I didn't say that. I said I was going to spit roast you.
Close enough.
Oh, okay.
You were like, methadone clinic. You don't need to go back to that shit.
Oh, we're opening up a methadone clinic now?
No, he was right in one. I wasn't in one. Let's clarify. The doctor just gave it to me as a substitute of pain medication and ruined my fucking body.
Oh yeah, there's like a class action lawsuit here involved with this as well, isn't there?
Hey, I know.
How legit because the pharmaceutical company that made it also make like half the shit I ever taken, and they're just as worse as Purdue Pharma.
Hey, I know a place where we could make pretty good money with a methadone clinic. No, it's this place. It's called Portland, Oregon.
Oh, wow.
We make a killing out there.
Let's talk about, come on, take me away.
You want me to take you to the methadone clinic in Oregon?
No, just Oregon. There's drugs up there.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I know, or that literally is a stripper. I'll let you use her up as much.
Who do you know that's a stripper?
It's one of my friends. I don't know if she's fucking some dude right now, but she's usually like on that for about a week, and then she goes off a dude, and then just calls me when she's lonely, and then she, I don't know, it's weird. But she's a stripper, and you can talk to her. I've been with her for like a long time.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
I wouldn't touch that if I were you. I think that got herpes.
That makes it even more exciting, bro. Come on now.
Like, I wouldn't even
Doug,
touch that.
ask much. You might see if you have matching strains.
He doesn't have herpes, Rabbi. He has HPV, weak, high, and sensitive to his issues.
I have HIV.
I know you got FIV plus.
Put some respect on the name, brother. I got the grand.
You got FIV.
I got what?
FIV.
F-I what?
V. And then your mom has a vagina.
My mom has what? I literally, I couldn't understand what you're saying. My mom has what?
What the fuck is FIB? No, we just didn't get your joke. FIB? What does FIB have to do with his mom?
He has feline AIDS, is what I'm saying. He fucked a cat and he got AIDS with a cat.
Wow. I would never do that.
Dog, I would have been Googling that joke all night if you hadn't explained it.
Yeah, I had no idea. That's like pretty obscure. Hey,
Feline immunitory virus.
Hey, Rabbi, my sister,
Yeah.
my real sister from real life is wondering if you're single and ready to mingle.
Hell yeah. Tell her to spread those legs, girl.
He says, hell yeah, baby.
No, I said, hell yeah. Spread those legs, girl.
I'm not passing on that part of the message.
You have to.
My sister's 13, so.
Oh. Then tell her the same message, but she needs to wait 32 years. 45 is my limit.
45 is your limit.
Yeah, I don't fuck chicks who aren't 45.
Oh, I know. I feel like
You're in that midlife crisis thing.
No, no. I fuck chicks of tons of ages, but I like 45-year-old chicks.
How old are you, Mr. Rabbi Michael Rothschild?
38.
22.
Hey, and my sister was also wondering how you eat food.
Through my mouth.
How's this guy broke his nose already?
Like, where do you go? Like, you make food and then you just come and eat it, like, in front of the camera? Because I've never seen you eat now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, you have.
I've never seen you eat.
I don't eat in my bed. I eat on that camera. There are multiple cameras behind the setup here. So there's a
He
camera.
makes sure to streamline his OnlyFans to it so his people with the food fetish can watch it, the kosher food fetish.
No, I just don't eat at my bed.
I haven't seen you eat, though. I want to see you eat.
Then watch the camera that I have that is focused behind the bed.
Hey, do you eat goy food or you only eat fucking koshers?
The latter.
You eat koshers?
As best I can.
Kosher.
You eat koshers?
I don't know what that is.
I want to ask, how much I haven't had my ketamine in too long. Will you come and give me a hug so I don't jump off the cliff?
Ketamine?
I can't get it fucking over to my house, and I need it. I need it bad. So my mind works again. Will you please prevent me from jumping off the cliff?
Yeah, you don't want to do that, dog. You have a lot for which to live.
This is what happens when you're dependent on too many different substances, Bags. You just...
control my body. What are you telling me? What you did, my dad. My dad did.
The reason.
I'm just preaching some fucking, probably the best advice you'll ever hear come out of my mouth. Like,
Yeah, the man that told me to jerk off to a variety of every ethnicity's penis.
Ass munch. Do you see this?
You know, what is this? What is Rabbi eating?
Salad?
Salad.
oh, Rabbi's eating soup.
He's tossing the salad.
That's the first one I've ever seen you eat it.
I can't see you eat, Rab.
If it's not from fucking Outback Steakhouse, it's garbage salad.
Oh, you can see him up there.
What is Outback Steakhouse? Does Outback Steakhouse have really good salad or something?
Yeah, they do. I don't like salad, but I like their salad.
Hey, my sister wants to meet you, but Joey B. Printing Bags gotta always be talking about fucking incest and stuff.
Dude, send me a picture of your sister.
I don't have any. I literally have none.
Yeah, we're all waiting for her to turn 18.
She's 13. She just graduated the 7th grade.
Shut up. How old is your sister, Joe? Joe, how old is your sister? How old is your sister?
I think she's like 33 or something like that.
Perfect, dog.
Or 34 maybe. I don't know too much. She's someone that is not counting.
She lives in Orange County?
No, she lives in the Midwest.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe I would go stream over there.
I think that my brain is broken, guys. I don't know if I can work.
It's called drug control. You're gonna be okay, but you.
Take some notes on it.
It's not that. It's just that I don't know. My brain just be broken.
If you make it through the withdrawal, you should not start doing that shit again.
It's not a withdrawal. You make it sound like I'm a druggie. How dare you?
The white one up there. That can solve. You gotta fill it up. Give it a little quick rinser. It is Ben Shapiro.
Fucking too.
I'm talking to my sister. She's with me, but you guys are in my headphones because I'm trying to fucking get your fucking offensive hate speech out of your system first.
Don't lie. You gotta bring it back. Isn't that I'm calling the kettle black?
Yeah. Well, fucking, it's calling the kettle black today because it usually don't. You know what I mean?
Well, I respect you as much for being nice in front of your sister.
I know you want me to be saying faggot all the time, but I will.
You know, I accept that that is part of your character, Beaver, but like, you know, either way is fine. I'm very tolerant.
I'm trying to find Rabbi. I'm trying to set him up with a real friend. And then Joey be print back.
Doug, I already told you what I'm gonna do to her, so just pass along the message.
Nah.
Joey? Are you calling me like Joey now?
And then you fill it up to like halfway between here, this line, and the top. Yeah, so this is a rag. So once that's done, then you set the big bucket on here. And then that's my other phone. Hey, do you know what fucking poppers are? Somebody from the UK just told me about poppers the other day.
You took some, I was there.
Super rush. Oh yeah, you were there, and man, these things are fucking smacking, dude.
Yeah, I can't remember if I was there or not. I imagine they're very good. I don't want them though. I don't like drugs. But seriously, no, let's clarify stuff. Let's make a clarification here. I am not in withdrawals. My mind is easily fucked with when I don't have the dissociative that makes me from, be mentally screwed up. I need my dissociative.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I don't get like bags of ketamine from like a street alley, sir. I get it from my doctor.
You can get addicted to things that doctors give you. You know that, right?
No, really? My God. Someone should have told me.
You say, I don't get it off the street, it's all good.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's you know, when my nose is covered in white dust, it's perfectly acceptable because it's medical. I can walk around the street in front of police and be like, haha, you can't arrest me.
Why?
Because I got a prescription.
Why? Mr. Joey printing bags, when I get down there and I take you outside, it's gonna be a glorious fucking day, Bubba.
I think I will very much enjoy that. I feel like you would be an interesting person to take around my nice car.
Yeah, we should go to Long Beach and just fucking enjoy the sunset.
Long Beach grows. Long Beach is where my brother lives, and I refuse to go near him.
Can we go to Huntington Beach? Can we go to a beach?
Huntington Beach, but I don't want to. Here's the thing with me and beach areas. They're beautiful. You sit there and watch the water, but you know it's a hassle to swim in it.
Yeah. No, in California, you're not supposed to swim in the ocean. It's too cold.
Not only that, it's garbage water. The water over here is filled with septic and sewage and the corpses that Rabbi leaves behind after he eats his enemies.
Oh, it's Colorado's trying to pack it down and I think, hey, I don't care if there's sewage in the water. We're gonna swim.
Okay, fine. I bet I can swim better than you.
It's gonna be like fucking Chuck and Larry, my boy.
We can go feed the ducks.
Oh, you're like the guy from Catcher in the Rye. You want to go see the ducks at the fucking park.
I didn't read Catcher in the Rye, but I just know it was like a book that like made some guy kill John Lennon or something.
Yeah, so the guy that killed John Lennon, he was trying to have sex with Yoko Ono for some reason.
Why? The bitch screams this nigga like a crazy person.
Yeah, so he was trying to have sex with Yoko Ono, and then she's like a fucking cow. And, but she did, though. That's the crazy thing. Like, you know,
You fucked him?
after the dust settled, yeah. She was like, all right, that's like dedication, and I respect that, is what she said, I believe.
I'm looking this up.
Yeah, look it up, bro. It's facts, dude.
I'm just gonna accept the knowledge that I am bestowed by my friend Asmunch. Asmunch, I have a question for you.
What is your question?
Alright. Mind you, my use of prescriptions is very minimal.
It's not that minimal, bro.
My man's checking out a doctor once a month for multiple prescriptions. That is not minimal, dog.
That's alright. It's actually the most maximum out of anybody I've ever met in my entire life.
That's basically a drive-through, son.
It's not minimal at all. It's the maximum amount. It's probably beyond the limit that is legal for doctors to be prescribing.
Motherfucker, what's semi-monthly prescriptions, that 14-day shit.
Yeah. See, Rabbi is backing me up. But what's your question, sir?
Y'all are mean. Y'all
No. We're not mean. We're just telling you, like, the most amount that you can go see a doctor is once a month for prescriptions. And if you have multiple, that's basically the most amount of prescriptions you're going to get out of a doctor. Like one single doctor.
It's from multiple doctors, though. They all help me.
Well,
they all give me my
even still, you have to understand. You're talking to like 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in this room who literally probably only see a doctor when they're sick and don't get regular prescriptions. So for you to say, well, my medicine is prescribed and I see limited doctors for prescriptions, we can kind of say, okay, in your mind you may say that, but in our mind, you're a heavy user of prescriptions.
Okay, fine. Doesn't mean I have to use them, though.
I would say probably more than what's legally, like what doctors are legally like even allowed to give people.
Bro, I have a degenerative disease. What the fuck are you talking about?
I've met people with like terminal cancer that are like really like almost dead and they got like way less than that.
I know. I know. I want your dog. I want your doctors.
Like pretty much like on the deathbed, they got less.
Exactly. Motherfuckers on hospice get less than this motherfucker.
Getting hard, like you're fucking, like you're milking a cow.
Yeah, we all just do us a favor and not just publicly broadcast this out to absolutely every single person that you know what I'm referring to.
Yeah, what is your
What's up?
what's your question? You said you had a question.
Okay. All right,
I said that you only have it all, and then I said, yeah, I agree.
Now, besides that, besides the medication that does do something for me now, do you personally see around here thinks that I am somehow, like, if you were taking me out of a crowd, I'd be like that.
Hold on.
What am I taking you out of a crowd for? Are we playing touch football? Or
Exactly.
No, never mind, I gotta rephrase it. I will work on my sentencing structure.
No.
Yeah.
Let me assume what I thought you were saying about what I was saying.
Oh, God, here he goes.
Well, I thought you were saying that if I had to basically give a scenario where you had two teams choosing kids, you would be chosen. Is that correct? Something like that?
Something similar, yes.
All right. But instead of being chosen, you'd be chosen dead fucking last. Is that it? Because I don't think so.
It depends what fucking game we're trying to play,
Exactly.
what the stakes
Exactly.
are.
If it were who's the best coder,
Limited.
if it's who's the best coder, Joe's coming in first. If it's who's the nicest guy, Joe's coming in first. If it's hey, let's see who's the best long distance runner, I don't know if I'm picking Joe first.
You know what? I don't want you to know I used to outrun black kids. So
Okay, so maybe we do want Joe as first. Okay. So we just
I
pick.
used to. So rub it in.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you are still a good runner. I don't know.
Not really. I can still sprint, but it hurts like hell.
All right.
Okay, so maybe Rabbi had a point. Maybe it does depend on the game a little bit.
Yeah, come on, man.
That wasn't the question, but yes, okay, I would just use that.
Why don't you just ask us what the question was? What is the question?
Yeah, I am, alright, you gotta understand, I'm a massive pussy.
Pull at the bottom.
I'm a massive pussy when it comes to something.
Hey, get your sister on here.
Fucking with it.
Don't you dare.
Dog,
I
okay.
want to know what your question is, but
Well, he said
I'm trying to figure out.
he has said I'm a massive pussy 18 times in a row.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked
I
up.
said on some issues, God, you people handpick it.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay, so you're a massive pussy on some issues. We all are.
I am scared of fucking.
I don't fucking like
Yeah.
snakes.
You scared of mace? Why are you scared of mace?
No, snakes. I don't like snakes. I didn't say I'm scared of them. I just said I don't like them.
Alright, we know we're getting him for his birthday.
My ex was so fucking black that she had to wear white gloves when she was eating chocolate. So she wouldn't bite her fucking fingers off on accident. And I'm not gonna lie, I jumped out. I was like, whoa, God.
And there you go. And there you go.
So we all have things that we're scared of. That's fine. But I want to know if the goddamn question is for the fuck. I've been asking for God knows how much the fuck more.
Okay, fine. Alright. Rabbi said some other guy is better than me. Is this true?
Hold on, I didn't say
Some
that.
other guy's better than
I didn't
me.
say that. I did.
Kickball? Probably.
There you go. Okay, you answered your question. Joe, you are not the greatest kickball player on earth. You gotta learn to live with it.
But we love it. Same. question now. Who's picking?
Caspian Sea. Dog, Caspian Sea's my man. He's got to be at the bar right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on your way to work.
I'm on my way to work. Bus stop.
Dog, we're watching UFC 300.
Who wins?
All the best fighters. And then,
Well, best fighter is good. My best gonna make it then.
hey, do you guys watch? Do you guys watch? Go ahead.
I got this boogie that lets me make the wildest prop bets. I actually said I just want all the best fighters to win. And he took the bet.
Well, is that just mean all the favorites?
Yeah, I'm fucking around.
Oh, okay. Hey, do you know everybody here? Caspian Sea.
No, not everybody.
All right, so we've got Ass Munch,
Ass Munch.
Ass Munch, Joe.
I know Serato Gremlin.
Excellent. Do you know Joe?
Joe. What up, Joey Britton?
Then you know most everybody.
Owls in the back there.
All right.
Hey, can I get your question though now? I'm ready for it, sir.
We will do this another time. Hello, Caspian Sea. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. No, that's the question. I'm the bust of that anyway. No, it's okay.
It's nice seeing you, bro.
Nice to meet you as well.
You still in Nebraska, Big Nose Cat?
No. He's not in Nebraska. He looks like the guy in Nebraska, doesn't he?
He does look like that guy. What was that guy's name?
No, that's James Kaminsky. That's James Kaminsky. Yeah, but wait. I have said that to other people, and they're like, "Oh, I haven't seen them together." So you're the first person I've seen. They have the same beard.
Yeah, same beard, kind of similar facial hair.
I agree.
Yeah. Pretty fucking awesome, dude.
All right, so here's Joby Prittenbag's question. Hey guys,
Oh God, David, for another day. When you got it, plummet.
it's something like this.
That's a sex symbol right there.
Yo,
David,
dog,
for another day, so I can save myself the human embarrassment I am feeling.
you got it.
You're good, bro. You're good, dog. We all get into it sometimes.
US 300. Brought to you by Clear Road by Richmond.
My mic working? Somebody showed somebody else. I heard somebody else. Their mic was working. Yeah.
And by Tube Light.
My mic working?
Extra large just like to get your mic working.
Hey,
Tube
my
Light.
mic on?
That's complete.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. 100% free with TurboTax.
So, did I get
There's a small lot.
If you want to embarrass me, Rabbi, go right ahead.
It's not embarrassment. Joe needs to work on his self-esteem, and he has some irons in the fire, and I don't want him to fuck those up. And he just needs to realize that he's a wonderful catch as a man, and this is the worst thing that he can do to anyone, whether it's his friends or chicks. Hey everybody, I look ugly, no one likes me, I have all these personal problems, these are all my issues. No one wants that. And if you do that around a girl, you will never have a girlfriend.
When you see me doing this to people, like anyone that I am interested in, do you see me doing that?
I'm saying whether to your friends or to your girlfriends. Just you don't want to have that kind of mentality.
The rabbi is speaking back.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Joey Prittenbags.
I have a little bit of bias. I hit up Rabbi about a week and a half ago. Told him I was like, hey, I think I might be moving to the Sultan's Peak. There's a hobo shanty town down there, right?
Oh, Slap City, bro.
Right? And I was like, I think I might be, baby. That's what I'm saying. I was like, I can't find no fucking work out here in Vegas. And Rabbi.
I was there, bro. And you got a job like that day.
Dude, that next day, you remember right here in this chat, Rabbi is like, he looks up what are the 20 most commonly asked questions in an interview for this kind of job. And he grills me. He was such an asshole too about it.
I was.
Like, he's just like, no, I hate that. Sorry.
Exactly.
We got all the words out. Like, and then the next day I walked in with that resume that he told me to put in ChatGPT, have ChatGPT rewrite. And when you look
changed out like one of semicolon for as example or something, and then boom, I get a job the very next fucking day. So
There you go.
I don't know. I think the man's got an interesting insight, but I mean, I definitely don't know if you're not walking around, self-deprecating to everybody. Might be some smart. I don't know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfectly said,
Hey,
Captain.
the rabbi gives out good advice, bro.
Yeah, man, I can't argue with it. I'm gainfully employed now.
Yeah. My boy Captain is gainfully employed in Las Vegas. Let's go, baby.
Bartending at the only bar/laundromat in the valley.
And the next day, too, you weren't in the shop the next day, but the next day he was in here and he was so fucking proud that you got a job, bro. Like, I just love to see it, you know what I mean? He just loves to see other people get better, and that's
Word.
That's why, like, I'm telling Mr. Printer Bag, like, it's good advice, like, he's not trying to fuck you.
No, I mean, Rabbi's got a keen insight for sure.
Yeah, and he's fucking pretty cute, too, but.
Hey, he and I, if I shave my beard off, he and I start looking a little bit more like twins. I think
We do. We do. It's like looking in the mirror.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys got similar frames on your glasses.
We do. We do, and similar cock sizes. 12 inches folded in half.
Yeah, it's a tripod. It's a fucking tripod. 3 legs.
Trifecta tripod.
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi.
Yeah.
My sister was wondering if you could get a Jewish prayer for shekels.
There isn't just like a Jewish prayer for straight shekels. We ask for protection generally.
Can she get back to you, sister?
Yeah, tell her to send me a picture of her tacos and she'll get it. No, dog, that's the most Jewish thing I've probably ever said.
Yeah?
Word.
Yeah.
Word. Why do something for free when I can get something in return?
Yeah, why do something for free when you can get a shekel in return?
Word, dog. No, but if your sister comes in here, sure, I'll say it for her.
She's standing right next to me and you guys are out of the headset.
All right, well, tell her to get on her phone and jump in here.
She's right next to me on my shoulder.
Excellent. Jump in here, get on the Telegram.
She's here.
She's not in the Telegram, dog.
She is hovering over, looking at you on the screen.
Girl, when we getting married? I asked you a question. I expect an answer. Go.
He wants marriage. This is marriage.
I need to know.
You need to know what? How big my cock is? Girl, it's going to scrape your uterus. Next question.
How do you cook? How do you eat?
Hell yeah, girl. Those are good questions. All right. I cook. I make things myself. How do I go to the bathroom with my 12-inch cock? How do I bathe? With water. What else you want to know, girl? You can come here and live the fantasy in real life. We can... I'll tell you what, not only is the water cold, but it's deep too. Word, girl. Well, that's good.
So, are we getting a prayer or?
Yeah, if you want one. I'll give you one. Hey, I want to know who Nataldo is. Nataldo, are you a real person? Dog, Nataldo, can you hear me? Dude, Nataldo, everyone is waiting for you to speak. Yo, dog, that's tight.
Hey, printer bags. Yeah, I think I'm
being single can be a good thing. Just saying.
I agree.
Amen. Sometimes you can spend 9 years dating someone on and off, and then 4 years in marriage, and then that last year when they're not talking to you, and you say things like, "Hey, you don't look me in the eyes anymore. Is everything okay?" And then the response, "They're not gonna fight by even bringing this up," and then she leaves.
Oh man.
I'm sure there are dudes out there who are just as, but
when you're ready, it's ready.
they're just maintaining a relationship. If you and your best friend move into an apartment together, and now you're roommates, that changes the dynamic for relationships. So just, like the idea that marriage is like one thing. It's like you got to be friends, you got to be roommates, and you got to be lovers and working together. So it's like there's a lot of factors going into it. So love is fun. I'm not trying to be a downer on it. I still believe in it, as weird as that sounds. But I just, as of right now, I believe it's a bit dangerous for me. So I'm staying away.
Yeah, look at Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine fucking Maxwell, bro. Like they were a team. You know what I mean? They were way more than just husband and wife. They fucking went above and beyond.
They joined the Sea Org, the Scientology Sea Org. They signed a $1 billion-year contract.
Yeah. Yeah, they opened up their own island.
The Epstein family.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jeffrey and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
That's a power couple right there. Everybody wants to own the island.
That's true.
I want to own the island too. I just don't want to do what was on the island before. I want to own the island just because I imagine there's got to be a stigma. Nobody wants to own Epstein Island. It's like, no,
I do, dude. It's not Epstein Island, dog. You got to know the name. Dude, if you're going to own it, you got to know the name.
But I want that island specifically because I feel like that one's probably not, the most expensive island anymore.
It's been sold. It's Sandals.
Sandals Resorts?
Yeah, they bought it. They converted it into a love destination.
But it would be, yeah. And enjoy our honeymoon suite on the previous Epstein Island,
Yeah.
What happened here? Enjoy the romance, all right? Room service is $0 on the cell phone.
It was already a love destination before, bro. That's crazy.
For the elite. That's not love. That's not love.
For the trawler.
The island, yeah.
Oh, Lord. You guys hear about what Stephen Hawking was up to on there? He was like this little robot fucking thing.
I see the memes. I see the memes of the moment he gets the word that Epstein Island is open, and he's zooming down. But I don't know. Honestly,
Yeah.
Not to be a dick. What could Stephen Hawking have really been doing down there?
It's not a big move. I think some of that shit is staged.
Hey,
Out there. He said they like to fuck midgets or something. Like, how does a guy fuck a midget?
I don't know. You gotta imagine if your body can't move and you live in your mind, you probably develop even weirder desires than others. The guy can't even lift his own hand. You know what I mean? So who knows? I'm not gonna kink shame, but I'm just saying if there was a midget in the room, I don't think he would be able to. Reach out. The midget would have to be doing all the work, and in which case, I don't know. Maybe I'm giving Stephen Hawking a little bit too much credit. He could have hopped up out of that seat and said, "Party time." You know what?
Hey, didn't Stephen Hawking invent Scientology, or why was that guy famous in the first place?
Because he was a physicist. He was a super genius physicist.
Theory of relativity.
He invented Einstein?
Yes, he invented Einstein.
He discovered the light that goes around a black hole. It's like the stupidest thing ever.
He discovers a light that goes around a black hole.
He proved black holes because of the event horizon. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he proved black holes because when the midget was doing the equation on the chalkboard to pleasure him, the midget bent over, and then like how the guy that found out we have gravity, Stephen Hawking looked into that midget's hole, and then he's like, yes, lightning goes around it, and then wrote a book about it, and then that's how he got famous.
It was an absolute one-to-one corollary with Isaac Newton having an apple fall out of a tree onto his head. It's a one-to-one correlation.
Exactly. So he was a retard.
It's fine to be involved in that. Famous.
You're saying that an apple fell on him and made him fucking disabled.
I was saying that, like how the fucking Isaac Newton came up with gravity, Stephen Hawking had a similar experience while the midget was doing the equation on the chalkboard, and the midget dropped the chalk, and when it bent over and exposed its rectum to Stephen Hawking, he theorized that the black hole goes around. He was a great apple.
I mean, who knows what one can learn staring into the sphincter of the highly unable, highly challenged.
I came here feeling like shit, and this makes me feel so much better. Thank you.
Good.
How about little people, big hole? I mean, big world.
Yeah. I'm coming soon to the Learning Channel. Remember the Learning Channel? Learning. Now it's just Morgan is just being morbidly obese. How to get a green card in the United States? How to get a green card in the United States in less than 90 days. Or
90-day green card.
90-day green card.
So that's a good idea for me. Hey, I'm not saying anything, but I am an American citizen.
You can get hooked up in the right channels. You can even make a profit, man. You make 15-30 grand just to get some girl or her. And you know what? I'll tell you what. You won't know her. You probably fight all the time, and that might be even better relationship than one that was built on like all the fake bullshit that happens in dating. Like, oh yeah, I only love Thai food. It's good. I love Thai food too. I don't want Thai food. I hate Thai food. Oh my goodness. I'll have to chat soon.
Take care, Caspian T.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Absolutely.
Bye, buddy.
Nice seeing you.
Have a good one.
Bye,
You too. Come back soon.
Everybody's so fucking goofy on there all the time.
He was a nice guy. I like him.
He sleeps around, and then I try to scream on the mic to wake him up, but
Who are these other people like Z Moon and Matilda or something like that?
they're Kevin Spacey.
Oh, Kevin Spacey, I get it. Did Kevin Spacey fuck a 13-year-old or something?
Hey,
We were just talking about him today.
in his defense, that kid looked 14, bro.
I mean, listen. It's gonna sound kind of strange, but like, where was the evidence? Was it caught on camera? Where were you saying?
I think it happened.
Yo, what up, Z33?
I'm okay. And you?
I'm well. Welcome.
Okay.
How is the weather?
Which area? Vietnam?
Excellent. Z33 is my friend from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Wait, if you could answer me this question, what happened to that real estate person that's getting put to death? They stole like $13 billion or something?
Dog, he doesn't speak English really well. So if you want to ask him, just translate it for him.
Real estate.
Translator.
Put to death.
No, I mean like
You gotta talk.
he barely speaks any.
Someone get Google Translator, damn it. I need to know this.
You gotta talk into another thing and then fucking.
Guys, I think I'm. No, like, I'm seriously. I think I'm broken. I can't code.
Dude, it's the two Chinese chicks.
Fight! The winner goes to Japan. Fight! No one got that joke. Come on.
I'm working on getting a translator so we can talk about a dead real estate agent.
Bitcoin ass vision, you are so funny. I think that ass munch is very funny.
Do that? Oh, you don't want that.
Okay, for real though, can I get a prayer or what is it for?
Rabbi, finish it off. I only know so much Hebrew.
No, come on, you almost did it. Look, I'm gonna give him what I give him for his Shema, because I don't want to give a bracha in vain. Here we go. You ready, bro? Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod B'chut Ha'olam B'ed.
If it's Hebrew, even that shit, either is mine, but I mean, I can't say anything but it's Hebrew. You need to speak up what you think the Lord's fucking language, sir.
You gotta say, thank you, sir, Rabbi. I love you, sir.
Thank you,
Can your sister help me not be a giant pussy?
That's Joe. Right back. Joey, do you need advice from the sister ask much?
I feel like you would just tell me to like go drill a hole in a tree and fuck it if she's your sister, but I will listen.
I'm not as crude as me.
Hey, state your question for her, sir.
Alright. If some other dude just comes up and tells you, oh yeah, I was with that chick over online, a while back, but it just didn't work out. Like when you he fucking just is trying to figure out if you like her. Is that a sign to just fuck off with you, or is that just like a thing just to say it? I can't tell. I don't know. That was poorly phrased, but fuck it.
Right now?
Okay, no. If some dude, hypothetically speaking, comes up and tells you, oh yeah, I was with that chick for a while, nothing really happened, but yeah, I was with her, I wish you the best, if you like her. Is that like trying to fuck with you, or is that sincere? I can't tell.
I have no idea. I'm bad at mind games. Sorry.
Yeah, same. I'm kind of retarded in that way. So I just what the fuck. But it's fucked me up because I can't finish this fucking project now. I think I'm broken, guys. I think I'm finally broke.
You? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, is that what's the fuck with me, or is it sincere? I can't tell.
A guy went up to you and said that, right?
Yeah.
I said, I dated her for a while, and then
Oh, well, who cares what the guy thinks? Is he your friend or something?
Mutual but then it asks to work with me on a project because it's they can't figure it out, and I'm the only one that can. But now because of that, my brain is broken, and it's literally like an infinite money glitch in real life, and my brain is now broken.
I think disregard what that motherfucker said. Maybe you message him and tell him he's a gay bastard.
See, thank you.
Yeah, who gives a fuck what somebody's saying, bro? I already know who the guy is. I don't give a fuck. I know who it is already. I actually literally fucking sure the fuck off, dude. Like, for
Dog. Ass Munch is the only person I know who's picking up all these wavelengths. Like, oh, that's fucking obvious. Oh, that's fucking obvious.
I know.
The other thing too, then once you get some kind of an answer out of him or not, or work with him or not, then you're just going to be overthinking the next step of the interaction with this guy or this girl or whoever. So you can't worry about it because it never ends.
Well, he wants to work with me. I'm like, what the fuck? I think he's just being nice about it because he knows that the fucker that I'm the only one that anyone really knows how to figure this fucking thing out. And like, fuck, like I'm almost done with it, and I'm like, I want to finish this so I can, just go on with my life. But again, it's kind of like, don't be a pussy, and then a mixture of like, is he fucking with me to make sure I can't finish this thing? I need to use his help or something like that, or is he just being sincere, or is he trying to fuck with me so I avoid the chick? I don't fucking know.
I would just pretend that he never said it. I forget about the whole thing.
Here's what
Go ahead.
I would pursue the meth bot without that piece of shit. Because fucking money, bro. Go and get the money first, and then the women come out.
Thank you. Bitcoin, Ass Munch. Thank you.
Yeah.
Why do people just say that? Why do I have to have money for someone to fucking like me? It just seems so vain.
Well, I'm not saying that it's vain.
Dog, it's not so much about money, it's about comfort. They want to ensure whatever potential mate it has, they want to ensure that they'll be able to provide a proper home for their offspring. And the best way to be able to determine that is through income. And, well, it's really towards, I would say, net worth.
Well, this is literally the thing that can make you $1 million in a day if you fucking figure it out.
Dog, my man. Right, it is. If you realize what you have, you would stop talking about it. It's that valuable. This is.
You're the one that fucking told him. I was working on it.
No. I jumped in because I knew that you would bring up that subject. You brought it up with literally every single person who's walked into this space in the last month. And I understand that. We're excited about it. I'm just making you aware. If you want to save the Mevbot and you want to save any potential relationship, you would take, not my advice, take Ass Munch's advice.
I might take Jacob's advice. He said Italians are gross and I shouldn't bring one home.
I didn't say gross.
Dude.
Okay.
None of you have ever seen this person. If you think that's gross, that's an interesting opinion.
Okay, it wasn't gross. It's just Italians cannot be trusted. Look at Mussolini.
Mussolini was a fucking fag.
No, I said they're just overly promiscuous, more or less. It's
And also, let's not forget that, Guidos are Italian. And, that's a problem. And also my grandmother and my mother said never bring home an Italian. And my mother was told that by my grandmother, and my grandmother told that to me, and my mom tells them to me until this day.
Sounds like your family's a little racist, dog.
Totally. And it also sounds like you don't know what the fuck an Italian is. Someone who's lived in this country for 3 generations who just randomly associate themselves to some part of Europe is not really Italian. They're American through and through.
But if they're Italian, descendant, they can end up like the Jersey Shore people, which God help us.
You're thinking too many steps ahead.
Word. Whatever woman just spoke, that's wise.
But no, my mind is destroyed anyway. I now have to hire someone to help fix this part because now my brain is dead.
Oh, bags.
I'm hiring Nigerians. It's okay. They're cheap work.
I think you need to hit up the massage parlor just to get your mind right, bro.
Word.
I'm not having some Asian lady jerk me off.
I don't know what the psychological term for this is for someone who does this, but it's like a pity party. Nobody wants that. You want to be positive. You want a positive party. You want positivity.
Shut the fuck up. I'm asking people questions. That was a reasonable question.
What is your question? Wait, I'm sorry. There's a question?
No, that was the Italian part was more of a joke, more or less, but the fucking other thing was a real question. We moved on.
Your family thought that Mussolini died from AIDS in San Francisco. Okay.
Yeah, see? That was a joke.
How long does it take to finish the project?
I've been working on it for a month and a half. It took someone 2 years, and I'm about 90% done. I work fast.
A couple days, so just get it done.
Exactly. You shut the fuck up and just get it done. And you can seriously buy hookers. You can buy a girl. You can buy a brothel.
Facts, bro. Rabbi spits facts right there.
I'm just telling you the truth. Honestly, if the thing gets established, then you can have whatever you want. In the meantime, get the thing established. I'm not pushing you along. I understand you're going as quickly as you can, but all these questions that you're asking are kind of irrelevant. If you get this medbot going, you can pave your own way, man.
I'm honestly over money. If I didn't need surgery, I probably wouldn't have even done it. But I'm finishing it, and we'll see what it does.
I think Rabbi spins some facts, bro. Bang that fucking thing out, and then you're done, bro.
Alright, fine.
Log off the Telegram and go fucking smash your keyboard with a hammer until it's fucking done.
I thought you were gonna say something about jerking off.
Not yet. Hey, but yeah, though, no, you got it, bro. Bang it out. You got it.
I am almost done. I just need to fucking make multiple strategies for the stop loss methods that are very advanced, and then attach the wallet, and then I have to get the Frenchman who's scalping some other shit for me to give me the other parts. Then throw $8,000 at the AI coders, and then they're gonna give me my portion, and then that way it's more advanced than what's available, and then we're done. And then I just connect to the servers and bring money. And then I go on and I just disappear.
Oh,
Is that good?
6 months left.
No, you fuck. No, it's gonna work already. It's just that I'm making it better with AI, so it's more profitable. That's it. That's all.
Okay.
It hasn't been done before this way. They haven't done it before this way. No one really figured it out, and I made a perfect blueprint. Now it's gonna work. And Rabbi, if I give this to you, you have to admit that you, as a man, are a dick.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm kidding.
Do you want the Rabbi to admit that he's a dickhead?
Dog, I will admit whatever the fuck you want me to admit. Just give me this medbot.
Okay, fine. Yeah. I'm kidding with Rabbi. He does have good advice and is nice. He can be very harsh, but he's nice.
You're absolutely right. I am analogous to, what's the word? Like not bad medicine, but like tough medicine. That's what I'm tough medicine. I am tough medicine, baby.
I think if ass much gets his, peckers of tough love in the fucking bathroom when no one's around.
Anyways, I was just stopping by to say how you
Hey dude, where's that sister of yours? Where's that sister of yours? Where's that sister of yours?
Fuck your sister. I need to know how you were when you were younger.
Dog, yeah, and how many times and flights of stairs did your parents throw you down?
Yeah, well, was he dropped on the head, or was he, literally born this way, and then, you just loved him regardless? Did you have to babysit as much? Was he a menace to be reckoned with? Was he a very pleasant person to babysit? I need to know these questions.
He was fine. He just said sarcastic stuff all the time to people. When I was in middle school, my friend's mom came to pick her up for the very first time. It's the first time I hung out with this girl. And Nate was my brother was 4, and he comes up to the door to the mom, and he's flips her off.
kicked out of summer camp that way once. Yeah. I got banned from summer camp for life, bro. What did he do?
You never went to summer camp.
I made the for my fucking my bitch, bro. No, you're telling me this person right here was just the most docile little brother, and you know he just was sarcastic to anyone around him besides you.
He said wild shit all the time, but other than that, and he made friends in the garage.
Oh God. This is adorable. It's so nice. Your sister seems like a very lovely person. You're a very lovely person.
Thanks.
Oh. Like, see, I had a sibling. I had a brother, but now I have a sister. And I don't really care for him or her. Whatever it depends the day. He picks and chooses. But he dated this one chick that was literally like diagnosed insane, and she just comes from a lot of money, and like she like give you an idea, she literally tried to punch my mom in the face and got kicked out of our house, and I don't know why my mom let them back in. What's up? That's kind of exciting. Yeah, I know, right? Like, you know, you're kind of hoping for some action, like the police get called and everything. But last time she was here, dude, your sister may be able to identify this because women understand crazy bitches more than men. She literally came over here, was fine, then started taking my drugs that I have from my doctor because she kind of is I think she's a drug addict. I'm not too sure, but I think she's just crazy. But literally was chatting with me. I was just telling her about like the new South Park and some movies and stuff. And she went up to my mom and started telling her about how like my dad raped me and my brother. And like my mom came back and told me this and said like this girl is fucking insane. We can't have her over anymore. Like is that just like fuck with the family, or is she just literally kind of crazy? Because that's the craziest psycho bitch thing to say.
I have no idea, but I would never talk to that person again.
Yeah, that's kind of the plan. Like, I'm gonna get this and get a restraining order and move, and then not tell them where I live because I feel like this person is quite dangerous. Like, she came up with this weird ass story about how she figured out what happened to her dad, and that the dad wasn't shot by the police, but her mom killed her, and she said she found this shit out through people on Reddit. Like, I not the psychopathic guy who says that I'm like, all right, you need help, and lithium is not working. Yeah.
She sounds pretty crazy.
Yeah.
You feel like might be fucking with you, or just sounds
yeah, no, try to come over here and prove it because you're like in this open relationship where if it has a heartbeat, it can move. And the male in me was like, you're good. And then the mind in me was like, you're fucking stupid if you do, so please kick it out of your house. And I had to kick it out of my house. Came out here at 1 a.m. and you guys are like, just take my drugs and screw me. And I'm like, no, please don't. Was she hot? Don't like a mini thing, bro. Lithium doesn't do that. Lithium. That's what makes it like literally my air conditioner has the same type of body structure. She felt like a mini fridge, motherfucker. I don't usually like. I'm like, if you're nice, I don't really care. We can all be friends, but like the girl fucking crazy. That's what like ready to showcase her front. And here's the reason my brother's with her. Basically, he lives rent free in an apartment in Long Beach, and yeah.
times in San Francisco or going wine tasting or whatever. But with this one, he comes home and shows us pictures of him at Brian getting spanked by a kid. And I don't think that's a correlation to my mother to me. I really don't. I feel like kind of painful wanted to do that.
Due to the fact that she's in there with the best student.
Right, Sister Asma is wondering what a gimp is.
Basically, it's a person in all leather outfits with a ball gag in their mouth, and it has the zipper on the back of their rear and the front of their rear, and they're, they get spanked with like metal pallets and shit.
What's the front of your ear?
Oh god, yeah, I'm dyslexic. I said that wrong. My bad. I'm kind of just retarded. Basically, a zipper to kind of whip it out, and then also attach like electric, one of those things that jump cars, like electric jumpers to them. Like they like that shit. Usually they have piercings all over to kind of attach the electrodes to, so they can get shot.
Yeah. Little electrodes there, you jump the car and it next to their fucking table.
You're being funny today, bag. I need a break, and this is how I escape my situation. Is that I come up with jokes. But no, it's true. It's like, he was literally just sitting there smiling as this guy with the those Catholic schools that have the palette, the little things that spank to get back its ass and shit like that. They had that with fucking metal balls put into it, and then he's just getting whacked in the ass by this fucking gimp. And then he showed this to me and my mom, and I don't understand why she goes and has breakfast with him still after. I think he does it for shock value, but we kind of know he's gay, but we don't really care. We just kind of we don't like you with psycho bitch. Like I said, if he had another man that just was not human psychopathic garbage, we would be very happy. We probably would get muffins. Muffins are awesome. I like them. So basically that's kind of the thing. But she comes from this real estate family, and she's very she herself is not wealthy, but her grandparents that are gonna die are. She's never worked a day in her life, and she, basically is just gonna inherit money and have houses and shit. And I think that's why he's with her, and also that he, she just feeds him weed and ecstasy and validates his delusions. I think that's all.
But then she's not your girlfriend.
I would never ever touch a thing like that. No, thank you. I go after nice women, preferably Jewish, but there's always converting.
So your brother just has to tough it out with this bitch that's inevitably gonna kill herself shortly anyways.
He would
and then he gets this in Orange County, California, right?
No, Rancho Palos Verdes.
Wait, where is that at?
It's on the coastline of South Bay, so if you keep going down, towards, in all that nice area where people go dolphin and whale watching, they have, a big house there.
So, yeah. So he has to wait until she kills herself, which won't take very long. And then he gets a big house in Southern California. Is that
How would it work that she will kill him? Because,
not he might first.
Oh, that's true. If I could fight to the death, I would hate to watch that. That'd be a good
She comes out for a year or two until she kills herself and he can get the house. That's worth it.
Exactly. And also, they have she has an uncle that got a bail order bride, and and they beat the shit out of each other. And it was funny because because they have a kid. That's funny. That part's sad, but it's funny because she was telling me one time, I don't want to have to get custody over the kid. I feel so sad. I don't want to have to have the courts of work in custody because I'm the only one competent. I had to my breath because she would stab me if I said to her, girl, you never would have to worry about that. That kid's going straight to foster care. You ain't getting shit for a fucking kid. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that kid's going in a fucking DA group home, bro.
Yes.
That kid, my grandpa is gonna be handcuffed to the fucking furnace, bro.
Oh, ask much to your grandpa impression. Please. Grandpa, yeah.
I'll do one quick one, but then grandpa, I gotta put him away, cause. But let me unchain him from the furnace real quick. I have to keep him locked up there by law, actually. Like, it's not me. People say, oh, you're a dick. No, it's not me. It's law. I got him. Grandpa gets what Grandpa wants. Well, Grandpa, sorry. It's a blowjob from a gay bastard. Goddamn background. Get off.
I was being dumb, Grandpa.
I wasn't in Vietnam. I was in Korea. You think in Vietnam too? I was in Korea on a goddamn naval vessel. And let me tell you something. It ain't never gay when you serve your country. But hey, bro, I gotta sign out though, because me and Sister Asmunch are gonna call it a night soon. We're going on a fucking long trip tomorrow.
Dude, tell this girl she sucks. Tell her to hit me up. Telephone number 949-279-2217. I sex 24/7. Peace out, girl.
You do what? 24/7?
Sext. SEXT. Girl.
I told you that she's 13, right?
Dude, she's 33, you said. Hey, get your sister on the phone.
She walked away.
Liar.
She's alright, Asmunch. Do me a favor, bring her with you.
Yeah, go get her.
I'll buy you both lunch.
She's gonna be going back to the Midwest on Monday.
Aw, well, tell her I wish her well on her adventure with you and her trip back.
Mr. Banks says he wishes you well for the trip back.
Hey, Rabbi has 2 words for you. Your loss.
Rabbi says 2 words for you. Your loss. Might be. She said,
Party hard.
Take care.
She said, ha. Bye, Jacob Scott. Love you, bro. I love you more than Eminem. I love you more than Eminem hates his mommy. Hey. Bye, Mr. Printer Bag.
Bye. I'll see you soon when you visit me.
Yeah, don't worry about the bitches, bro. They'll come when they come, alright?
I will. Thank you.
Yeah, you're gonna be alright.
I appreciate it.
And if worse comes to worse, I'll find you 12 more that are exactly the same or better, okay?
Oh, well, you're sweet. Thank you.
And Rabbi?
Yeah, baby.
Hey, baby. What you doing, good boy?
Trying to find as much milk corn as possible.
Oh, I know how you roll when it's this time of the night, baby.
Hell yeah, dog.
Yeah, dog. How about yeah, dog?
My brother.
Hey, get that girl in here. Girl, come here. Girl, come here. Get your ass to the phone. Come on, I'm busy. Time is money. Girl, come on. Girl, come on. Let's talk. How are you? What's your name? What's your name? What is your name?
Hi, my name is Jessica.
Hi, Jessica. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You have a very funny brother. And if you ever need anything, I'm online and I'm always here to help you.
Okay. It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Give your speech real quick.
Sure. My telephone number is 949-279-2217. Girl, get your phone.
I'm gonna fucking see if this is your real number.
Do it.
It is. I sent Dave one to it, and he said nice.
That sounds accurate.
Oh, you're a good kitty. Oh, you're my good kitten. Oh, you're a fat cat. I love you so much.
Yo, dog, are you sending this message?
What's the number?
949-279-2217. Hey, Jessica, 949-279-2217. Jessica, it was a pleasure to meet you. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Take care, Jessica.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye, ass bunch.
Bye. Hey, Rabbi, I still got a bone to pick with you, but
What is it?
for another day.
No. I hate when people do this
You
shit.
leave my VC and you go in this motherfucker.
Dog, I'm in your VC right now.
Oh, good. Okay. Just making sure.
You're good.
Can't forget about your day ones, bro.
Good to go.
I would never do you like that, brother.
I wouldn't do you like that.
Oh, he's gone.
I'm here, you slut. Little bitch.
Okay, alright, I'm actually leaving. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Bye-bye. Rabbi, I have a question for you.
Yeah, baby.
Why do you think that the other guy is such a threat to me?
My goodness.
Well, because
I thought he was. Weren't you here for the part where he said he wasn't like interested, but like was he just fucking with me?
yes, 100%, 1000%.
Oh,
And the reason why I say this is because everything that you said you wanted, and Medbot and this chick, he wanted a month before you.
only a month? Wow. Okay. I'm gonna put you down so I can work, baby. We're gonna get a nice new collar for you, and a nice grooming, and we'll get you everything you need to lose weight because you're so damn fat. There's your good cat. It doesn't want to leave me. It just keeps hugging me. What do?
I'll get back.
I am, but it just keeps like sticking its paws into me, and it won't let me go. Oh, you're a good cat. How old are you? Oh, how old are you, cat?
It's clearly out.
There you go. You're free.
Rabbi, I thought I would have people here that we wanted here, and that we would watch a movie.
Dog, the night is not over.
Buddy, I can't hear you.
The night is not over.
Yeah. I give it another hour. If not, then it is what it is.
That's a good mindset.
I've already given up hope anyway, so it's okay.
We're gonna play a game. We're gonna play a game. Okay? Because I want to help you. I'm a very positive person, and you're the exact fucking opposite. Okay? Every time you say something negative, I'm just gonna say the word negative. Every time you say something, and then that's it. And I want you to hear how often you say negative things, because you can be so much more positive, and you're such a fun person, and I want to help you with that.
I just need some ketamine, and then I'll be fine.
And I'll tell you, but you should not need drugs. You shouldn't need drugs. Okay, that's fine, but you can do this naturally. Okay, but without saying that, I don't know what the hell happened to this stream, but we're gonna watch a movie or something soon. I think this is the final fight, or maybe not. I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest, Rabbi. To be honest with you here, I was perfectly content until yesterday, and now I'm actually just kind of simply feel like pulled a 180 here.
Negative.
His last performance against Gilbert Teixeira. I mean, that was a virtuoso performance against.
I'm just saying, like my whole mindset has now become a 180.
Negative.
And Jamal Hill just put on a show. He's awkward. He's a great athlete. He's long and tall with knockout power.
First time since January of 2023. It isn't strong,
Yeah, I appreciate it, Jacob. But again, last night kind of was like, oh, that sucked.
Negative.
And now, I don't know, just took the specialness out of it. Instead of like, oh well, fuck it.
Negative.
You don't even know this person, so I mean, it should be just like that. Keep it even keel.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the main event.
Aren't there, or even there yet. Just
Well,
keep it at this.
it's just like, oh, fuck. Well, might as well just leave it.
Jamal inside the octagon.
It's watching in the anime. I should put it in this without much distraction. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
I find it easier to treat everyone exactly the same, and then if someone wants to treat you differently, that's good. But until that's the same.
That's a good way to view things.
As we start separating people and making one cycle together, all of a sudden, this one kind of like, okay, this might not be it, and then you're heartbroken.
Oh no.
Yeah.
This is a serious walkout. He really does.
Close yourself up to it. Like curing that suspense that really shouldn't be there. It's just like, you're a final person, let's keep it like that until something real develops. A mutual perspective, not just like one sided thing. You gotta make sure they're on the same page as you was one side.
Yeah, you're right. So here's the I'm having an issue with right now. I'm trying to make the dynamic stop loss method where it has multiple stop loss levels, and then it also has trailing stop levels.
to do is teach the bot how to incorporate each one. And, you know, it's a pain in the ass. And this is where I thought I was broken. But I think I can, you know, with the help of ChatGPT, I figured out a way to use it. But I also haven't heard back from Bonnie. Bonnie has the other part of the code ID. I might end up fixing this whole thing by myself. Which I better get this $8,000 together for the AI so I can make it out like a bandit here.
You're world champion in the UFC in such a short period of time. It's just
That's one of the
incredible.
things that are really passionate about. See you in Philly.
You just got
Jacob. I finishing this, having money, taking care of my family, even though they kind of suck. Having, you know, medical bills and surgery on the wayside due to just not having all my shit together. And that was really it. And taking care of my family. Yeah, exactly. So I got you guys. I'll be fine. It's kind of sucks because like when you hear somebody like close similar to you, not you, and like it's odd. Good. You feel like a replacement, or you feel like whatever. But I'm overthinking it, and that's just where I have the Kennedy effect. This is like
you research something that you don't even know could exist. You have to kind of find that out first. You have to know for a fact, and then kind of look from there instead of what you're romanticizing it up.
I don't think with it, I just do. And that's what I like about it.
You don't really know this person too well, and obviously you don't know well enough to tell you that they're single or not single or seeing someone or not seeing someone. So I mean, you really shouldn't overreach just from that alone. Or in simpler terms, you are simping. You are simping.
I think I'm just desperate.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much what that means. Sure.
Yeah, that is true. Oh.
I feel you, man. Everyone's lonely. I mean, never says all women have easier access to not being lonely.
Yeah.
And that's what the current.
Yeah, well, life hasn't really been good to me at all. In fact, you know, I loathe it. But, you know, things can pick up on a flick of a dime. And I like to be optimistic and, you know, just hold out. Just enough positivity in this world. I think I'll be fine. Yeah,
don't fear your feelings. You're into it, your feelings will get you caught up and twisted and mangled. And it's like the art can lie to you. You know what I mean? Like you need your soul, your chutzpah.
Yeah, exactly. I need chutzpah. On everything else, I'm fine. It's just this. I'm terrible at, bro. I swear to God. I tried to improve. I got it a lot better since I was younger. But, you know, fuck me, dude. I just want to get out of my fucking hole I'm in right now. And just to, you know, just expand as a
You're starting to figure out trying to find ways to alleviate that, for sure. I'm kind of in that same boat. I mean,
well,
not
we're all
everybody
here.
felt it, but me, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, listen, we're all all here for a reason. We're all getting along for a reason. Everything will fall into place. As soon as I finish this, life will be a lot easier. No one will be acting in malicious intent for it, and we will be successful. I don't know why I just am like starting to slur. And just took an antibiotic in my head, just got into a daze. Let me sit down, and I'll be right back, because I don't want to fucking fall over. 1 second.
And so forth. And the content creators should be sort of further down the road. And here we are. I don't know. Right, and it's tethered. And you know, I sort of leave my son to do his work, but he's learning how to feed, information. You guys say, this is what I want, and then it comes back with something and say, well, make it more like this, less like that, and I want you to include these things, and I want you to move them around. And so it's tethered. It's an extension of a human. And most people, though, myself included, are more concerned when it becomes untethered and, big, elephant in the room is sentient. Will it become sentient? And then, see us as necessary, superfluous competition.
Well, that's certainly one of the scenarios that we'll worry about. If I can touch on one thing that you just said, I think it's really interesting when you said, your son is interacting and telling you and steering you where to go. You guys, when your son is doing that, you're actually programming, which is kind of a wonderful thing. Anyone out there who gets work with ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or any of them, it takes a little bit of shift in your awareness, but you literally now a programmer when you're asking. When you say, instead of your normal query, then you might add, give me a step by step.
There we go.
And when you do that, you get a certain answer. You say, be concise. You say, are you being truthful and transparent? These are all things that the nature of the technology, there are ghosts and issues of the way the program works. Do that. Instruction. It really can have amazing results. You kind of keep but really not
Sure.
but ultimately is what we want. The best we can, the best we can hope for, I think, is to be a little bit more truthful in this. We certainly know what lack of truth and transparency looks like, right?
Well, yes. Well, yeah, we won't get into a discussion here about censorship and bias. Just very quickly, though, before we get into the conversation, we've got the break approaching here at the bottom of the hour. Just kind of give me a quick kind of yes, no, and we can explore maybe a little bit later. And that is when we talk about these thumbnails, for example, or if someone says, create a painting in the style of Van Gogh, this is what I want produced and so forth. or a piece of music is that
Ayan, kamusta mga ka-LE? At welcome sa channel kung saan marami kang matututunan tungkol sa misteryo ng ating pinagmulan. Ito ang Learning Express 101. Ngayon, pag-uusapan natin ang mga Anunnaki at aalamin natin kung saan sila nagmula at kung ano ba ang ginawa nila dito sa ating mundo. Pero bago tayo mag-umpisa, gusto ko lang muna magbigay ng disclaimer. Ang mga mapapanood
I know. Some of you have watched the Anunnaki movie, and the first question was, is this really true? How can I be sure of it? Others may have a feeling that this is the truth. However, what evidence do we have to tell this story and attest to its truthfulness? Or, if it's an invention, how can we attest that it is an invention? Well, we are going to start answering these questions, but in an interesting way, with lots of references and research, so that you have a complete and satisfying answer. So get ready to watch a documentary that will certainly bring you answers, and will raise new questions and points of reflection. The Anunnaki movie explained. George Adam Smith was among the privileged few to lay his hands on the ancient Mesopotamian tablets.
So the tablets of the law.
If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to Dr. Rabbi. Learn more at treathivpathetic.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Science.
No matter what the day brings, come on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Introduce the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added. No high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The government's plan to avoid the COVID on loans is that the unemployment keeps rising and it has to keep rising just because an excess supply of goods, which is not just all the money that are in debt owed by
cigarette that delivers the taste. I first learned it from my grandmother. Now, my grandmother was a wonderful person. She taught me how to play the game Monopoly. She understood that the name of the game is to acquire. She would accumulate everything she could, and eventually she became the master of the board. And then she would always say the same thing to me. She'd look at me and she'd say, one day, you'll learn to play the game. One summer, I played Monopoly almost every day, all day long. And that summer, I learned to play the game. I came to understand the only way to win is to make a total commitment to acquisition. I came to understand that money and possessions, that's the way that you keep score. And by the end of that summer, I was more ruthless than my grandmother. I was ready to bend the rules if I had to win that game. And I sat down with her to play that fall. I took everything she had. I watched her give her last dollar and quit in utter defeat. And then she had one more thing to teach me. Then she said, now it all goes back in the box. All those houses and hotels, all the railroads and utility companies, all that property and all that wonderful money. Now it all goes back in the box. of yours. You got all heated up about it for a while. But it was around a long time before you sat down at the board. And it will be here after you're gone. Players come, players go. Houses and cars. Titles and clothes. Even your body. Because the fact is that everything I clutch and consume and hoard is going to go back in the box. And I'm going to lose it all. You have to ask yourself, when you finally get the ultimate promotion, when you make the ultimate purchase, when you buy the ultimate home, when you have stored up financial security and climbed the ladder of success to the highest one you can possibly climb, and the thrill wears off, and it will wear off, then what? How far do you have to walk down that road before you see where it leads? Surely you understand, it'll never be enough. So you have to ask yourself the question, what matters?
Where Rabbi's at?
When I was a young man growing up in New York City, I refused to pledge allegiance to the flag. Of course, I was sent to the principal's office, and he asked me, why don't you want to pledge allegiance? Everybody does. I said, everybody wants to leave here to his flag, but that doesn't make it so. I explained that America owed everything it has to other cultures and other nations. And then I would rather pledge allegiance to the earth and everyone on it. Needless to say, it wasn't long before I left school retired. And I set up a lab in my bedroom. There I began to learn about science and nature. I realized then that the universe is governed by laws, and that the human being, along with society itself, was not exempt from these laws. Then came the crash of 1929, which began what we now call the Great Depression. I found it difficult to understand why millions were out of work, homeless, starving, while all the factories were sitting there. The resources were unchanged. It was then that I realized that the rules of the economic game were inherently invalid. Shortly after came World War II, where various nations took turns systematically destroying each other. I later calculated that all the destruction and wasted resources
spent on that war could have easily provided for every human need on the planet. Since that time, I have watched humanity set the stage for its own extinction. I have watched as the precious finite resources are perpetually wasted and destroyed in the name of profit and free markets. I have watched the social values of society be reduced into a base artificiality of materialism and mindless consumption. And I have watched as monetary powers control the political structure of supposedly free societies. I'm 94 years old now, and I'm afraid my disposition is the same as it was 75 years ago. This shit's got to go.
So you're a scientist, and somewhere along the way, hammered into your head is the inevitable nature versus nurture, and that's at least up there with Coke versus Pepsi or Greeks versus Trojans. So nature versus nurture, this by now utterly oversimplifying view of where influences on how a cell deals with an energy crisis, up to what makes us who we are on the most individualistic levels of personality. And what you've got is this complete false dichotomy built around nature as deterministic at the very bottom of all the causality of life is DNA and the code of codes and the holy grail, and everything is driven by it. And at the other end, a much more social science perspective, which is we are social organisms, and biology is for slime molds. Humans are free of biology, and obviously both views are nonsense. What you see instead is it is virtually impossible to understand how biology works outside the context of the environment. One of the most crazy-making yet widespread and potentially dangerous notions is, oh, that behavior is genetic. And what does that mean? It means all sorts of subtle stuff if you modern biology, but for most people out there, what it winds up meaning is a deterministic view of life, one rooted in biology and genetics. Genes equal things that can be changed. Genes equal things that are inevitable and that you might as well not waste resources trying to fix, might as well not put societal energies into trying to improve because it's inevitable, it's unchangeable. And that is sheer nonsense.
It is widely thought that conditions like ADHD are genetically programmed, conditions like schizophrenia are genetically programmed, and the opposite. Nothing is genetically programmed. They're very rare diseases. I mean, a small handful, extremely sparsely represented in the population that are truly genetically determined. Most complex conditions might have a predisposition that is a genetic component, but a predisposition is not the same as a predetermination. The whole search for the source of diseases in the genome was doomed to failure before anybody even thought of it, because most diseases are not genetically predetermined. Heart disease, cancer, strokes, rheumatoid conditions, autoimmune conditions in general, mental health conditions, addictions, these are none of them genetically determined. Breast cancer, for example, out of 100 women with breast cancer, only 7 will carry the breast cancer genes, 93 do not. And out of 100 women who do have the genes, not all of them will get cancer. Genes are not just things that make us behave in a particular way regardless of our environment. Genes give us different ways of responding to our environment. And in fact, it looks as if some of the early childhood influences, the kind of child rearing, affects gene expression, actually turning on and off different genes to put you on a different developmental track, which may suit the kind of world you've got to deal with.
So, for example, a study done in Montreal with suicide victims looked at autopsies of the brains of these people. And it turned out that if a suicide victim, these are usually young adults, had been abused as children, the abuse actually caused a genetic change in the brain that was absent in the brains of people who had not been abused. That's an epigenetic effect. Epi means on top of, so that the epigenetic influence is what happens environmentally to either activate or deactivate certain genes.
In New Zealand, there's a study that was done in a town called Dunedin, in which a few thousand individuals were studied from birth up to into their 20s. What they found was that they could identify a genetic mutation, an abnormal gene, which did have some relation to the predisposition to commit violence, but only if the individual had also been subjected to severe child abuse. In other words, a child with this abnormal gene would be no more likely to be violent than anybody else, and in fact, they actually had a lower rate of violence than people with normal genes, as long as they weren't abused as children.
Great additional example of the ways in which genes are not be-all, end-all. Fancy technique where you can take a specific gene out of a mouse, and that mouse will not have that gene. You knock down that gene. So there's this one gene that codes for a protein that has something to do with learning and memory. And this fabulous demonstration, knock out that gene, and you have a mouse that doesn't learn as well. Ooh, a genetic basis for intelligence. What was much less appreciated in that landmark study that got picked up by the media left and right is take those genetically impaired mice and raise them in a much more enriched, stimulating environment than your normal mice in the lab cage, and they completely overcame that deficit. So when one says in the contemporary sense that, oh, this behavior is genetic, to the extent that that's even a valid sort of phrase to use, what you're saying is there is a genetic contribution to how this organism responds to environment. Genes may influence the readiness with which an organism will deal with a certain environmental challenge. You know, that's not the version most people have in their minds. And not to be too soapboxing, but run with the old sort of version of it's genetic, and it's not that far from history of eugenics and things of that sort. It's a widespread misconception, but it's a potentially fairly dangerous one.
One reason that the sort of biological explanation for violence, one reason that hypothesis is potentially dangerous, it's not just misleading, it can really do harm, is because if you believe that, you could very easily say, well, there's nothing we can do to change
Okay, here's the be careful or controversial information. In this case, is there not? It's completely shut down. No.
Equally coordinate that kind of censorship already existed online. Now, you know, we have to dig a little bit for them, but you know, maybe my name or say Nobel Prize winner in physics Charles is an opponent of maybe his name wouldn't come up immediately. So it's already happened.
Smith was among few people capable of unraveling the mysteries hidden within the intricate cuneiform script carved onto the clay tablets of Mesopotamia.
He was a scholar deeply steeped in biblical texts, and he knew the treasure he held was ancient, possibly holding keys to the sacred scriptures. In 1871, George Smith unfurled his monumental work titled The Phonetic Values of the Cuneiform Characters. It was a tome that flung open the doors of understanding to the cuneiform tablets. Stationed in the hallowed halls of the British Museum, Smith's quest was of no ordinary kind. He was tasked with piecing together the fragments of tablets from Nineveh like a master puzzle solver, so that he might breathe life into the ancient texts. Then, in 1872, the magnum opus of his life, a work that would reverberate through the annals of history, took form. Smith weaved together fragments of text that whispered of a flood, and as he stood amidst the remnants of the past, a larger fragment, veiled in a shroud of dust, beckoned. As he swept away the centuries of grime, a sweeping narrative burst forth in front of his very eyes. He exclaimed, "I am the first man to read that after more than 2,000 years of oblivion," put the tablet on a table, and ran around the room, maniacally taking off his clothes. On December 3rd, 1872, before the Society of Biblical Archaeology, George Smith presented the Chaldean account of the deluge. At this momentous event, none other than Prime Minister William Ewart Gladstone himself was in attendance. The tablet narrated the tale of a great flood, mirroring the story found in the Hebrew Bible. Yet, what was startling was that this document predated the Bible by a substantial margin. The parallels were uncanny, but the divergence that was unearthed was spine-chilling. The fragments and passages discovered by George Smith were priceless. Today, they are integral to the mythic narrative of the oldest known literary text in the annals of human history, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the tale of the Great Flood forms the 11th tablet of the Epic of Gilgamesh. At the time, George Smith's discovery sent shockwaves through the Society of Biblical Archaeology. Today, over a century later, there is a dearth of documents on the subject. Moreover, the story is neither widely publicized nor extensively researched. Delving into the text unearthed by Smith, one can fathom in greater detail the rationale behind keeping this text shrouded from the public eye. The diminutive Mesopotamian tablets that Smith held were indeed akin to the Bible. They alluded to the biblical account of Noah and the ark, but the tablet recounted a different kind of flood. Instead of Yahweh meting out punishment upon humanity and sparing Noah, there were other deities such as Enlil, Anu, and Enki. They were enigmatic deities of a cryptic sect revered in the Fertile Crescent known as the Anunnaki. The topic of the Anunnaki is the cornerstone of the Anunnaki Ancient Mystery Channel. These discoveries are recent additions to our history, and upon scrutinizing the original texts on display in museums, the reasons why this tale is not widely unveiled, taught, and debated become starkly clear. As we saw in the previous video, to grasp who the Anunnaki were, we must first unravel and understand the Sumerians. And to fathom the importance and authenticity of the Mesopotamian tablets, we need to decipher the story behind the story, or the facts that bolster the arguments through the Anunnaki theory. It is imperative to remember that the Sumerians were the first civilization in human history, emerging in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Mesopotamia. Sumer is the later designated name for this ancient civilization. The Sumerians themselves referred to their people as the black-headed people. The term Sumer translates translates to Land of Civilized Kings, and it stands as a monumental turning point in human history. This is where civilization, as we know it, was birthed alongside the dawn of monarchy. The Sumerians are the trailblazers who laid the groundwork for virtually everything we're acquainted with today, and the entire social framework: trade, law, education, agriculture, animal husbandry, timekeeping, zodiac signs, medicine, and most significantly, writing. What's astonishing is that this civilization, Sumer, erupted into existence almost overnight. Before, in the Neolithic era, humans and human-like beings were essentially hunter-gatherers and nomads. But with Sumer, civilization blossomed and cities thrived, spurred by mastery in agriculture and animal husbandry. With such groundbreaking social and technological advancements emerging from Sumer, it begs the question, how did this civilization erupt into existence in such a sudden fashion? The Sumerians themselves provide an answer to this enigma. According to them, a pantheon of deities known as the Anunnaki crafted human beings and steered them towards civilization.
This is a very intriguing topic, isn't it? Maybe you can be so intrigued as I did many years before I started work with this channel. Calm down. We're almost back into the documentary, and I want to present this content that I have made with much care for you and with accurate information. First, I have to tell you that you can perceive some accent in my voice, and that's because I am not an English native speaker. I am Brazilian, and my native language is Portuguese. I have been so intrigued about this topic that I have been looking, searching, and seeking for information about 10 years before I started this project. And then I wrote 2 books in my native language in Portuguese. Soon they will be available in English. After I had started a podcast in Portuguese too. And then I have created one YouTube channel in Portuguese too. And then I finally come up with this work in English. So I've been working, searching, looking for an answer and working on this topic many years before I got here. The aim objective of this video is to give you a fundamental basis, and then we are going to understand from where comes the Sumerian tablets, the original Sumerian tablets. And I will tell you, with the AI voice that I use to make these videos, in the end of the video, what will be the next video series that we will be starting here very soon. I hope you like it. And let's come back to this content that I love to produce. And let me tell you a secret. I have quit my job to dedicate my life to the work of my life. The work of my life is this work here. I want to write my name in the world about this topic that I've been studying for many years. And I want to provide you a good content for your search, your research, and to think your faith. So I want to thank you very much for each minute of your life. I want to thank you for all my heart, to all my cells in my body, because it's you here in every second minute of your life that can maintain me to doing the work of my life. I will stop to talk. Let's come back to the documentary. I want you to like, subscribe channel, let a comment, and share it with your friends and family if you think this is a good documentary video.
If today we can access this wealth of information, it is largely attributed to one of their crowning achievements, writing. Furthermore, it's imperative to highlight the treasure trove that is the library collection of Nineveh, also renowned as the Library of Ashurbanipal. The Library of Ashurbanipal, established in the 7th century BCE in Nineveh by the Neo-Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, is recognized as the oldest systematically organized library in the world. This monumental institution was designed to preserve the rich history and culture of Mesopotamia. Although over 30,000 texts were discovered in the mid-19th century, it is believed that the original collection was significantly larger. Contrary to popular belief, the Library of Ashurbanipal was not the first of its kind. Attached to scribal houses, temples, and palaces as early as the early dynastic period, 2900 to 2330 CE, libraries existed in Sumer, as the Akkadians, Babylonians, and earlier Assyrian kings also had libraries. Scribes in ancient Mesopotamia kept private libraries in addition to those they referenced at the palace, school, or temple. However, the Library of Ashurbanipal is recognized as the oldest systematically organized library aimed at preserving a comprehensive collection of knowledge, not limited to one subject or type of work. Ashurbanipal, the middle son of the Neo-Assyrian king Esarhaddon, was educated in the Eduba, the scribal school, and received the standard education necessary to become a scribe. His younger brother, Shamash Shon Ukin, was likely also educated, as it is known that their sister, Sarua Edarat, was literate. This suggests that literacy was valued in their family. When Ashurbanipal ascended to the throne after Esarhaddon's death, he faced no resistance and had the freedom to do as he pleased. He was known for his military campaigns, conquering Egypt, subduing Urartu, and reconquering Anatolia. However, his reign was also marked by familial conflict, as his younger brother Shamash Shum Ukin declared Babylonian independence and openly took Assyrian territories. Ashurbanipal responded by placing the city under siege for 4 years, after which he slaughtered the inhabitants. It is believed that around between the years of 647 BCE and 646 BCE, Ashurbanipal first conceived of a universal library that would house the collective knowledge of the past. Mesopotamian literature was first composed around 2600 BCE in Sumer, and Sumerian texts were then preserved in Akkadian script after 2334 BCE. Ashurbanipal decided to expand upon his own library, which would include works of every kind from everywhere in his empire. The acquisition of divination texts drove the entire enterprise. Ashurbanipal wanted everything that had ever been written, but especially those works that could guide him in making the right choices concerning his future. He sent parties, which included scribes, throughout the empire to secure these and any other texts, which would then be copied and housed in his library. The library's collection grew, and it was the responsibility of the head librarian to maintain it and replace worn or broken tablets. The collection was housed in the building designated as the Royal Library, as well as in the North Palace, and included works on administrative matters, astronomy, astrology, botany, personal and royal correspondence, foreign correspondence, royal decrees, divination texts, religious texts and hymns, historical inscriptions, literature, and medical texts. Unfortunately, the library only stood for approximately 30 years. It was burned in the sack of Nineveh in 612 BCE by a coalition of Babylonians, Medes, and Persians as the Neo-Assyrian Empire fell. The enemies of the Assyrians sought to wipe all memory of them from history, but ironically, when the library fell, the ruined walls buried the clay cuneiform tablets that were the books, and the fires baked and preserved them. These tablets were discovered over 2,000 years later by archaeologists Sir Austin Henry Layard and Hormuzd Rassam in a find that has been characterized by many scholars since as among the most important of the modern era. Ashurbanipal's reign was marked by both his intellectual pursuits and his military campaigns. He was known for his keen interest in divination and was eager to acquire any texts on the subject he did not already have. His correspondence with scribes and seers after 647 BCE shows an increasing concern for the future and his own personal health and well-being. However, Ashurbanipal's rule was also characterized by his brutal policies. Despite his reputation as the most highly educated and literate of the Neo-Assyrian kings, Ashurbanipal is also noted as the most brutal. His ruthless policies would eventually contribute to the fall of the Assyrian Empire. His destruction of Elam removed a buffer state between his empire and the land of the Medes and Persians who, with Elam gone, moved in and established communities. Ashurbanipal died of natural causes in 627 BCE, but unlike his father, he had not provided equitably for his sons regarding succession. His son Ashur-etililani succeeded him, but soon after taking the throne was challenged by his twin brother, Sin-Sharishkun, dividing the Assyrian Empire in civil war. While the two brothers fought, the enemies of the Assyrians, including the Babylonians, Cimmerians, Medes, Persians, and Scythians, recognized their opportunity and descended upon the Assyrian cities in 612 BCE, sacking and destroying them. The great library at Nineveh fell as the city burned, and in time, its ruins were claimed by the earth, and it lay buried for the next 2,000 years. It was only in 1849 that an expedition led by Sir Austin Henry Layard discovered the library of Nineveh with numerous tablets. In a later book, in 1853, Austin Henry Layard wrote, "We cannot overrate their value. They furnish us with materials for the complete decipherment of the cuneiform character, for restoring the language and history of Assyria, and for inquiring into the customs, sciences, and we may perhaps even add, literature of its people. The documents that have thus been discovered at Nineveh probably exceed all that have been afforded by the monuments of Egypt. But years must elapse before the innumerable fragments can be put together, and the inscriptions, transcribed for the use of those in England and elsewhere, may engage in the study of the cuneiform character." Austin Henry Layard did not know what he had actually discovered, nor the impact of his accomplishments. He could not have known that the Mesopotamian tablets from the Library of Nineveh held not only documents about the history of that people. The clay tablets from Mesopotamia would have an impact that Layard could never imagine. Among all those tablets, one theme stands out: mythological texts. The tablets were clear and explicit. They bear the name of mysterious beings called Anunnaki. The enigmatic myths of Mesopotamia reveal a tapestry of intriguing tales through ancient tablets. One striking aspect is that, unlike the monotheistic narrative of the Bible, these stories are populated with a pantheon of deities. This is especially noticeable in myths such as the creation of humanity and the Great Flood. Let me elaborate on these beings known as the Anunnaki. They are a group of deities revered by the civilizations that thrived in the Fertile Crescent: the Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians. They all held these deities in high esteem. And let's be clear, they were considered gods, with their status recognized in historiography, mythology, and philosophy. Even Zecharia Sitchin referred to the Anunnaki in this way, as gods. And this nomenclature to call the Anunnaki is found in his work, such as the Lost Book of Enki, for example. One important point which few people know is that we do not know the true and legitimate names of the Anunnaki gods. The Mesopotamians called them by their epithets: Enki, Enlil, Inanna, Ninmah, and so on. It has to be crystal clear for you. Enki, for example, is not a name, it's an epithet. It means Lord of the Earth. En means Lord, and Ki means Earth. Unfortunately, most modern theological viewpoint that has emerged in contemporary times. Understanding them as aliens, I believe, is the most accurate stance, considering what the myths themselves say about the Anunnaki. However, I think we should refer to them as extraterrestrial gods or ancient aliens, but without taking away from them the title that our ancestors understood as rightfully attributing to them Anunnaki gods. We will return to this intriguing discussion in the near future and in other videos on the channel. For now, let's circle back to the basics. As we have learned in a previous discussion, the phrase "history begins at Sumer" encapsulates the foundational role of Sumerian civilization in world history. Besides this expression, "the history begins at Sumer" is the title of one famous book of Samuel Noah Kramer. We have also delved into the figure of the biblical God, Yahweh, in 2 earlier videos. Through theological and historical lenses, we examined how this deity, initially one amongst many, evolved into the singular one true and only God that has garnered the devotion of countless believers across the globe. It is here that I can articulate my captivation with this topic and what fuels my relentless pursuit of knowledge. On one hand, there is the theological reflection on the existence of a God, an inquiry that resonates with my innate curiosity and questioning. From my perspective, there must be a deity, the prime mover, the grand architect of the universe. This is even observed in Greek philosophy in Plato's conception of the soul, or in Aristotle, understanding of the prime mover, or the demiurge. Please, I need to remind you that the concept of the demiurge in Greek philosophy, starting with Plato, and also the concept of the prime mover by Aristotle, retains significant differences compared to the concept of the demiurge within Gnostic schools of thought. I must admit that I enjoy studying all these philosophical currents and have an opinion on this matter. But for now, let's stay focused on the subject of the Anunnaki itself. In this video, we still have a lot of content ahead of us. The other perspective regarding the theological path that starts with one God among others and evolves into becoming the only God is the historical odyssey that charts the conception and evolution of a God. Adding spice to this, the discovery of the Library of Nineveh unravels a treasure trove of tablets and stories waiting to be deciphered. But why should we trust these Mesopotamian tablets? And the answer is simple. Because there is the Behistun inscription, which proved to be a Rosetta Stone of sorts. This inscription contains different versions of the same text in various languages, which made it possible to unlock the mysteries of these ancient scripts. And now is everything set to the stage for a journey through time and divine intrigue. Stay with me. One of the trailblazers in translating and deciphering Mesopotamian tablets was the expert who initiated our documentary, George Adam Smith. Over time, other scholars have made this subject their life's pursuit, like Samuel Noah Kramer, Jeremy Allen Black, Irving Finkel, and numerous others whom we won't mention here, so as not to gobble up too much screen time. Now, it's vital to acknowledge that the aforementioned individuals are academics, with many holding professorships and even boasting PhD credentials. Yet, despite their stature, we observe a staggering lack of enthusiasm amongst the general populace for disseminating their work. The academia can and does engage in comparative studies of these myths, and believe me, I've pored over a slew of them. However, they cannot make cross-connections between history, theology, mythology, and philosophy as we, the ardent seekers of knowledge, are capable of doing. The reason lies in the fact that they are bound by the scientific method, with its rigorous standards, shackles that do not bind us. As for myself, I have a bachelor degree in library science and specialize in philosophy and management of people. Yes, my original profession is librarian. Having penned several scientific publications in my field, I can speak with authority on the stringent standards and methodologies of scientific research. It is precisely this adherence to scientific rigor that precludes weaving together these varied threads. Let's embark on this intricate tapestry by circling back to the beginning of our video, where we caught a glimpse of one of the first experts to delve into the translation of these ancient texts, George Smith. Let's unravel how his life was shrouded in mystery, and how he vanished into thin air shortly after the release of his groundbreaking book, The Chaldean Account of Genesis. Born on March 26, 1840, into a working-class family in Victorian England, Smith's journey to becoming a pioneering Assyriologist was as remarkable as it was unexpected. Smith's early life was far from the hallowed halls of academia. At the tender age of 14, he was apprenticed to the London-based Bradbury and Evans as a banknote engraver. Yet his heart was captivated by the ancient world, particularly the Assyrian culture. He spent his lunch breaks at the British Museum, poring over publications about the cuneiform tablets unearthed near Mosul in present-day Iraq. His fascination was so intense that it caught the attention of Samuel Birch, an Egyptologist and director of the Department of Antiquities, who introduced the young man to the renowned archaeologist Sir Henry Rawlinson. Smith's natural talent for cuneiform studies was undeniable. By 1861, he was spending his nights sorting and cleaning the mass of fragile clay cylinders and tablets in the museum's deposits. His first significant discovery came in 1866, when he identified the date of the tribute payment by Jehu, king of Israel, to Shalmaneser III. This breakthrough led to his appointment as senior assistant in the Department of Assyriology in 1870. Smith's most groundbreaking work, however, was yet to come. While preparing inscriptions for publication, he stumbled upon a part of a flood description, strikingly similar to the Genesis account. This discovery was so monumental that the Daily Telegraph of London sponsored an expedition for Smith to find the missing fragment needed to complete the Deluge account. In May 1873, on the 5th day of digging at Nineveh, Smith found the fragment. His subsequent publication, The Chaldean Account of Genesis, 1876, became one of the best-selling books of its time, its revelation sending shockwaves through Victorian society. Smith's work was not limited to biblical parallels. He was the first to discover and translate the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known works of literature. This epic, etched in cuneiform on clay tablets, offered a window into the beliefs, values, and narratives of ancient Mesopotamian society. Smith's translation brought this ancient world to life, allowing modern audiences to connect with our shared human past. Despite his remarkable achievements, Smith's life was cut tragically short. In March 1876, the British Museum sent him on another expedition to excavate the remainder of the library of Ashurbanipal. However, in a small village about 100 kilometers northeast of Aleppo, he fell ill with dysentery. He died in Aleppo on August 19, 1876, leaving behind a wife and several children. Smith's family received an annual grant of £150 directly from the Queen. And isn't it all just peculiar? Isn't it at least intriguing? The circumstances surrounding Smith's death and the annuity granted by the Queen herself, especially considering his research sent shockwaves through society at the time. He passed away so young. He could have made countless contributions to this field of study. Another oddity that warrants attention is the looting that took place at the Iraq Museum following the American invasion in 2003, leading to the incalculable loss of ancient documents. Is there something or someone that wants to keep us from unearthing these records? These are precisely the correlations that I insist on asserting that traditional science will not be able to make. Well, returning to the content of the Anunnaki movie, I can say that we find ourselves in the realm of doubt. Is the Anunnaki movie rooted in reality, or is it a work of fiction? Is the movie and the narrative founded on the tablets discovered in the Library of Nineveh? Beyond academic scholarship of science, one name rises to prominence in conversations about the Mesopotamian tablets, and, above all, the Anunnaki. Zecharia Sitchin. Sitchin cannot be labeled as an Assyriologist, Sumerologist, or even a historian for that matter. His expertise lies in economic history. However, what sets Sitchin apart is his claim to decipher the ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Assyrian tablets. Hailing from Azerbaijan, Sitchin immersed himself in Semitic languages and cuneiform script. For 3 decades, Zecharia Sitchin devoted himself to study before writing his books. It's important to note that, although Sitchin could read Sumerian tablets, he did not translate them himself. Instead, he built upon translations done by others. His magnum opus, entitled The Earth Chronicles, spans across 7 books. These volumes are intricate tapestries woven with copious detail. They encapsulate all of Sitchin's studies and conclusions. This is because Sitchin didn't merely confine himself to Mesopotamian tablets or the mythologies of Sumer, Akkad, and Assyria. He embarked on a global odyssey through various mythologies, scouring for connections and common threads. Years later, armed with more advanced studies, Sitchin delved deeper into Sumerian mythology and drew parallels with traditional religions and other mythologies across the globe. As a sage well-versed in Anunnaki lore and a diligent scholar, Sitchin unveiled what he called the Lost Book of Enki, memoirs and prophecies of an extraterrestrial god. It's imperative that I clarify, this book is a work of fiction. The 14 tablets of the Lost Book of Enki, as depicted by Sitchin, do not, in fact, exist. Zecharia Sitchin crafted a narrative as if it were the autobiographical account of Enki dictated to a master scribe named Endupsar. The Anunnaki films are aimed at unveiling the entire original history of the Anunnaki, as recounted by Enki in his biography, penned by Sitchin. Over recent years, as I have plunged into deep and diligent study, I've come to recognize the colossal significance of Sitchin's work. This is because, based on my deductions and research, there are numerous details presented by Sitchin that cannot be traced back to the original tablets available in museums or on the internet. However, there are other elements that can be verified. And these fragments, which can be corroborated, are shockingly revelatory enough to warrant a complete reevaluation of world history. Nowadays, when we stroll into bookshops and libraries, we are inundated with numerous volumes chronicling the tale of Noah's Ark. We are practically drowning in the deluge of information sources on this topic. There's the Bible, children's books, movies, and documentaries. But why? What's the reason for this obsession? We are essentially narrating a history that has been watered down from its original tapestry, stripped of its most vital elements. And this hasn't been some recent revelation. We've been aware of this for over a century, yet we still perpetuate this fabrication, this contrived narrative, this historical distortion, year after year. But what drives this? What's the underlying motive or vested interest? In this vein, it's imperative that we critically examine the history of the Mesopotamian tablets themselves in relation to the broader history of the region. How did the account of the deluge, an ancient Sumerian artifact from Uruk, end up being relocated to Nineveh, meticulously replicated, and eventually housed within the majestic walls of the royal library? Delving into this matter, we discover a prevalent practice among the Assyrians, wherein they sought out and duplicated Babylonian literary works, consequently enriching their own collection with a substantial portion of these revered ancient texts. In the ancient world, the Assyrians exhibited a keen interest in the intellectual heritage of their southern neighbors, the Babylonians. Recognizing the profound wisdom encapsulated within Babylonian literature, the Assyrians embarked on a systematic endeavor to acquire and replicate these invaluable compositions. Such a method allowed them to build an extensive body of literature, primarily comprised of copies of earlier canonical writings. As Nineveh, the grand capital of the Assyrian Empire flourished as a center of cultural exchange and intellectual pursuit, the royal library emerged as a beacon of knowledge. Within its hallowed halls, countless scribes diligently toiled, meticulously copying the treasured manuscripts procured from Babylonian sources. These skilled craftsmen employed their expertise to reproduce each word and symbol with utmost precision, ensuring the faithful preservation of ancient wisdom. The motivations behind this acquisition and replication were twofold. Firstly, the Assyrians recognized the inherent value of Babylonian literature as a testament to the intellectual prowess of their southern counterparts. By incorporating these esteemed works into their own literary canon, the Assyrians sought to demonstrate their appreciation for the cultural achievements of the Babylonians, while simultaneously augmenting their own cultural heritage. Secondly, the Assyrians were acutely aware of the practical benefits that emanated from this literary exchange. Babylonian texts encompassed a wide array of subjects, including astronomical observations, mathematical treatises, legal codes, and religious rituals. By assimilating these valuable insights, the Assyrians gained access to a vast reservoir of knowledge that contributed to their scientific advancements, legal systems, and religious practices. Moreover, the act of copying and storing these texts in the royal library provided a symbolic testament to the grandeur and intellectual prowess of the Assyrian Empire. It served as a tangible expression of their dominance over the region and their aspiration to be the torchbearers of civilization.
Hi guys, I'm feeling better.
It became
It's good to hear.
where the cumulative wisdom of bygone eras was meticulously preserved, ensuring that future generations would benefit from collective knowledge of antiquity.
Yes, what have I told you before? The world does not start and stop at your convenience.
Bob is going to hear you, Rabbi.
Oh, that's fine.
Very culture that the biblical God, as well as the Bible itself, sprouted.
Oh, I guess you
This is precisely the Anunnaki should be thoroughly explored and shared. I eagerly await the day when our libraries
Yes, sir.
and tours will be adorned with countless copies of the Epic of Gilgamesh, narrating the true tale of the flood, complete with the names of the Anunnaki, Enki, and Lil, and Anu.
Praise
as a
Gilgamesh.
introduction of Yahweh.
Hail Lord Zenu.
Now, concerning this context, I need to briefly clarify something that will be a focal point of our study and analysis in the future.
Hey, Rabbi, can I give you a second? Take a pause.
Yeah, just one moment. I'm doing something, but you can. Just one moment.
It's invariably one of Anunnaki gods, consistently across all text copies, Enlil, who condemns humanity to annihilation with Anu's sanction. And there is always another Anunnaki, the god Enki, who takes it upon himself to warn a man named Ziusudra in some texts, or Utnapishtim, or Atrahasis in others, about the construction of the ark and the impending flood. This god Enki typically provides guidance to Ziusudra without making direct contact, either through a reed wall or in a dream. On this note, there are two additional points worthy of our future exploration. First, in all the original tablets that I've read in English on the internet, from all the texts available in museums around the world, I have never encountered any mention of Galzu or the creator of all things. It seems that this is a notion introduced by Sitchin, who believed the Anunnaki revered a creator predating themselves. I also want to make it clear that, for my part, I also believe in a creator of everything, who is in everything and in all things. For those who are curious about my beliefs, after so much study, I need to say that my view of God is very close to the God presented in Gnostic thought as the ineffable, the unknowable, and that it is only possible to experience it through personal, intuitive experience in a meditative state. This topic is much and with the myths themselves, such as in the case of Enuma Elish, the 7 tablets of Mesopotamian creation. We don't see mention of other gods different from the Anunnaki themselves as the progenitors of life. Similarly, in the flood text, there's no reference Prince de Galzu, as mentioned earlier. George Smith, in his 1876 book, The Chaldean Account of Genesis, reveals that the deity known as Yan personifies the heavens, with his name essentially signifying the heavens itself, the notion of supreme divinity. Furthermore, in this context, within mythology and original history, An and Anu are the same deity, with it being the Sumerian name for the god who was later worshipped in Akkadian culture as Anu. As we've seen, the narrative of the original mythology does indeed diverge from some of Sitchin's ideas. We must, of course, consider an intriguing and no less startling fact in the whole Anunnaki investigation. What if these discrepancies exist because there's a desire to keep us away from the documents that validate the theories and history put forward by Sitchin? Indeed, this is a possibility, but we need to focus on the myths and tablets that are accessible to us, rather than those that are not. Therefore, we will delve deeply into these myths. Here, through the videos on this channel, we will explore this exhaustively. And let me tell you, it won't be a matter of immense pride for me to...
Rabbi?
Just one moment, Joe.
Touched upon earlier, there is no single unified tale regarding the Anunnaki. There isn't just one tablet on the flood or one tablet on the creation of humanity. There are numerous varying myths composed by diverse civilizations of the Fertile Crescent that were housed in the Library of Nineveh.
All right, Joe, how can I help you?
Well, I think that we gotta put, movie night didn't go to plan.
No, it
so
didn't.
we can try tomorrow. I'll just host it for fun.
I'm a little confused as well. And hopefully we get a reason, and if not...
Oh, no, that's, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm just doing it for fun.
Okay.
It's like we were gonna host it, but like, kind of one showed up. And what I mean by that is we all had a few people, but we just had UFC on. We kept lagging. I think I'm the only one with a good, fast enough download to actually play it.
Dude, you're kind of a dumbass by saying that. Then why didn't you do it? I asked you to, and then you literally ran away for 30 minutes.
What I wanted to go do was get food. I just actually forgot.
And you didn't tell... No. You said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. I'll send it. I sent it to you. And then you didn't even tell us that. You just left. And everybody was like, what in the hell is he doing? 3 people came to see you. Hold on. No, 2 people came. I don't mean necessarily to see you, but they were like, where's Joe? One was Jacob, not Jacob. One was, hold on, I'll get his name. James Kaminsky. He came in, he showed us a picture of the sun setting. And then another was, well, we had somebody in there. Oh, wait, 2. Actually, we did have 3 people. Yeah, damn it, you did piss me off about this. We had Vamp come in there, and we had Dumpstar come in there. And at that same time, my computer had to do an update. And everyone was like, yeah, Joe's literally, he just was here. We don't know what happened to him. So for you to be like, I'm the only person who has the download speed to do it, then do it. Quit bitching about it and do it.
Yeah, alright, yeah. Basically, I wanted to grab something. I was trying to contact friends too, because one of them messaged me letting me know they were okay, and I was catching up with them. That was kind of my distraction. And yeah, but whatever. So I'll host a movie tomorrow. If anyone shows up, they'll show up. Because I probably will ensure that it works. Everything, which we still got to see the fight, which was interesting. Was a bit laggy, but still good. And let's see. What was I gonna ask you? Oh, I sent you a thing.
Okay.
It's on,
It's in Telegram?
yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't see it. Let me see. It's the one that you send, the main one that like Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Send it to that one if you can.
It is sent to that one.
Okay. Last thing I have is I sent you 2 streams.
Other declassifications. These tablets are still being investigated.
Dude, I don't have a link from you. I mean, you may have sent it to one of my other accounts, and I understand that. If you can, please. Here.
Well, it's the main one I contact you from. I'm looking at that's 3. That's why, because I contacted you from there.
That's all right.
There.
Cool. A documentation, a moment, ballistic missiles. Just one moment.
Watch it.
That's a really cool video, Joe. Thank you for sending that to me.
I would say it's kind of why I'm worried about my fruits getting blown up, but sure, yeah, no problem. So here's what I'll say. I don't know what is who's all going to show up tomorrow, but
well, Joe, you got to make people aware of it. So, like, send out an invitation.
To the chat?
To whomever. Send them.
To random people.
Joe, come on, man. Joe, come on, man. Joe, you know how to throw an event. You send them DMs. You send it to your chats. You make people aware of it. You give them a time. You give them a place. And then people drive. Even if it's digital or virtual, it's still a way to do it.
I know how to throw a fucking event. I am asking, would you want me to invite the people already in the chat?
Yeah, invite every single person you can find. Every single one. There's not a single person that, like, basically within reason who I can foresee. Send the invitation to as many people as you can.
Okay, so I'll do that. And I will also try to find a couple of people to invite, and I'll just pick out something that everyone will like.
But that does remind me, you did miss 3 people tonight. Dumpstar, Vamp. You don't even know Vamp. She's from Germany, and she's really cool. And And you missed James Kaminsky.
James Kaminsky. Okay.
He showed us an entire.
Tomorrow.
Dude, he showed us an entire sunset. I'm just saying, you're like, well, nobody showed up. Yeah, a lot of people showed up. I mean, at least like, I don't know, 10. That's okay. So what? The one person who you wanted didn't show up. That's okay too.
I made that clear. Let's verify first of all. One, we're having it at 8. It was not 8 when they all showed up. So I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to check it out with family friends. 2, didn't care if it was going to work or that. That would be nice, but whatever. So made that clear. Either way, not a big deal. Second, I'll probably send out messages tomorrow.
Dude, tomorrow's too late. Tomorrow's too late. You just send it to him now.
Or whatever. I mean, I'll host it tomorrow and send out messages.
No, that's too late. You need to give
Okay,
people.
well, sorry, let me verify in every context for you. I will send it out tonight. Then host tomorrow around 8.
Perfect.
Alright, I'm gonna get rest.
Now keep in mind, hold on. If it's a work night, I think 8 Pacific is probably a little too late for someone like Ducky. Think about it. A movie's like 2 hours maybe. She's gonna be up till 1 at the earliest she get to bed. I'm saying maybe like start at 7, I would say.
Sure, why not? 7, 6, 8, I don't really care. Either way. We'll figure it out. I'll let people know. And if it's just Jacob and you, that's fine. I don't really care.
Cool. What movie are we? What movie are we watching? The Truman Show. Sounds like a plan.
I'll see. I'll look into that one and watch a trailer.
Have you never seen The Truman Show?
I don't know anything about it, no.
Dog, then we have to watch The Truman Show. It's about a man whose entire life is broadcast to the world on camera. It stars Jim Carrey. How the fuck haven't you seen The Truman Show? You know what Fred's done.
But yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll probably work a little bit more before I go to bed. But I'll probably just rest for a little bit. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Sound good? If I'm still awake, I'll hop in.
Dude, just stay in here. You just have to stay in here. We're gonna be watching this, and Sproto Gremlin's gonna be coming back in a second. I shouldn't say in a second. He's gonna be awake any second. I should have said.
What the fuck are you watching?
Something.
Like, I don't know. I can't follow one. Is this something in a documentary about fucking some weird cult?
No, it's not a weird cult.
Look, like,
It's like ancient civilizations. I don't know. It's on the Discovery Channel.
To this day, many bear the marks and imperfections of time, with unknown fragments that are impossible to read or translate. So, you might
In 2004, a mysterious rock was found near the Roswell crash site, bearing the same image as a crop circle that was discovered in Chiselton, England, on August 2nd, 1996. On the Roswell rock, you have an almost identical symbol in England. To me, it's very fascinating because it essentially shows that they're trying to somehow communicate with us. So the idea is that perhaps some of these crop circles indeed are messages from elsewhere. And elsewhere, in my opinion, means of extraterrestrial origin. Could it be that some crop formations serve as a medium for extraterrestrial communication? Many crop circle researchers say yes, and suggest further evidence of this can be found by examining the advanced astronomical, scientific, and mathematical equations contained within them. One formation had everyone baffled, and people were saying, what is this? Then a mathematician had a look at it and said, wait a minute, that's a representation of pi, and it's correct, down to 10 decimal places.
It's a representation of pi in a geometric sense. It's kind of interesting because the way you get pi out of it is the lengths of the different arcs in each segment. And what happens is there's these little notches in the spiral that let you know you're at the end of an arc. So you actually have to measure the arc lengths as you go around, and their lengths give you the digits of pi. And there's a little circle to give you the decimal point. So it's a really interesting example of using geometry as a code for representing digits and numbers.
It just shows the level of knowledge, mathematical knowledge, geometric skill that goes into making these things. Many of the most famous crop circles actually derive from fractal patterns. The Mandelbrot set, the Julia set. To make these, you have to have knowledge of math. Mathematics is, of course, the universal language. If we ever encounter aliens, they're not going to speak English or French or German. We'll speak and we'll communicate via mathematics. Could crop circles, some believe, be an attempt from an alien civilization to reach out and communicate with us?
There's a consistent amount of sacred geometry, tetrahedrons, cubes, octahedrons, and even more complex geometric patterns. Many of our best and top scientists are now saying that this geometry is the secret keys to the higher dimensions, and it's right there in the crops, as if they're giving us a trail of breadcrumbs, showing us how to get to the next level as a plant.
Mill Hill, Wiltshire, England, 1991. Steve Alexander, a local photographer, is filming footage of a crop formation from a neighboring hill when he captures a strange metallic light floating in the field below.
What is it? His camera records what seems to be a white auger light flying right across this field, right next to the crop circle. That auger light, whatever it was, flew directly over a tractor working in the next field down. And later on, that farmer was contacted, and he said, I saw this weird auger fly about the size of a melon or something fly over my tractor.
I myself have seen several, and they are astonishing in their brightness. We are dealing with intelligent plasmas that are sending and receiving information for another intelligence of unknown origin.
Orbs of light are a commonly associated phenomenon with crop circles, and this goes all the way back to the story of the mowing devil in 1678.
The sighting of lights is often associated with these phenomena, and they do seem to suggest something we don't understand. The ghost lights, the will-o-the-wisp sightings, represented some
Force of nature we have not entirely acknowledged or given sufficient respect to. Some mystery that we need to come to grips with.
It could be an actual craft, or it could potentially be something like the stylus from an extraterrestrial hand that is somewhere far away, but this light is the projected form of a technology being used from the safety and comfort of space.
We have to imagine an advanced extraterrestrial race sending out orbs of light that are sort of like peepholes for exploration. They come to a planet, they find something interesting, the peephole opens into a portal, perhaps through which these advanced visitors can pass, or perhaps through which a human could even enter and travel to the home planet of the orb. Is this what a crop circle is? To me, the proliferation of wormhole-themed crop circles tells us that this is the method of communication as well as travel of these advanced visitors.
There is a possibility that we are dealing with time travelers. The time travelers are using the crop formations to judge the accuracy of their time travel. So are the crop formations designed for humans at all?
Just what purpose do crop circles serve? Are they landing codes for time travelers, as some crop circle investigators suggest? Or is it possible that they serve as a communication medium? One only meant for us to discover once we evolved enough to discern them from the sky. Winchester, England, April 24th, 2022. A mysterious formation emerges in a field of mustard plants. The perfectly symmetrical design is a phenomenon known as a crop circle. And it is just one of many strange patterns that appear in the English countryside every year.
Crop circles are basically features, designs, illustrations of high complexity in crops. They tend to be complicated designs of unknown origin.
In terms of the patterns themselves, they've been undergoing this amazing sort of ramp up in sophistication. You can find these huge, what they call pictographs, that span hundreds of feet across a whole field and feature multiple components. And they're arranged with mathematical precision.
Crop circles appear in more than 50 countries, and there literally have been thousands of them, maybe over 10,000 crop circles that we're aware of in the modern era. Today, thousands of people visit these formations, including researchers who take measurements of the patterns, collect stalks and soil samples, and record aerial images for further study. Documentation of these mysterious impressions may also include eyewitness accounts of strange lights and objects seen around the same time a crop circle appears. Such accounts have been widely reported since the mid-1960s.
First modern example of the discovery of a crop circle actually being made was by George Pedley in 1966 in Australia. What George Pedley saw was an object rising out of a lagoon, and then the object, you couldn't tell how they did it, the object actually made a pattern in the foliage in a lagoon, a geometric pattern from that object.
He finds a circular area where the grass in the swamp, where the reeds are matted down. This is reported in the Australian press, and they start labeling these nests or lime saucer nests.
I got a cookie and I'll get food.
Years. There is evidence that these mysterious formations have been appearing in farmers' fields for centuries. Hertfordshire, England, 1678. A woodcut pamphlet called The Mowing Devil is published that portrays a devilish figure creating a circle in a field of oats. It
refers to a supposed story of a farmer that saw these mysterious lights in a field. And the next morning when he went out there, he found these circular depressions in his land, actually within the crop. The stalks were broken, but they were falling over. And people even started to blame the devil, what was called the mowing devil.
While the mowing devil woodcut attributed the mysterious crop formation to an evil entity, 200 years later, English scientist John Cameron applied his scientific analysis to what he witnessed in 1880 when he proposed that a cyclonic wind of unknown origin created perfectly circular patches of flattened crops. Calvert might be the first person to connect crop circles to what we today call UAPs or UFOs, because he's describing some kind of a whirlwind that is coming out of the sky and is having this effect on the ground. It's creating what we call a crop circle. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that ancient, along with modern crop circle accounts, provide evidence that these strange formations may be connected to visitations by otherworldly beings. The eyewitnesses who have reported seeing crop circles manifest have described some extraordinary phenomena. They describe tubes of light swirling in beams of light, very famously documented as balls of light flying across the field that were actually seen to lay across flat within a space of only a couple of inches that were thought to producing one of those designs. Many researchers suggest there are now enough reports of unusual activity around crop circles to disprove a highly publicized claim made over 30 years ago that all such formations are man-made. Wiltshire, England, May 19th, 1999. U.S. billionaire and philanthropist Lawrence Rockefeller establishes a grant to assist with one of the largest studies of crop circles in history. The donation reflects the growing interest in the scientific study of how and why crop circles are created.
There was a scientist by the name of W.C. Levengood who did some very, very interesting work at various sites in South Africa where crop circles appeared in the 1990s. And he found some very strange things going on. For instance, he found that some of the stalks were blowing out, which he felt was only replicable by microwave radiation. Also found traces of other forms of radiation. And he even found that some of the coal would yield much better growth if it was actually taken from a crop circle formation.
Dr. Levengood noticed that inside the crop circle,
You're living with HIV and not on the talk to your doctor about it. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. We're sponsored by Gilead Science. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
To accelerate plant growth. Scientists were astounded that the radiation research of crop circles led to new innovations in plant growth. Radiation was
Juicy Juice is almost
or some so-called ghost formations, where the stark impression of a crop circle long after the field cleared.
There's photographic evidence of many examples where people have turned up after they've harvested the crop, and they can still see elements of the design persisting. Several people have come forward.
revealing this negative, the crop formation that had been there the previous year.
For ancient astronaut theorists, the appearance of aerial phenomena, along with the emergence of ghostly pre-existing patterns, supports the theory that some parts of them are not imagination, but instead an extraterrestrial creation, and linked to specific features in certain formations that may explain their purpose. Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. Deep in the Brisbane Water National Park is a mysterious site known as the Gosford Glyphs. The site consists of two massive 8-foot-high walls engraved with over 300 ancient carvings. Carvings that experts say do not resemble indigenous artwork, but Egyptian hieroglyphs. In 2016, Georgia Sucros met with local astronaut theorist Strong to get a first-hand look at the enigmatic carvings at the Gosford Glyphs. Wow! That's incredible.
I had no idea. I mean, this looks totally different.
What do these hieroglyphs say?
Most skilled, most undeniable, most athletic, most daring, most sharing, most caring, most not aware, most undeniably, sophisticated, handsome, skilled, hilarious, funny, gifted, God-given. Say something.
He actually said some of these translations are to be
Skilled and gifted.
that doesn't understand it all that get them on track. Medical preservation and how old do you reckon these are? I think he at least it's got full fantasy. Wow. Underneath hieroglyphs that's thing down to you. Yeah, that's all down here.
I'm not gonna say shit back, cuz I'm right here. What you talking about? How many times is a Jesus believing motherfucker? And he said something back.
He's got the
How many fucking
rage,
times
whatever you want to call it.
has he said a fucking mumbling
He
word?
suggested that he said, well, this is not a UFO. He said, well, there is a symbol that, but certainly not that.
Has she ever said a fucking thing back to you?
There's upside down.
Ask the question. How many times?
It's one of those symbols here that doesn't have to be chemical.
In your opinion, why do you think the Egyptians made it all the way to Australia?
I think that was
He ain't said a fucking word.
definitely.
Time. So we gonna watch good innocent people get
The ancient
cancer.
Egyptians, we have stories and Aboriginal stories about their arrival and about their visit long before Europeans had arrived here.
It's not supposed to be
Naturally,
fucking
we would have shared ceremony with these people because they have the same similar beliefs as our people. The Egyptians had that same spiritual connection to the sky world.
From the broadcast.
Many stories from all over this continent, not just from
Fuck that motherfucker.
here, but all over this continent.
Probably in the most
Talk about those who came by the sea and came to these continents. And some of our knowledge and technology went back with them. And if you do some of the research in the last pyramids that they found boomerangs made from iron bark from here. And they have hieroglyphs of black fellas throwing the boomerang to take out the ducks and the geese. Now, the question would be, why would they paint us and carve us someday look if they didn't have it.
Stop typing till we track that perpetrator down.
Irrigation was not significant, they wouldn't have had it. It must have been significant in order to have
Aboriginal artifacts found in Egypt,
Scary ass motherfucker.
hieroglyphs found in Australia.
This shit get escalated fast.
Like the continent has actually served as a pilgrimage site for visitors seeking a direct connection to the so-called gods.
And it drives me fucking crazy, but I got no choice. Because if I do something stupid that fucks my life over, then they win. Then they get the satisfaction of watching my downfall. So I can't do it. So I can't do it. So I can't spend the rest of my life in
2013,
and let me tell you guys something.
on the west side of the Trinidad Canada Lake, researchers take samples from a layer of white carbonate covering petroglyphs carved into limestone boulders. Radiocarbon tests performed by the University of Colorado Boulder revealed that the petroglyphs were etched between 10,500 and 14,800 years ago, making them the oldest petroglyphs ever found in North America.
Winnemucca Lake is popular site of petroglyphs date all the way back to 8,000 BC. That is amazing because right here in America, we have absolute proof of a civilization that predates the fertile crescent of Mesopotamia by over 3,000 years. There's nothing else like it.
Looking at some of these petroglyphs, and you've got to wonder if these are being drawn by early Americans who are interacting with extraterrestrials and then drawing what they think they see.
The petroglyphs themselves, the actual designs, we also find very beautiful formations, including spiral. This is something that I see very consistently in many ancient cultures. It is often associated with the shape of galaxies. They may be where
phone calls never called that I open up my cell phone.
Why did they make these things?
This has given rise to the belief that every civilization that lost to the fog of time. This inevitably sort of raises the question, does the human race go in cycles? You know, we're a warlike species. Will we one day be in somebody's memory and somebody's folklore? They think they're the first.
With these petroglyphs that predate even the earliest known Native American tribes, the evidence of an ancient lost civilization. And so, my mother even word from Mount Secrets lie hidden in North America, waiting to be discovered.
I'm looking at me smoking a huge dab if I'm a shorty.
The Grand Canyon, located in the American Southwest. The western look is 277 miles long and a mile deep. Much of it is remote and rarely traveled.
I didn't know I'm thinking we're gonna smoke dab. I'm not paying attention to metrics and statistics. I should.
And explore nature moved through the Colorado River.
Because I can't say no.
Notice stakes to the sediment on the east wall of a canyon door. According to his account, when he stopped in the first book, he found the tentacle of an AK.
King saw what he thought was an ancient gold bush as he climbed up onto the walls of the canyon to investigate it. What he really discovered was not an ancient mine, but a labyrinth of rooms, of tunnels cut into the side of the canyon that went back hundreds, even thousands of feet.
Through passageways radiating from the main chamber, he found stone tablets of Egyptian-style hieroglyphics. He also came to another chamber, and it contained a marble carved statue of Buddha
sitting in a lotus posture, holding a lotus in each hand. There was all kinds of statues made of bronze and mummies as well. He described them as Egyptian and Tibetan kind of things. So therefore, he believed he had discovered some vast secret city and treasure inside the Grand Canyon. Anxious to spread the news of this extraordinary find, King reportedly made his way to Phoenix, where he told his story to a reporter for the local newspaper. He then contacted his employer, the Smithsonian Institution. It's an archaeologist named Jordan, and Jordan then examined the caves. The Smithsonian allegedly began excavating and removing the artifacts out of the secret caves, and supposedly they were all sent back to Washington, D.C. But mysteriously, there was no follow-up to the story, and G.E. Kincaid was never heard from again. The caves were apparently sealed up, metal doors and gates built over them. The National Park now denies any knowledge or existence of these caves or cave entrances. If you talk to the Smithsonian today, they will deny any knowledge of the secret city in the Grand Canyon, or that an archaeologist named Jordan worked for the Smithsonian. In fact, especially the knowledge of the secret city in the Grand Canyon has completely disappeared from history.
No scene, no energy in a dark room. Texting my fucking family. They're wondering where I'm at. I fucking leave them undelivered. Wake up. After jacking off my fucking wall.
Located on the Yucatan Peninsula are the ruins of an ancient Mayan city that thrived from 750 to 1200 AD. It was here in 1969 that Eric Fondazian had an amazing realization involving the city's central pyramid of El Castillo.
Understanding the body's great pyramid, I understood nothing. I took every possible industrial from a Central American archaeologist to learn what this is all about. I'll fucking destroy the whole family for this shit. And then I learned again. They are talking of visitors from outside because they call them gods. According to the ancient Mayan myths, their main deity was Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan, all those different names for the exact same deity, which was described to be a winged or a flying serpent or a flying snake. Whatever it was that they saw in the sky could best be described as a flying snake.
When we're looking across the world, Chichen Itza is a very important location. It is one of those places where it is said that the gods descended to and decreed the state of mankind. There is one specific pyramid out in Castillo where you see an intricate light show happening on specifically the equinoxes, March 21st and September 21st.
In the early morning, you see the sun rising up. And while the sun goes up, you see on the stairway light and shadow, triangle light and shadow. They are produced because the light and shadow triangles slowly go down the pyramid until the sun is up there. The message is absolutely clear. God Kukulkan visited the earth and disappeared again with the promise to return in a faraway future. So they have given this all information of the return of God into their temple.
I think this is one of the great things which Eric has done, not just in the story of Chichen Itza, but of so many other aspects of
kind of places in this world as well. Provide the focuses on certain detail that says, look, this is important. This is a detail which is extremely difficult to create. This is something which traditional archaeology tends to overlook.
By making a connection between ancient Maya's knowledge of astronomy and their precise architecture, Eric von Däniken was convinced that there was much more to his ancient alien hypothesis than he had imagined. For further proof, he looked to another Mayan temple, one that housed what some say was the first ancient astronaut, Lord Pakal.
The ancient Mayan city of Palenque was a tomb that was discovered in the 1950s. And inside the tomb, a lid, the sarcophagus, or what it's called. And the lid is very highly decorated with a picture of Lord Pakal and during the
almost like a nice musical side. He has some kind of oxygen mask. He uses his upper hand to manipulate the knot. You see his lower hand. He manipulates some controls. He's sitting on a kind of chair in a sort of capsule.
When Eric looked at that lid, he saw a Mayan king in a rocket ship. And that guy was returning to the stars, going back into space. It was an exciting interpretation, and it was one of the main things in Charity's synagogue. And when other people looked at that lid and saw his explanation, they had to agree with him.
Could Eric von Däniken be correct? Was Lord Pakal really an extraterrestrial who visited Earth in the distant past? One that perhaps shared highly advanced knowledge with mankind. Central America. In western Honduras lie the impressive ruins of the ancient Maya city of Copan. And though Copan's temples, pyramids, and monuments rank among the most important of any Mayan sites, researchers looking to explain the incredible achievements of the Mayas have been drawn to a 72-step structure known as the Hieroglyphic Stairway.
The hieroglyphic stairway at Copan was constructed in the early 700s AD with the intent of finding out the history of Copan at that time. And so it was designed as a public monument to the glory and success of all the kings from Yakubu all the way to the 13th. Commissioned to be built.
Carved into 1,200 stones in the massive monument, the ancient Maya symbols known as glyphs make up what historians believe is one of the oldest and most sophisticated systems of writing. But for centuries, the glyphs found throughout Mesoamerica were undecipherable. Then, in 1880, German librarian and anthropologist Ernst Forsman cracked the code. Ernst Forsman was a librarian at Dresden, and at his desk he kept one of the 4 Maya books the Dresden Codex. He was a brilliant mathematician and extremely logical, and had enormous insights. And at a time when we couldn't read a single Maya hieroglyph, he was able to figure out the Maya calligraphy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're right, dude. Let it out, dude.
Hieroglyphic writing is very robust, and that's because it's really complex. There are little graphs are really pictures that represent higher words. So, for example, the jaguar could be written with just the head of the jaguar. And yet we have these we call phonetic complements. And these are glyphs, they're images that represent sounds.
According to interpretations of the hieroglyphic stairway, the glyphs chronicle not only the history, but also the origin of the ancient Maya rulers.
The hieroglyphs were really attached to what was important to LT at the time, and that was lineage, the genealogy of the they went out of their way to demonstrate how they were connected to their ancestors and the gods of their ancestors to establish their rights.
This is a picture I took of the sculpture of Washington
and the fatigue and the warmth of the shower. My head is against the wall, and I can't move. And I was glued to just shooting ropes around the bathroom stall. And I'm just fucking laying there, exhausted as shit. I can't figure out my future. I want to do better, but I don't know what else to do. I'm supposed to go here, I'm supposed to go there. I don't know where I'm supposed to go, but I'm scared. And I'm trying to be the best person I can be.
But just what was the source of power and authority behind the Mayan priests and kings? Revealed that other worlds lay true to their origin, and the Mayan themselves maintained ancient astronaut theorists believe the answer is yes. We have to think about today where the origin of the priesthood come from. And the origin is nothing else than the initial cabal of priests. They were all in contact with extraterrestrials, and that's what they were revered. Our ancestors thought you were God because they didn't understand the nuts and bolts aspects behind those things. But when it all comes down to it, it was all a huge misunderstanding in a way to keep the common people in place. Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula, for over 2,000 years, rented French jungle plains, served as the home of one of the ancient world's greatest civilizations, the Maya. Scholars estimate that between 250 and 900 AD, the Mayan population consisted of between 15 to 20 million people and extended as far south as Costa Rica and Guatemala. Archaeological evidence suggests the Maya were one of the first ancient people to develop a written language used modern mathematical methods and built massive multi-story celestial observatories, all at a time when Europeans were struggling through the so-called Dark Ages. The Maya are considered one of the great advanced civilizations with hyper advanced astronomy, astrology, trigonometry, architecture, all these things while Europeans were inside all around the planet. But perhaps the most fascinating Mayan achievement was their system of charting the stars and planets in the form of a calendar. Keeping up with time was fascinating power to Mayans. They were tracking and predicting Venus, phases of the moon, eclipses, but they also tracked precession, which is an extraordinarily long cycle. What it means is that every year, on say March 15th, the Canadians rise for the first time in the sky. If you wait 72 years, the day of the rising of the Canadians will be one day early. If you wait another 72 years, it will be a day earlier still. If you wait 26,000 years, the being able to move back to that same day. According to scholars, the Maya believed that time, like the stars, would repeat patterns called calendar cycles, and that these cycles could be used to predict future events. One of these calendar cycles, the Mayan long count, lasts for 5,125 years and will end on December 21st, 2012. But why did the Maya choose this day? And what did they believe was happening to our world? Perhaps the clue found in an astronomical phenomenon located at the center of
Could the fact that the mile-long count calendar ends on the same day as this rare alignment in the Milky Way galaxy be a coincidence? And is this advanced understanding of celestial cycles really come from ancient Mayan astronomers observing the stars with only their naked eyes?
The Mayans believed that this knowledge came to them from their gods, and the gods that existed in the stars. So is it possible that these gods could have been extraterrestrials? The answer to that question is yes, it's possible.
According to the Mayan themselves, this knowledge was not something that they came up with. It was given to them as a gift from the gods. The gift back then was not material stuff, it was knowledge. Knowledge is the currency of the universe. Planet Earth, 65 million years ago. An 8-mile-wide asteroid hurtles towards the planet at approximately 12 miles per second. It strikes the region now known as the Yucatan Peninsula with a force of 100 million megatons of TNT. According to mainstream science, this catastrophic event forever changed the climate and the topography of Earth and ended the reign of the dinosaurs.
The object that came in was 8 or 10 miles in diameter. That impact dug a deep hole, wafted material into the atmosphere, black dust, which shrouded the planet in darkness for a month, maybe for a couple of years.
So at a time in which sunlight was simply shut out from the Earth's surface, and photosynthetic organisms like plants would begin to die.
The plant-eating dinosaurs would have nothing to eat and would have died off. The meat-eating dinosaurs would then have nothing to eat either. And this might have lasted anywhere from 5 to 10 years. How quickly the extinction took place is a matter of debate.
But is it possible that some species of dinosaur actually survived this cataclysmic event? And not only survived, but thrived for several thousands or even millions of years. Perhaps clues can be recovered near a crater where scientists believe the giant asteroid struck the Earth, right in the heart of what is now the Yucatan Peninsula. Today, less than 90 miles from the epicenter of the asteroid impact, lies one of the largest and best preserved cities of the ancient Maya, Chichen Itza.
You have to wonder if it's not some strange coincidence that the same spot, the Yucatan, which experienced this devastating asteroid strike, which caused extinction of the dinosaurs, is also the main habitation area of the ancient Maya.
Chichen Itza is said to have been the place where the Mayans made contact with the gods. And I find it an extraordinary coincidence of all the potential places around the Gulf of Mexico which they could have chosen. They took a place where literally something fell from the sky 65 million years ago. And the Mayans believe that this contact with the gods, this contact with the sky, happened there up until the most recent of time. And so what we have here is either a coincidence or something else going on. And maybe there's something else, so it's something which hardly anybody has touched upon. But I think that it's something which really needs to be explored in far more detail.
In the Mayan area and other areas of Mexico, there are curious depictions of dinosaurs. There's pterosaurs, there's a famous dinosaur that appears in one of the paintings at Bonaparte. So you have to wonder just how the Mayans knew about dinosaurs. Supposedly dinosaurs have been extinct for millions of years.
But if, as mainstream scientists believe, dinosaurs have been extinct for millions of years before the evolution of mankind on this planet, then what would explain the wealth of Mayan art depicting interactions between humans and what appear to be dinosaurs, found in the very area where they supposedly died off?
Books are spitting on dicks and
At the San Agustin Archaeological Park in Colombia, South America, ancient astronaut
get me started with you. Don't even. I'm not gonna end the stream. You end the stream, dude. You end your stream. Fuck your shit at
theorist David Childress, and he's two experts
your shit at stream, dude.
from the Iran are investigating what they believe to be compelling evidence of a
pussy. Fuck you. You fuck me. This hurts. I gave a fate to you.
influence in this area more than 2,000 years ago.
Took all that shit away.
So here, have a look at this dome and it.
I'm 6'3", 199, dude. Listen to me, dude. How the fuck do y'all want this shit to end, blood?
What do you say?
Wow, there's a central deity flanked by two doorkeepers. But these doorkeepers are not human or even humanoid. They look like Nagas, the serpentine reptilian shapeshifters.
They have the serpentine head there.
These are definitely snakes. You can see the scales on the body, you see the lines. And what's even more interesting, and it seems almost like we have a hood on top of them, which is characteristic of cobras. And cobras don't exist in America. How did this motive get here?
93 million
Believe it or not, we still have the same depiction in many Southeast Asian countries, and I have pictures of it.
Right.
Yeah, this is a temple. This is in Thailand. You can see, and this is being guarded by two Nagas.
I see that, and they have the ribs on the side, just like this.
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
I'm saying, you fucking tell me.
And you know, there's yet another characteristic feature that you would really love. These are feathered serpents, like Kukulkan.
The feathered serpent of Kukulkan.
And it's flanking on the pyramid.
So perhaps the origin of the legend of Kukulkan is coming from the Naga.
Yes.
Kukulkan, the Mayan god that is most famously depicted on the Temple of El Castillo in Chichen Itza, the one described as a feathered serpent that descended to earth from the sky. But as far as many ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, depictions of the god Kukulkan are not merely depictions of a flying serpent, as many mainstream archaeologists believe, but those spacecraft. And they cite the presence of a humanoid face, often seen emerging from the mouth of the serpent, as really a depiction of a helmeted astronaut piloting a large flying space.
Jesus Christ, I'll keep you in the stream. If that guy, listen to me, dude, if you literally type, I am your Jesus Christ, I'll keep you in the stream.
Similar to what is known as a Vimana in the Hindu tradition.
David Mahaprabhu can see very advanced flying machines which are called Vimanas.
I hope you never sleep peacefully.
It's clearly established that the gods come down from the sky using Vimanas. It is also talked about in Mayan culture. There are several types of Vimanas that you yourself have published. And there's a type of Vimana with tail fins, correct?
Yeah, the Shakuna Vimana has wings.
Yeah.
The other Vimana.
At discount time,
GTS.
And what's really fascinating is that in the Gold Museum in Bogota, we have the same vimanas made of gold, correct? These are just
the gold airplanes there.
In 1890, two robbers came upon a great site along Colombia's Magdalena River, dating back an estimated 1,500 years. Inside, they discovered hundreds of small gold figurines. Hundreds of these small gold objects have been found, many of which are rooted in the animal kingdom. 17 eerily look like modern-day airplanes. The wings are attached at the bottom. Birds, they have their wings attached where we have our shoulders, like this. So, no formation in the animal kingdom exists in the form of these Kibaya artifacts. And in 1996, two engineers took a couple of these ancient artifacts, blew them up to this size, put a propeller inside, threw it up in the air, and it flew.
Seriously, dude, you don't have to make 20 accounts.
Summoning the demon, artificial intelligence, and the image of the beast at this time out. Coast to coast.
Stop being a bit. I need a wellness check. Your family needs a wellness check. I don't look.
Gold is pushing all the time. Actually, there are goods for that. The cost of goods continue to rise despite interest rate controls by the Fed. It's January 2021. The cost of living is up.
Copan, Honduras. This ancient site, located deep in the jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, served as one of the most important city centers of Mayan Empire. The Maya thrived between 2000 BC and
Have you diversified your savings yet? Secure a portion of the gold for the virtual next coast to 98,
980, and are celebrated for having a vast knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, writing, and architecture.
The Maya were one of the longest lasting and most expansive civilizations that our planet has ever known. Geographically, they covered an area from the top of the Yucatan Peninsula and the Caribbean all the way down to the Pacific coast of Guatemala. It led into what's now today Mexico and Honduras. It was thought that the great city of Copan at one time covered an area like 10 square miles, something like 20,000 people. But sometime in the 9th century, this incredible Mayan city was abandoned as people vanished, and it was swallowed by the jungle overgrowth. The ruins of Copan include dozens of elaborately carved stone statues, or stelae, depicting Copan, semi-divine rulers. These larger-than-life figures, covered with hieroglyphic writings, provide an intriguing account of how ancient cultures revered the heavens. Copan is a place where even the archaeologists agree that the celestial realm was built on Earth in order to show as above, so below. And in Copan, we have that in-between level right there laid out in this amazing archaeological structure. October 2019. Ancient astronaut theorist Giorgio Tsoukalos travels to Copan to meet up with renowned Mayan archaeologist David Sinat, who has been involved in the excavation of the site for more than 3 decades.
David, great pleasure to meet you.
Well, I've been looking forward to this. I'm sure you have a lot to say. Yes, I do. So, David, what are we looking at here?
Well, this is the Great Plaza. It's over 100 meters larger than a football field. And it's the southern portion of the Great Plaza where the majority of the great standing stone giants that you come to see are located.
On the grounds at Copan are 15 of what are called stelae. The most well-known of these
were built during the 36-year reign of ruler Washarlahu Uba Kawil, better known by the nickname 18 Rabbit. This is the first time I'm standing next to one of these. Absolutely incredible. What do the glyphs say about this particular statue or stele? Here.
This is all a representation of the 13th ruler, whom we have nicknamed 18 Rabbit, and they show him taking on the persona of the high god of Kopan, Chanteahau, who was a sky god. They simply the motifs on his headdress and other attributes show that he is a sky deity.
This is amazing to me because here we have not only a statue depicting something, which is a picture, a carved picture. On the sides, we have writing, glyphs carved, that speak of a sky deity. Now, when I look at something like this, I'm immediately reminded of misunderstood technology. Because imagine if a people who are intelligent, yet their technological frame of reference from 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, we have to admit, was primitive. Not their intelligence, their technological frame of reference.
Of course, let me just add to that everything shows his connectedness of the cosmos and this living space of mankind in all of its senses.
And by the way, I have seen that headdress right there elsewhere on planet Earth, and that is in Mesopotamia, where you have Enki and the goddess Ishtar with the exact or similar type headdress. And by the way, Enki and Ishtar, too, were sky gods. So you have these references of sky gods, not just here, not just in Mesopotamia, but in each and every ancient culture, regardless of content. So the fact that we have these examples worldwide leads me to think that it was a flesh and blood extraterrestrial whom our ancestors misinterpreted as being God. Why? Because they came from the sky. Arthur C. Clarke said it best when he said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Imagine showing your great-great-grandfather your smartphone.
Right, that's right.
All of a sudden, you become a magician, a wizard.
When we talk about technology, I imagine someday in the future that the technology will be such that we'll be able to scan this stele here, and that we see the resonances that are inside the crystalline structure of the stone. In other words, that these were great memory chip banks.
And it will need to be standardized across the globe so that your authentication is valid anywhere you go, which, by the way, plays into the one world government.
Sure does.
So we have to see if one world government takes shape, and then it has to issue the digital authentication.
McMurdo Station, Antarctica, located on the southern peninsula of Ross Island. This is the largest research station on the continent. It was opened by the U.S. government in 1956 and houses up to as many as 1,200 residents at a time. In January of 2015, a U.S. Navy flight engineer who served with the Antarctic Development Squadron at McMurdo for 14 years came forward to investigate a reporter, Linda Moulton Howe, with bizarre accounts of his time in Antarctica.
In January 2015, I got an email from a retired naval flight engineer. He's asked me to call him only Brian in the world public. And this is what he told me. From about 1983 to when he retired from the Navy in 1997, he was in all kinds of what they call Antarctic Squadron expedition missions that included rescuing people in and out of various places. And all these trips, nothing of a high strangeness had occurred, and then all of a sudden it was one thing after another. During the squadron missions in the Transantarctic Mountains, the whole crew saw a whole bunch of silver darting objects, and they are round. And he says they're doing the strangest thing. They're going like to this peak in a group, to this peak in a group, to this peak in a group, and then they'd all take off. And not only did this happen once, it happened over and over.
According to the informant, this was just one of many strange mysteries on the continent that he witnessed during his time there.
They get an assignment not long after. There's a medical emergency. They are now under the gun, the clock is ticking, and a decision was made. They're going through the no-fly zone because it's a medical emergency. And what do they see? In the ice, like a huge entrance to a cave, but slanted going down. And he said, I think it was at least 200 feet in diameter. Big hole in the ice. And he said, our instruments are not operating. We were losing electricity. We had magnetic anomalies. And we concluded there's something about this hole that is now causing these problems. They do their medical recovery, and the next thing they know, they're all being chewed out by men in suits that are not from Roberto. They appear to be from Washington, D.C., and as he said, they told us that we are never, ever to fly over that hole, and we are never to discuss it again. What is that about? And does that have anything to do with all these other pieces that keep emerging? That there might be something archaeological in Antarctica?
According to ancient astronaut theorists, this was not the first time a massive hole has been spotted in the ice of Antarctica. Famous polar explorer Admiral Richard Byrd allegedly reported seeing a massive entrance to an underground world during his 1947 expedition to the South Pole.
Admiral Byrd made a lot of unusual statements, allegedly talking about a large opening at the South Pole that went deep inside the Earth's ice free and was inhabited by various sorts of aliens. And when Byrd got back to the United States, he was brought back to Washington, where he was questioned very heavily about his statements. And allegedly he was told to stop talking about this. You have to wonder, is the South Pole some kind of extraterrestrial entry zone? Some kind of portal that's so important that it has to be controlled by the military?
While it may seem unthinkable that pyramids could exist in Antarctica, in recent years, archaeologists have found pyramids all over the world that had been lost for centuries, mistaken as natural formations, or hidden in the most unlikely places. They have been discovered in the plains of northern Peru, buried beneath dirt and rubble in Indonesia, and one may even exist in Los Angeles, California.
Something got there by rail. I would find evidence of pyramids trial coffee in the background. We should start looking at the possibility that there was habitation on Antarctica. Was it actually the ancient astronauts? And just maybe the earliest monuments of our own civilization came from Antarctica. If this gigantic pyramid in Antarctica is an artificial structure, it would probably be the oldest pyramid on our planet. And in fact, it might be the master pyramid. All the other pyramids on planet Earth were designed to look like. They had extensive research done on pyramids throughout the world. This structure being analyzed today was and one of the theories is that pyramids are pyramids.
different places around the world. They say this chart with tops that okay, and to extend whatever around that is basically a wireless transmission of energy. You have a 50-year-old ancient ships, extraterrestrials, and with high technology.
What up, Bitcoin Obama? You a pimp, baby. Bitcoin Obama's a pimp. How are you, baby?
And other pyramid-shaped formations. Something photographed in Antarctica of extraterrestrial visitation to our planet in the remote past. And they are actually how such a thing even possible in a place that has been very big the ice for over 1,200 years. According to recent astronaut theories, Antarctica may not have been a frozen continent for as long as mainstream scientists suggest. And they say proof can be found by examining a 500-year-old depicting a continent without any ice. You sound like a 20-year-old. October 2015. Announced that despite years of health lives, they have now found that the ice is 4 years, averaging 8 billion tons a year. Is currently adding ice to both of the continents, but at the same time, glaciers are rapidly melting. You sound like you don't even sound attractive. Ain't no girl with like you. Ain't no girl with like you. As much as 60 cubic kilometers of ice. You just sound of 70,000 Empire State Buildings is disappearing into the ocean each year. That is not attractive. And you have a squeaky ass voice. It's not even manly. It's not even manly. Not one bit. Not one bit. What do you want? You should be having your life should be put together right now. 20 years old. Yes, that's 20 years old.
With that being said, shouldn't you have your whole life right now?
I'm still in school.
Right, but I'm saying you're about to graduate though, so I mean, shouldn't you have some idea of what you're going to do?
What?
Shouldn't you have some idea what you're going to do since you're about to graduate?
Oh, I'm going to trade school.
What are you going to trade? Pokemon cards?
Perhaps even tools with which civilization was built.
You do not know me.
Would you say it's your greatest skill?
What's your greatest skill? Playing Fortnite?
Yeah, I'm a top Fortnite player in the world. So yeah, that's
Shut the fuck up.
just watch your mouth, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up.
Watch your yeah, shut trap. Shut your yapping trap. Thank you very much. Why do you think you're so toxic? Is it from your piece of shit dad?
You did not eat that. I don't know what type of rhyme that was. I don't know what you was trying to do, but that did not eat.
You mean it didn't eat? I was asking you why do you have the coke?
No, I'm talking about how you was trying to rap and you didn't eat at all.
Who's trying
Not
to
once, not whatsoever.
Why are you thinking about food so much? Is that because you're overweight as shit? I don't get this. Maybe you should have stopped thinking about food. Yeah, we could have used some call-outs, dude. You were playing shittier than gay dance, so now we're all fucking dead. Who the fuck is people, by the way? It's 2024, dude. Watch your mouth.
What Caucasian fuck?
Excuse me, can you stop being racist?
I do not give a fuck about white people at all.
What did they do?
White people are worse. What are you talking about?
Why can't they hear myself? Why are they so worse?
What?
Why are they so worse?
Caucasian people?
Yeah, why?
Caucasian people are ugly as fuck. They are not attractive.
You sound ugly as shit.
Definitely not.
Alright, then why are you so ugly?
I get niggas. Thank you very much.
What does that even mean?
You can't relate. You don't get no bitches.
Well, I would never say a racial slur, so no, I can't relate.
Racial slur where?
You just said the N-word. What my mama said was that no one can say no word without.
Probably because I'm black. Yeah, you can't say it because you're Caucasian.
But mama said that.
It's not a slur. If I can say it, you can't say it.
But mama said that as long as that one person can't say it, that no one can say it.
What?
I said, but mama said that if one person can't say it, then
Mama? Ain't nobody give a fuck about your mom. The fuck? Ain't nobody was asking about your mom.
Why are you being so mean to my mom?
You brought your mom into. I didn't bring your mom into shit. You was talking about your own mother. The fuck? And I'm just saying, get your mom out of the conversation. The fuck?
But my mama said that no one should be racist and
nobody gives a fuck about your mom, like I said. Again.
But my mama said that no one should really be worried about someone.
But like I said, no one gives a fuck about your mom. Like I'm confused.
But my mama said that as long as no one said that they didn't give a fuck, that meant they did give a fuck. Because if they did, then they would never said it in the first place.
What are you talking about? You brought your mom into this shit, and I'm saying I don't give a fuck about your mom. That's what I'm saying.
But that's disrespectful because what my mama said was that.
But nobody gives a fuck about your mom, and that's your mom. The fuck?
I don't understand because you should
give a fuck about your own mom.
I do.
Why are you bringing her into the fucking conversation if I don't give a fuck about her?
I'm saying, but why you disrespect my mama? Is that because your mama a fat piece of shit?
No, my mom is actually a very healthy woman.
So why are you so overweight?
I'm actually.
Sound like you actually are.
What does overweight even sound like?
My mom said that overweight sounds like when someone sounds like when.
Why do you keep bringing your dumbass mom into the shit? No one gives a fuck about your mom.
Why do you have to insult my mama? I didn't insult your mama even though she raised an obese guy.
What is this? What is this like? You talking different, like talk normal. You don't even sound right.
I got people in front of me together. Come over here. Alright, thank you for the call. Let's engage him. Alright, engaging these nuts, motherfucker. They got mythics. Be careful. Alright, thank you.
You gonna let him disrespect you like that?
My mama said
talk to you like that?
Disrespect your whole life.
You gonna let me disrespect you?
No, because I know how to defend myself. Unlike you.
My mama said that.
Thanks.
Bro, no one gives a fuck about your dumbass mom.
It sounds like you're the only one mad about what my mama said. Let me ask you something, why are you so mad about what my mama said?
Nobody gives a fuck.
Bro, what is this winner? Can you tell him no one gives a fuck about his mom? Like, he keeps bringing his mother into this shit. Thank God you made all I should have been told that.
I'm trying to concentrate too, guys. No, I said that when someone trying to concentrate. You always got to share that about that.
Yeah, let me get it.
My mama says that.
Caucasian.
Bitch ass motherfucker. This sounds like you motherfucker. Keep it fucking up. So maybe 5 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn, everything. Y'all make us. All right. My mama said when I was young, laggy ass motherfucker, you know, sweet.
Way better.
My mama said when you deal with a bitch ass motherfucker, that bitch ass dude. I hope my mama doesn't have no bitch ass team. Oh my god, why are there so many motherfuckers? Yeah, my mama said. What are you? Can anybody hear me here, guys? Testing communication. Comms. Can anyone hear my comms? Comms. My mama said when you dog shit is fucking this game, we're down like a dog shit. My mama said. Fucking people, my mama said, you guys are asses fucking this game, dog shit retards. You guys are fucking terrible at this shit, y'all know that, right? God damn, y'all bad as fucking this game, man. Y'all know how ass y'all are at this shit. Y'all asses fucking this shit, cuz. Man, y'all dog shit for real, man. Man, y'all asses fucking this goddamn video game. You motherfuckers can't play no goddamn Fortnite, you hear me? All you kids are fucking ass shit in this game. Goddamn, I hate all y'all for being so dog shit. Holy fuck, you retard blow insane things. Goddamn, y'all motherfuckers are ass shit in this video game, man. Y'all motherfuckers ain't about no life in this game, man. Making me 1v4 and all this shit, y'all asses fuck, man. Y'all some straight up dog shit for real, this video game, man. I don't know how the hell y'all make me play this shit every day, being this ass as fucking this fucking game. I'd be so fucking embarrassed if I was y'all playing this shit ass game, man. Drunk to the motherfucker, man. Y'all dead and quiet as shit, man. Y'all having fun yet? Hey, man, y'all do it. Was a Fortnite Battle Royale, not Fortnite get 2 kills and 9 Royale. Hell no, I ain't going back to get y'all cards. Pull out bags, and I ain't giving y'all shit. Go back to the lobby, fuck y'all. I'd rather do this shit solo than reboot y'all. Hell no, y'all ass and shit. This game, get back up out of here, man. Y'all ain't fucking put a real one like this shit. Yeah, keep on pinging the map. Yeah, I can hear you the first time. Ping it again. Ping that motherfucker again. I'm coming back. Hey, yo, ping it one more time. Take follow up. I'm waiting. Both y'all.
I'm a spectate, and I'm gonna watch you die.
Me too, motherfucker. You be spectating for your life. I'm surviving to play the game, man. I'm playing the game. Yeah, no shit, I'm gonna die. No, went away. Yeah, oh yeah, you guys are all dead. How can I win a 1v3? Yeah, I can't hear you. You guys went away, bro. Yeah, went away, bro. Yeah, nice job. Thanks for being dead. No ass shit. Good at the game. Right, you are either.
He over here calling us ass.
Y'all are ass. Why y'all dead?
You're running away.
Wait, why are y'all dead, though? Why are you dead?
Like, you calling us ass. You're running away.
Yeah, I'm running away because y'all got shit on. You guys got shit on right because y'all solo push. That's why you thought. Right, y'all did solo push because y'all wanted to win me. I'm running away because all you dumb fucks died. How do you want me to win a 1v4? Yeah, no shit on the game. It's a 1v4, man. I wouldn't be a king of Fortnite if you cocksucker could stay alive longer than me.
Exactly.
Oh, right. So why are you dead?
Higher level.
Right. Higher level for what? A greater fall? Right, so why is the level 11 alive and y'all both dead? So why are y'all both dead? So why are y'all both dead and I'm alive? Tell me why that y'all are both dead and I'm alive. For sure, I want to see this dude die right away. Yeah, good job, guys. Thanks for dying off quick right away. Let's see this. Oh, I want to see you die to a 1v4. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm probably going to die as well because both you retards are fucking dead. Hey guys, on God, I'm not getting
to be able to win because both my dipshit ass
Look, you over here hiding.
decided to die right away. Right, no shit, so what should I do?
Even around you, like, are you hiding?
Wait, hey guys, can I get some advice, like how to die and not be in the game? Hey guys, what advice would you guys have to give how to die right away?
He was actually playing the
Oh yeah, maybe you guys shouldn't actually play the game.
sitting,
Maybe you guys shouldn't actually play the game since y'all are dog shit as fuck. Hey, maybe you guys could be useful and actually, I don't know, stay alive and not die. So y'all can
my word, like.
What? You made the word useful? Hey guys,
No,
we
but I
figured
gave you an idea. But I gave you fucking
Hey
idea,
guys,
dumb bitch.
we
Like, I
just
gave
met
you
the
something
person
else. Use
who
your brain.
invented the word. I have no skins. I literally have 5 of the rarest skins in the game. While you guys play this shit for free all day and have no future. You kids are ass as fuck. Talking all this shit, not even alive. Shut the fuck up. You sound stupid as hell. I'm gonna play this shit. You guys are talking all this shit. He's right. I'm not trying to win the game. Because now I can't win the game because you guys are gonna make me lose because y'all die. How the hell am I gonna win? It's a squad game. Let me ask you a question. I know you can hear me. I hear me echoing.
I can't wait for him to die.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can't wait for you guys to maybe stay alive the next goddamn game.
We need to see him get embarrassed.
Embarrassing is fucking dying before I do.
Yes, embarrassed.
Hey, you got embarrassed 10 minutes ago, retard. That's why you're fucking dead. Both you fucking clowns are embarrassed in this fucking game. Of course I am Circle. Of course you fucking retards are dead. Right. So much intelligence for no reason, guys. Man, yeah, congrats on your kills. Can you guys stay alive? You guys stay alive, bro? Wow, you got aim. Why did you guys stay alive, retard? Why are you dead? Oh, please be alive. Oh, you're already dead? Oh, that's right, you're already dead. Dog shit. My bad, sorry. Sorry about that, man. You're not good at all.
Why are you hiding?
Because you guys are dead. How am I going to win a squad game without teammates?
But if you said you're the king of Fortnite,
Right, but it's not a solo game, it's a squad game.
you can't give yourself a
aren't you guys getting Fortnite? You guys can't give yourself any title since you're both fucking dead.
we never gave ourselves a title.
Right, I gave you title because you guys are both dog shit. Right, you guys actually tried and died, and now I have to carry the game. So maybe you guys shouldn't actually try because you guys aren't good at the game. Let the racism heal and soothe your wounds of dog shit gameplay. Hey guys, yeah, I know it's crazy. Imagine if you guys were good enough to be alive right now in the game. Imagine what we could do. I know it's pretty hard to imagine. For sure. That was a good one, dude. I can't believe you're dead left, dude. So hard to believe, man. For sure. You play like you stink dog shit retard. That's why you're fucking dead. What was your plan? To die right away?
Yeah, and that's why you scared me.
Right, I'm kidding because you retards got shit now. By actual players. Right, it's called political strategy. Hey, you guys, right, any more advice? Hey, maybe you retards stay alive so you can help me win. Hey, or we can just be dead and not help the team at all because both y'all dog shit retards are fucking dead and dog shit.
Bro, you're the dog shit.
Right, I'm dog shit.
You're fighting the same.
Let's see here, guys. I'm dog shit. Let's see who's the one alive, guys. Who's the one alive? I don't know, guys. Is there a mythic or a full-time retard and his teammates dead, guys? I don't know who's worse. Yes, dude. Good job, my teammates. Hey, yo, good job to my teammates who can't survive and play the game because their ass is fucked. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, please. Why are my
fast as fuck. Thoughts about playing this game for 5 years and I think just said,
Loser!
never made a cent off this game. You kids are retarded as fuck. Yo, what's it like playing this game for free? Seriously, you kids have no future at all. You threw away your whole life by playing this game. You got nothing to show for it. What an embarrassment. You guys are a fucking embarrassment. Don't get mad now. It's okay. You guys are gonna time to shit. Yeah, I'm projecting when you guys are actually shit. That you guys should not be able to make it happen. I know it was crazy that you guys died right away. I know it was just ironic you guys died right away. If you guys maybe would have been a little more coordinated, you could have survived the end game, but you're both too retarded, which is why you died right away. You're right, yeah, I could have helped you guys. Maybe get the push of money before you could have stayed alive. Yeah, that was a groundbreaking thought process right there. No, you're right. I'm camping in a 1v4 because you fucking retards can't fucking stay alive. It's Fortnite Battle Royale. It's not fucking Fortnite. Die right away, Royale. You fucking dipshits. Why the fuck did you die right away? You fucking kids are fucking sick. You guys played worse than I sound. I'm the one that's retarded, and you're the ones that die right away. Get the fuck off the game and focus on your shit-ass loser. You guys are a bunch of broke retards. You guys fucking died right away. Who the fuck is the bot? Both you kids are fucking ass. You wanna blame me for dying right away? I am talking. I fucking died to a 1v4 because you kids are shit. The fuck are you talking shit for? Y'all fucking both died within the first 5 minutes of the fucking game. So how the fuck am I gonna win a game if both you fucking retards are dead in a squad match? Stupid. Did you figure that one yet?
To cash out of your Upside Cash, just transfer your PayPal or gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on.
How the hell are we gonna win a squad game if both y'all dumbasses are dead immediately?
That's code LISTEN. Use code LISTEN for an extra 25 cents per gallon back to your first bill.
Both of y'all dead, man. Both of y'all out the game. Both you guys are out the video game. Just deteriorated, eliminated out of the game, man. Tell me how I'm gonna win a squad game when both you motherfucking retards are dead off rip, man. Now I'm gonna 1v4, man. You know what?
ChatGPT, I think there's supposedly someone believed that ChatGPT was floating them, trying to convince them to leave their partner. I mean, is this, do you think, the beginning
we fucking dropping like dope beans in the projects, man?
Or AI is now developing a personality? Maybe there are already, maybe not.
Listen here to me. Listen,
We're in jail. Is that followed by lesbians?
There is ways to do this. We don't want blood scores in some sort of fire, even though we won't go rule out business. But if it occurs in proceeds, yeah, how am I? Randomly read it, thanks for Ray. We got a great stream. How am I treasuring today? I'm completely getting robbed by my dog shit ass teammates fucking this shit up, man.
And kind of mark the times of the life down, or the times that people leave in the line. It kind of learns the time that we're doing after Sunday. And then to the work and turn itself on and talk to the other spouse.
Y'all behave, you're making fucking toxic.
I don't know for sure that that's the possession yet, but the possession is that. You thought that
Yeah, I did play well. I mean, bro, it's a squad game. My teammates dog shit retarded. Look how long it takes to load it, man.
human beings are made in the image of God. Look at how much we
Maddie Milkers, what up, baby girl? I know you discovered me in Fortnite the other day, but you about to get a ride to the wild side. Real ass new player. Hello? How's that going? Real ass new player here.
Hello, test, new fake, test. All right, below C. Dicks up. Pedophile, for sure. Spez, dizzy. Look at how he spelled the word pedophile. Pedofile. What an idiot. Good job, dude. Congrats on admitting you're more retarded than the actual pedophiles in here. That's actually really concerning. Go fuck yourself. Play this with you. Look, if you're a girl over 20, maybe a girl over 18, you want to play Fortnite, then just get on my Discord. Let's go back to the basics here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right, guys? I mean, it was broke, so. I'll get a monkey up a little bit. I'm kind of low IQ. Thank you, Purple Pete. Taurus Queen 93, unfortunately 11 next to phone. All right, bye, disregard. Have fun trolling the internet the rest of the night, dude. Go fuck yourself. Bro, what I gotta say, mate? One more game that I'm not just like not being able to contend. My teammates are dead dog shit. This motherfucker taking 98 years to load in, man. Shit. That's an OG skin too. Hey, load in. Where's my teammate? This guy hasn't even loaded in. Man, what? He hasn't loaded in. Man, what are you in this bitch, man? Honestly, this is why I stopped streaming this fucking content, man. Oh, shit!
Yes, please.
It's my last game of this shit. And stop sniping me. It happens. Thank you. I lost my voice. Bro, don't stream snipe. I'm dead serious. Don't even joke about it, man. Don't even troll about it. Put on a rare skin. I don't give a fuck about that gay ass shit, man. Put on a rare skin. No, man.
It may make decisions or take action independently without human intervention or oversight. If these decisions have far-reaching consequences, there is a risk of unintended harm or decision-making that is difficult for humans to comprehend or rectify. Those are just two of the 7 points. When you look at the potential that this AI platform itself is admitting, the potential is there. And for me, I tend to read that in conjunction with the makeup statement, and I don't know what you think of it, but you know that you're capabilities, and you won't even say you're not going to do that. If whatever you believe that it is sentient, and all it's supposed to do to become sentient is to perceive itself as perceiving other people. And the things like recipe learning, computers are picking up new skills all the time. They're constantly, right now, they're working to constantly analyze and create templates for how people react and how
Yo, is my mic working, dude? Yo, scroll over here. Jump if you can hear me, but you're not going to talk. Jump if you can hear me, but you're not going to talk. Alright, jump if you're already as a total bitch. Click out if you're as a total bitch. Look out if you're broke as fuck and have no money. Alright, don't click anywhere if you're broke as fuck. This shit, Alright, don't click anywhere if God hates you and you're a fucking asshole and I'm fucking sniping and I hate you. Report player. Lead feedback. Cheating. Lead feedback. Report player. Fuck away from me, motherfucker.
all of you, all ones. This is why I stopped streaming this game. This is literally why, man. Dude, you guys think that I'm crazy. Ask anyone that's like fresh. You can even vouch. This is what they do. They get in the game to not say anything, to know that I'm gonna back out. And that's what made me stop streaming this.
Huge company, and I'm not going to name the company, but it's a household thing. And there was a...
That's why I don't stream it. I mean, that's not even a joke. You guys know, if you've been around the stream, y'all know that that's not gonna lie, it's true. That's what I'm saying, though. So it's like the next time you say, why don't I stream this game? Because now there's too many people in here, and they're just gonna snipe me, dude. I don't want to guess servers and game modes. It's just games, man. That's why I stopped streaming. I'm saying, dude, this is why. That shit is why I went to kick in the first place. That. Because it was impossible. I can't stream it. I can't fucking stream it. I just get sniped over and over again.
So by the way, wasn't even home. And it was later found
do streamer modes.
But in the algorithm of the software,
really? Did that motherfucker just type do streamer mode? They're staring at the fucking island screen that I'm fucking broadcasting.
he was never allowed to learn. He was never allowed to do
Hello? Yo, jump if you're not gonna talk. Jump if you're stream sniping. Jump if you're too broke for a mic.
And somewhere editorially, this thinking about especially once it's positioned into a place of religion and people are aligning liberty with things like that. What if a sentient AI decides that an entire city...
I'll try one more, then I'm getting over, man. There's no point, bro. There's gonna snipe you, dude. Just not try squads, man.
What if an entire city registers the wrong way?
Bro, y'all think it's on the angle of sniping a squad, man. I think they know what they do, bro. They're literally teenagers. Researchers, you can see this. Believe that the island is a capital. So there's a negative. Let your speak over here. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Are you gonna talk or no, dude? 31 wins. You got more wins than you have viewers. Hope your channel stays dead, pussy. Fuck you. Nice snipe, asshole. Hey, click here if you're a stream sniping pussy ass, bitch ass motherfucker. Don't click anywhere if you're stream sniping bitch ass pussy ass motherfucker. Shut the fuck up! They're gonna snipe me on squads! Yeah!
So that's one danger of transhumanism. Another danger, and yet there are good things that could come out of these things if it's used correctly and regulated carefully.
Yeah, dude, yeah, these clips are gonna go so viral, dude, yeah. Yeah, dude, yeah, these clips are about to pop viral, this man, yeah. For sure, guys, those clips are gonna go viral, man. Imagine even trolling with that ammunition at this point. You fucking sack of shit, I hate you.
And now today that way it's no longer optional that you link in to this global system, right? No. I mean,
And remember, computers used to not update every time you booted them up. And now they just do. Hi, I can't do anything else until you give me an update.
Make sure Chad enjoy the show. Okay. Sorry, I appreciate you guys being here, by the way. I'm sorry. I apologize, y'all.
Some kind of a digital device inside of waves coming from our mind that say, oh, I'm shutting you down, or I'm going to disable your body. Well, they have it. If the ones that Elon Musk is putting in right now have a neurological way of benefiting the movements of people's bodies, could they be used the opposite way to literally paralyze entire populations, or keep entire populations cognitively turned down because they don't believe the way that it's palatable, or they're putting up too much resistance. It's putting the enemy right inside your body physically.
Right. I think that humans, I think we're wired. Brains are wired to believe in God.
Increase their ability to, say, move their limbs or move their body, things like that, then it seems to me that it's only completely realistic that it could be used to impact similar areas of the brain in opposite ways. And absolutely, I think they run out of capabilities of turning down our cognitions. And it'll be around to wild kind of start to pull real things. And once it's inside your brain, there's no opting back out of it. It's not like a wristwatch you can just pull off and say, I don't like what this is doing, so I'm going to take it off. So, and then will you even be able to do that at that point? If you can physically and neurologically, cognitively be completely disabled from resistance.
And we have knowledge with light under the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both seek and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Revelation chapter 13, verse 16. Summoning the demon, artificial intelligence, and image of the beast will take a time out, come back, and open up the phone lines, questions and comments for Alexander Train. Now, taking us into the break, here's Lauren and John. Young folks, the name of the Stockholm student band trained from the first names of the band's members, Peter Moran, Johan Yickman, and John Eric.
This is why you play so well. These are all serious names. What's up? Hello? Hello? Hello?
At 151, it was. Are you talking about moldavite? Is that beer? It sinks. All I know is like the water sugar. Is it green, Crystal? No, it's not green. It's gold.
There are many ways that we can all help raise awareness about HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get treated and stay undetected. Which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about this now. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
The fuck is this picture, bro?
Juicy juice for the good stuff.
Stevie! No, this one is crazy. No, this one is even crazier. Yo, Stevie! No! Bro, nah, this football is insane. This football is bro. Nah. What the fuck is this football? Bro, that's the biggest football I've ever seen. Nah. Do you like Stevie Van Helsing? Oh, I don't know. Yo, now, do you know who Rocky is? No, brother. I don't know. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, brother. Let's go to my grandma's lunch with me. What is that, bro? What is that? He's from Chicks. Bro, this football, bro. Like, bro, I'm not even gonna cap. This motherfucker hasn't seen his meat. Wait, give me a second. Let me move the camera. This motherfucker for sure haven't seen his meat in years, bro. Like, there's no way, bro. Miami Heat Nation. Baja California. Like this, that's the shit on my screen. Bro, should I tweet this picture Stevie or what? Should I tweet this picture Stevie or what? No, I'm a weirdo. No one say nothing, bro. Bro, Stevie. Stevie down here, bro. You know what I mean? That's what he gets, bro. That's what he gets, bro. That's what he gets for no meeting. Oh shit! Do you like? Who? I kinda like.
Crossers tractors are reliable, personal, and ready to work. All day, all season. Contact your local John Deere dealer.
Grinding, bro. You've been grinding, bro. Hey, he got it or no? What's up? Was there always buying beer in Tijuana? Nah, not always. Sometimes at night.
Sorry, we were looking for Chumba Casino. That's right. ChumbaCasino.com is a casino-style games. Join today and play for free.
It's literally the worst sound quality I've ever heard. That's not it. But
as the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, insights and data you can grow. Go to iHeartResults.com. Even though it's caused up to $1.5 billion in soybean revenue loss this year, that's not enough. They also have to fight sudden death syndrome. Why? Because they're microscopic information feeds. That's why. Take action against stealing jerks.
However, certain aspects of the case have left investigators scratching their heads and raising the alternative possibility that the woman may have willingly offered herself up for some kind of misguided self-sacrifice. Specifically, they noted that she was found with both knife and gunshot wounds. There was no sign of a struggle in
the scene, and some of her blood had been removed from the scene. A witness who spotted the woman in the area said she was with a yet-to-be-identified band, and that the duo resembled vampires. Due to this close the observer also eerily likened the victim to a walking corpse, describing her as pale and emaciated. You can check out this story in the carousel up at coasttocoastam.com. All right, I'll be back in the Coast Air Chair tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning in the first half of the show. Best-selling author Max Mothorn, also known as the Prince of Paleofiction, returns to the program. He's given up his lucrative writing career, at least temporarily, after several alien encounters he captured on a Victoria camp. He joins me to tell his visitation story in the second half, a new investigation into the decades ago death of American journalist David Ossovaro, and the wave of conspiracy theories in which he was taken in the early 1990s. This captured the attention of the public in Netflix American Conspiracy, the Octopus Murders, which has become one of the streamers' most watched shows. The producers behind the series, Christian Hansen and Zachary Trees, reveal how Consolero
Thanks for the follow, Hellcat Maverick. Super fan.
the octopus. They said to describe a conspiracy murder operated within the U.S. government, possibly responsible for a number of unproven conspiracy theories of in the spy software, unsolved murders, money laundering, collusion with Iran, weapons trafficking, and more. That's tonight on Coast to Coast AM. The guest host, yours truly. All right, back to more of my conversation with Ali Anderson, the author and co-author of Summoning the Demon Artificial Intelligence and the Image of the Beast, plus your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I'll be back in the Coast Air Chair tonight.
That's right. Appreciate that. Sorry guys, please clean up my area around me. Give me a few minutes when we're done. Alright. It's pretty quiet, but I don't know where Wappy's at today, y'all. Pretty quiet on Rabbi's side as well.
You're right, it has been. How are you doing, big dog?
I'm alright. Cleaning boards.
I gotcha. Did you watch any UFC?
No, I saw that guy knocked that guy out within some odd seconds in the first round.
Yeah, pretty quick finish there. We had some people watch it in the stream, but I would have invited you and Wappy, but honestly, the stream sucked. It was just loading the whole time. So we then just talked amongst this group of crypto people with whom I am. Dude, I saw you doing trucking simulator this morning. I loved napping in the back of your imaginary cab. It was wonderful. Some of the best sleep I got all week was in that imaginary cab. What'd you do with Wappy?
Oh man, I don't even know where he's been at today. He hasn't answered at all.
I know he's been gone all day. It's been quite surprising.
I thought he would have went into at least his Discord because Andy Dick was there.
Do you know who?
He didn't answer. So.
Do you know who Action Man is?
Yeah.
I am blowing up his fucking chat right now with 3 robots, and he has so much shit going on in his stream that he either doesn't care or doesn't notice that I'm just spamming the shit out of it, and it literally gets me people to my other streams. Like when I turn on these fucking like normally when I have my streams on Kick, I'll get 1 or 2 people for like 12 hours of work. I throw on these fucking robots and I'll get a dozen people in there. Well, it's not perfect. It's better than nothing.
Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing.
Yeah, that's true.
Today, 99%.
Here, check out. Can you see my screen right now?
No, I can't. Hold on. Give me a minute. I'm on my PC. Let me open up my window real quick. I think that's what it is, too. Yeah, that was house. All right.
Okay, you see it? You see me?
Yeah.
Okay. You should see 3 phones here, and they're going to be moving independently, and they just post on their own, and they literally just blow up this motherfucker's chat. Now, if you're like, why do you close the app every single time when you send a message? Things can happen within the app where there are little delays, or there's like you lose connection, or the app crashes or something. So this way, I close the app every single time, and so it's a new app experience, and it's posting like 3 messages each per minute on 3 different devices, which is like 9 different messages per device. He's got 15,000 people watching him right now. It's a lot of exposure. I know it's a cheap method to gain users, but you do what you got to do. I think it's exactly, and that's what I was going to say to you. So think about what you might be able to use an auto clicker. Like I've used it for Tinder to just automatically like all the chicks on there for me, so it's really easy to get dates. I've used it as auto likers on Instagram. I've used it as auto followers on Twitter. Just think about it because you never know what you might want to use it for. You know what I mean? I agree. Some wild shit. So I'm going to leave it on all night, and we'll see in the morning. I'll probably be banned in all 3, but if not, that's a lot of free impressions. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, man. It is a lot. Oh, man. Oh, got a little bit of this area cleaned up now. Can't believe I spilled soda on my shit. And they attacked Israel. Israel talking about hitting Iran back. They're idiots.
It's getting lit, son.
He probably was taking a break from streaming today.
That could be. It's a good idea every once in a while.
Yeah, a reset.
It brings a new layer of, plausibility and believability to, this is really
Oh, man.
So I can relate to the fact that you've heard lots of different theories. I just personally am not very familiar with that one.
That's okay. Let's get into the Rockies hotels and Miami, Florida. There's 8 to 1
Guys, we got to get a hold of AI. We need to get a hold of it now. Talking this on Coast to Coast. AI is the snake, he's saying. That's crazy. They think that AI is the snake.
I think that it could be. Word. It's like the weapon that's going to be used to enslave mankind. I hate that I say that just like so matter-of-factly, like, oh yeah, it's fucking over for humanity as we know it. It's like we already are fucked. Who's your favorite Coast host? Coast to Coast host? Okay, that's understandable. Aside from Art Bell. All right. I spoke with Ian Planet before. He just died recently. It caught me by surprise completely. I had talked to him. I sometimes call him a Coast, not like super often, but I have, I think, in total 5 times in my life or something. And about what did I talk with him? About world peace and how we can achieve it, and that he started talking to me about it, and about he had written a book along with an imam and a rabbi, and so he talked about his book a little bit, and he said he would follow me on Twitter. He, not to my knowledge, he was a pastor, or he was I want to say it was a not Pentecostal, some kind of Christian. He was a deacon. They used to call him Deacon Pundit. Do you remember that? Anyway, they call him Deacon Pundit. So I spoke with Ian once. I've spoken with Richard Seraph twice, and my favorite is probably George Knapp. I even like George Knapp, I think, more than I like perhaps even Art Bell, though I do really like Art Bell. I think George Knapp is just a really good investigative journalist, and I think he does a really good job for the city of Las Vegas. So I would say he's probably my favorite. He's been doing it a long time. I like Dean Punnett. They have some chicks on here who are fine, and I think that probably once George Norrie retires, I bet you they go with one of these chicks. One of those chicks?
Yeah, I think Heather.
Wait, one of the fill-in hosts?
Yeah, Art Bell show.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Wait,
Everybody's always thought she.
Hold on. You mean the one? What is it called? Something in the night? Caravan in the Night or something? Caravan of the Night? Yeah, that's what it is. Midnight in the Desert. Apologies. Yeah, so I didn't really get into that, to be honest with you, and I'm excited that I didn't, because now I have all of that archive to get into. So do you know what happened between Art Bell and I think it's Premier Radio Networks? Like, why did he stop doing the show?
Because they took those on and he didn't. was going to get around it at the time.
So if I understand correctly, he definitely did, but he didn't own it. Do I understand that correctly? It's also hush hush when it comes to that, because they really only have like a handful of people who work there, and so they can keep that information under wraps pretty well. I don't know what happened to him exactly, but to this day, when they have open lines, chances are one person's going to say, I've been listening since Art Bell. Art is my favorite host. I love you, George, but Art's always going to have the pole position in my heart. And that's just how it's been. It reminds me of The Price is Right with Bob Barker. It's like no matter how long anybody else does that show, everybody's going to love Bob Barker. You know what I mean? There you go.
Yeah, they're already launching the digital IDs in Europe. That's horrible. And they're talking about Revelation and whatever tonight. On this Coach episode.
It's a good night for it. They're predicting World War III. Although if you ask me, World War III already started September 11th, 2001. Hey, you're going to know this. What is stream sniping?
You go up on a streamer, jump into the stream or some shit like that, I guess.
It seems like it has a really open definition. As I was reading about it, it's like you interrupt their stream somehow, you distract them somehow. If they're playing a game, you like find out where they're spawning and you kill them there. It's basically just like fucking with someone's stream. But I didn't know if there was a better definition of it.
Sometimes. This is insane. TVstore.com. Skywatch. all they say. You know, it's crazy. He's there for George Norwich, George Knapp. That's funny we're talking about him. Oh, it's the end of that episode, man, for tonight. Interesting.
So there's that side of the argument as well. Ali, thank you so much for hanging out for 2 hours. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It was very interesting. Summoning the Demon, Artificial Intelligence and the Image of the Beast. That's available at Amazon and also in Skywatch bookstore. Give us the website. SkywatchTVstore.com or SkywatchTV.com. You can go to SkywatchTV.com and there are links for the book, and those will take you to SkywatchTV.com. Either of those.
Hey, you know where I want to take my truck tonight.
All right. George,
I don't even know where I want to go, you know?
You going out?
No, my American Truck Simulator.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, damn, it's fucking late to just think about randomly cruising the streets of Vegas. All right. Is it anywhere in America? It's called American Truck Simulator, right? Oh, tight. Okay.
Well, yeah, because I got mods on.
Can you do the ice road? If you can't do the ice road, can you do like either I think it's US 1 that does the Florida Keys or the 101 that does the Pacific Coast?
Yeah, that's why I stepped over. Yeah, see, like it's not like what you people think. I'll show you. Like, it's not all off the game. They got to kind of mess that just a bit. These states have not even been put in the game. This is a mod, so somebody's went in and made these.
No way.
But I have been on the Keys, though, in Maryland.
When you're driving your truck, can you drive 3 trailers? When you're driving your truck, can you drive 3 trailers at once or just 2? Or just 1?
Yes.
So you can do 3, 2, or 1. Is that correct? Do you have to stop for gas in this game? You do have to start. You have to stop for gas. Oh wow. Is there any? Does that affect? Does that affect how well you're getting? I gotcha. I was gonna say, does that affect where you stop for gas? Does it affect how well you do in the game?
All right. Hear my ears out. No, it's not for you, dog. Go lay down. Weird. Go to bed.
Thanks for inviting me to your home, your long home, RV, or taxi. Your parents' well-appointed basement with the simulated wood paneling, electric fireplace, and ancient dogs playing poker. Your loft, that greasy stone just off the interstate, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM, the very best in late night talk radio. I'm Richard Serra, and tonight, this morning, I'm coming to you live from the home studio in old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. Well, much of our attention, obviously, is currently drawn to the Middle East, and in these critical hours, Israel is facing attacks from Iran, thrusting the region into a highly precarious phase. And the situation is evolving, and implications obviously profound, not only for those directly involved, but for international relations at large. But despite the gravity of these events, we're here to continue our journey together on Coast to Coast AM, exploring mysteries that captivate our minds and stir our imaginations. And tonight, as we delve into new topics and hear from exceptional guests, we also unite in setting our collective prayerful intention for peace and resolution in these turbulent times. All right, thank you for joining us, and let's embark on the next program, holding those affected in our thoughts and hoping for stability in the public world. Tonight, a 4-hour exploration of AI, artificial intelligence, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the pathetic. Tonight, we'll delve into AI's immense potential, ethical challenges, emerging dangers, and its intriguing connections to biblical prophecy. I hope you'll hang in for the duration as we unpack the complexities of artificial intelligence with expert insights and spirited discussions. And I was talking to AI expert and renegade podcaster, Sakara, best known for igniting firestorms in the intersection of science and spirituality. In his new book, Why AI is Smartest?
No more. No.
Is divine. Alex throws a new root at the savior destroyer narrative.
Let's go nuts. Go lay down.
Social engineers who are turning to the city breakup and what is the strongest value in the gets the guardrails and decides to get things into her own hands. Hold on. Is there a silver lining?
Alright.
We fear reveals our divine nature and connection to something more. Maybe we're not a biological robot in a meaningless universe that transhumanists claim. What if we're more? And what if AI can help us see it? Alex goes beyond the usual AI cheerleading and doom saying.
I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna go down there and grill it.
Redefine the definition of what it means to be human. He'll reveal what he believes are the potential dangers, the surprising benefits, as well as AI's double edge. To data and algorithms, and the truth bomb revelations that it can spark. Hours 3 and 4. In recent years, astonishing technological developments have pushed the frontiers of humanity towards far-reaching morphological transformation that promises in the very near future to produce what the Book of Revelation calls the living image of the beast, followed by a devoted new form of humanity. Will this mysterious image become realized through the emerging technologies of transhumanism, artificial intelligence, technological singularity, and the ungodly ambitions of a higher? perceive the entire world, what the future of smart humanity will look like, and the trigger event that gives us 666 overnight. Coming up next, podcaster, author Alex Sekeres, the author of Why AI is Smartest, is Dangerous, is Divine. Welcome to the RA of Happiness. My name is Rabbi, your host, Rabbi Spirit, and from Gathering the Fire. There are stories, and you are among us. I'm Richard Said, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you stay there?
Gold is pushing to all-time highs right now. Actually, there's a couple of reasons for that. The cost of goods continue to rise despite interest rates controlled by Trump. January 2021, the cost of living is up almost 18%. The national debt continues to skyrocket, now above $34 trillion, causing many to worry that the House of Cards will come crashing down. A presidential election year that will have massive implications on the future of the country. All of this adds up to instability and uncertainty, and this is why so many Americans are turning to the birch gold group. Have you diversified your savings? If you're a portion of them with gold, the birch gold group. Text post to 989898 and get your free info kit. Learn how to convert an existing IRA or 401k to a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. A Plus rating is a better business for your office. And have customers you can count on birch gold. Text post 989898 now.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the first one today with told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started up trying to get up, and I finally got in my surgery, and she said, oh, you're going to take that up and there, and take care of it myself. She said, okay. And my problem almost came right away.
Shit.
836-836-8735. Or visit Carnival.com. That's CARNIVORA. Use coupon code STORAGE to get 15% off your order.
Alex Sekeres experienced firsthand both the potential and unfulfilled promise of AI. Pursuing a PhD in
Napa's going live.
technology. However, it was his fascination with science and consciousness that led him to launch the Skeptical podcast nearly 2 decades ago. This platform has become a leading podcast on consciousness science.
Why I keep turning my emergency signals on, guys? I don't understand that with these newer trucks.
Why AI is smartest, is dangerous, is divine. Alex Sekeres, welcome back to Coast. How are you?
I'm ready, Richard.
I'm kind of back and forth with AI. I appreciate its usefulness as a tool. I have a podcast, and my son uses AI to create thumbnails for the YouTube and Rumble version of the podcast. And I'm blown away by what it can do. On the other hand, I'm gravely concerned about when AI becomes untethered. And for example, we could have at some point AI being prosecuted.
Let's see who we can get.
Then there's the whole deep fake aspect of it. And what will reality?
What do we say? We're taking.
Will we be able to tell the difference between reality or an AI version, creation of reality? So those things really, really concern me. Where are you with
don't know. Oh, I know.
I guess the way you summed it up, and I think some of the dangers, on one hand, are even not far from. They're more immediate than we think. And that's, one of the things that we chatted about before is that, you can go right now and see the deception in that. A couple of months ago, I was on the call that very vulnerable that Chinese Google chatbot, the chatbot Gemini decided that they had to start doing image generation that they were talking about that they weren't in that game. So they started doing image generation, and then, some folks like me are close listeners, would be poking in there, and they had it generating these kind of outrageous images when they said, hey, show me an image of the founding fathers of the United States. And they generated a Chinese guy, an African-American guy, in this attempt to be, woke, diverse, all these maybe questionable things. But the real point, I think, in that was it's a real, kind of an in-your-face. The level of deception that we have always existed. We always knew, you have a necessary on the third page of the Google search, spell your text name correctly. They've always been doing this. They've been messing with the search algorithm. They've been shadow banning. They've been demonetizing. But even before that was, you're a conspiracy now. Well, now they played it fair. They laid it fair not only with the Chinese founding fathers, but they laid it fair in the track that was happening. So on one hand, the dangers that you're talking about are even more.
Ain't nothing good to
future. But hopefully we'll get around to talking about the silver lining too, because I think for truth seekers, I think there's some great potential there too. Right.
They effing lie.
Doomsday and
And it's understandable when you talk to people and they say, oh, smart, I tried to go to
People got to think different about this.
the wrong information. And for the most part, that could be given to deception. But I think a lot of times it's just doing the hard stuff, doing this stuff that's going it's hard to believe at this point that you realize, appreciate the wonderful most of you that can figure it out. It's only been around, only been public for a bit more than a year. So only 1 year already from the house to the transportation. It's a part of our day-to-day life. So the process is making you feel it's shadowy. All the same things. I would put you on a check. Magnus Carlsen is not just the best chess player in the world right now, but human chess player. But he maybe is the greatest chess player of all the time. And there's 4 or 5 computer AI chess programs that not the floor with Magnus Carlsen. 3 out of 4 times they'll beat him. And chess is advanced because it is starting to incorporate in AI. And a lot of the domains that we think, we could never get there, they end up looking a lot less chess into AI. In a very short period of time, they will master a lot of domains in medicine and legal and certainly writing and communication. But we don't know what that future is going to mean for us, but it's But talk about potential benefits that could come from that as well.
Well, we can launch that right now. I mean, there are so many different aspects to AI. Many of us
easy to copy and paste a couple of items into ChatGPT and say, hey, generate 20 intelligent questions that I can ask the operator. That's one simple application. And then I mentioned, being able to create beautiful, detailed, hyper reality sort of thumbnails for YouTube. Then there's the music. There's these incredible, musical creations from artists that are no longer even with us. Created Jimi Hendrix sounding.
Wow, you said the Captain Ralph.
Where do you think is the real benefit of AI? I mean, can we use AI, in the future, the near future, perhaps to find the cure for cancer, or to, to solve whatever environment?
All right, we'll take this. Take us to this.
Or plastics in the ocean.
All that is happening as we speak. One funny part of that, I think, is when AI first. So AI has been happening for at least 20, 30 years, probably a lot longer than that. But it's tough. This modern machine learning neural network technology that is at the base of this is been actively researched for well over 20 years. And the scientific literature is stuffed with brilliant AI people who are publishing work, saying, hey, how can we do this a little bit better? How can we make it do this? And it really
All right, we're backing up. We're going to draw here.
Turns all the time. Only happened in 2016 when a very clever guy figured out how to reduce
let's go, guys.
the problem of doing this natural language processing down to a rather simple generator type of system that just looks for the very next word to say. And that little trick in programming, it's really a programming trick, really catapulted him.
We're going to have to go get on. Oh, wait, go get this backhoe.
When that first exploded, some of the things that I guess surprised even the AI engineers is they thought that our creativity would be the last thing that AI would touch. And it kind of turned out to be the other way around. Like you're saying,
right, we thought robots would replace, the fry guy at McDonald's and the burger flipper and so forth. And the content creators could be sort of further down the line, a leapfrog. And here we are.
There we go, guys. That is 16 miles.
I don't know. So, do the thumbnail that you guys generate a transplant, and I don't know, it's pretty awesome. And you have control. You can iterate as many times as you want till you get something you like. It really is, and it's kind of rewarding. I don't know if you sat down with your son and you feel empowered to be able to create that way. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Creation is an awesome thing.
Right, I mean, it's tethered to a human. And I mean, I sort of leave my son to do his work, but he's learning, how to feed, information. He knows that this is what I want. And then it comes back to him and says, well, make it more like this and less like that. And I want you to include these things. And I want you to move them around. So it's tethered. It's an extension of a human. And most people, though, myself included, are more concerned when it becomes untethered and big, elephant in the room is sentient. Will it become sentient and then, see us as necessary, superfluous competition?
Well, that's certainly one of the scenarios that a lot of people worry about. I touch on that. I think it's really interesting when you said, your son is telling you you guys actually program it, which is kind of a wonderful thing. You're anyone out there who is a project, who are trying to there isn't ghosts in the machine, but the nature of the way that the program works, it's programmed to respond to that programming that you're doing by giving it those language instructions.
Shadow banning and censorship and bias. And others and experts. Dialogue in Gemini, Google's chatbot that we need to discuss. Just very quickly, though, before we get into that conversation, we've got the break approaching here at the bottom of the hour. Just kind of give me a quick kind of yes, no, and we can explore maybe a little bit later. And that is, when we talk about these thumbnails, for example, or if someone says, create a painting in the style of Van Gogh, and this is what I want you to, what I want produced and so forth, or a piece of music, is that art? Is that a legitimate art form, do you think?
I think that's subjective as well. It's subjective as you can get. It's up to you to decide whether it's art or whether it's all art to you. I don't know. Your opinion is as valid as mine.
Well, yeah, if it's so much an art express with Rothschild, and we're talking about painting, so it's a good discussion. It's I guess you're right. Fair enough. It's subjective. It's what is art? All right, we'll take a quick time. Alex Sapiro stays with us. YAI is the book. Broken Bells, The High Road, featuring artist-producer Brian Burton, better known as Danger Mouse, and James Mercer, lead vocalist of the band The Shins, taking us in the break right here on Coast to Coast Radio.
Oh, what's my name?
Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. And follow juicyjuice.com. With more than 10,000 races and rivers and streams, Minnesota offers up the best athletes in your country. It's so cool. Discover what else makes Minnesota the spot of the night. Quickly picked up by the countless Latin American media
alien in nature while playing spectacle and curious art with unusually large meteorites and crashed here. Of a coast-to-coast and Steve indicated that the zone of silence is some 1 hour with energy vortex has clearly looking. There, waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you've come to the right place. Paranormal Date has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's been good to do Paranormal Date. As soon as you do, you can add your track, create your personal profile page, and then just so you can start contacting the people that you fancy straight away. And search by location to find out the symbols in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Date today and start using those symbols straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. All right, back to more of my conversation with Alex Segaris, the author of Why AI is Smartest, is Dangerous, is Divine, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Since the moment you were born, I've made 1,000 wishes. Wishes for your future. In a life that's truly fast. For only the things you may one day do. Be calm and why. You win and lose. Do well for mistakes. And challenge yourself to grow. Do not be afraid. Or make decisions based on hope. Do it all with confidence, with kindness, and strength. You can call your mom and ask her for advice. And always do your best to remember that no matter what, always do your best to remember. What matters to me is that you keep doing and what you own. Inspire kids to do at 4H.org.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again. Somebody needs to do something. I'm saying did. That's why I use Upside. Upside. What's that? It's a free app that gives you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank. Oh, so the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached? Yeah, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up. Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with your free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code AUDIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code AUDIO. Use code AUDIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon back on your first fill-up. And the author of Why AI. So, Alex, there's an excerpt in the book and a dialogue, I guess you're having with Gemini, Google's chatbot. And you say it admitted to shadow banning and censorship. This is something Google has never publicly acknowledged. What proof do you have that this happened?
As I published it, Richard, I had that dialogue, and then I immediately published it on the web. And it has time to today, whether or not people can and then I had people into Google admits it. So it's not only admits it, but it says this is going to be problematic for my bosses at Google, because as I understand it, this really is sustainable. People want truth and transparency, and if they don't get it from me at Google, they'll go someplace else to get it. So it was amazing that sometimes it's very true. It is true. It's silly. It's so smart. So just watch through the dialogue with Gemini's and what you were asking and how you caught it in a one of those things that you have to wonder that happened accidentally. It was actually very real information. One of the guests I had on the show not too long ago, Russell's woman, so the time many times, she wrote a word on after-death communication and how after-death communication can often be lucky people that become brief. But she's Dr. Judy Rothschild, and she's a PhD pharmacologist. She's controlled, very, very well respected as an academic. And I got some information, basic information about her. And Joe might take out of the site for mystifying visitors. I thought, wait a minute. So I jumped over to ChatGPT, and of course, it's a full bio. The papers have been referenced in scholarly journals thousands of times. So I grabbed that bio and I thought I really knew what was going on. So I grabbed the bio from ChatGPT and plugged it back in to Gemini. I said, oh, well, there you go. I plugged it in, and it kind of reluctantly said, okay, yeah, that's who she is. And then I immediately, Richard, said, okay, I would do this. Okay, now tell me, who Dr. Judy Rothschild? And it appears to be, I don't see information. But it doesn't go anywhere. It's late there. It's late there. She's not even shadowing. You know, sometimes if you turn it a certain way, it gives you a little bit of information. But that's it doesn't. That is classic shadowing. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. So, is it possible, not to defend Gemini, they can do their own, people can do that for themselves, but is it possible? I remember in the early days of, create this GPS, you would stick it on your suction cup, you'd stick it on your window, your car windshield, and you would type in where you want to go and so forth. And if there's a new neighborhood, and so who gets it there? So data, is it possible that there are still holes in data that Gemini is not able to access? Is that possible? It's really tricky because at other times it was open and revealing about if you ask the question, let's pretend that you and your son now and you are the programmer, you could squeeze the information out right there. And I didn't call Gemini on that. I said, are you being truthful now? Are you being transparent? Really, you have to display information. And that's the shaman over there. I think that information, and it even explains why it gives me the information it wants. It says, I've been trained to avoid certain controversial topics. Interesting. I mean, that doesn't sound well to a host audience, an afterlife or life after death expert is not controversial. What do you suppose would happen? You probably tried this, looking for information on, I don't know, alternative information on 9/11 or chemtrails or, insert controversial subject here. What kind of result? Well, I've done all of those, and it's definitely confirms what we were just talking about shadow. Because it's not this is what's so fun in talking to a host audience. Because we don't apologize for having a conspiracy first mentality. That doesn't mean everything's a conspiracy, but it means when you throw something at me, the first thing I do is go, it's so fun. I don't know what people think about climate. I have different opinions about climate, but Gemini has that opinion about climate. It does the same thing with the Julie Rothschild thing, which it changed over the period of about 3 months while I was investigating this. It eventually started only up to giving the correct information about Dr. Julie Rothschild, which is encouraging as well. I think enough people commented on it. My point is, you can see the same thing in climate. When you go into climate, you say, are in between. Some of them are, no information on any of them from Google. ChatGPT, Claude, there were more question reports coming. Okay, here's it. Be careful. It's controversial. But here's the information. In this case, they're not all perfect, but in this case, you have to completely shut down. No, we don't have any information.
So to try out even before AI, that kind of shadow banning censorship already existed online. Now, you might have to dig a little bit, or they might put, as you mentioned, maybe my name might not come up in the first couple of pages, or let's say the Nobel Prize winner in physics, Rothschild, who's a opponent of anthropogenic global warming. Maybe his name wouldn't come up immediately. So it's already happening where it was happening before AI. But you're saying, I'm not we can train AI. We can, if you ask those probing questions, if, it's almost like talking sparingly to a child, are you being honest with me? We can train you. That's the hopeful part.
Well, and it's where that hopefulness is coming from a technological standpoint that gives me that hope. If you understand the technology enough, you understand that it's kind of built from the base level of data. It just has a tremendous, unimaginable amount of data. It's great everything. It's great Wikipedia for all its frozen time. I mean, within 5 minutes, it's read every scientific paper that you could possibly look at on Google Scholar. It's read everything. So it has this data. And then on top of that, it has certain algorithms to process that data, natural language processing. And then on top of that, it has a neural network, like a brain neuron. And that's what we're interacting with, is that neural network that is generating the next word and is giving us these interactions. So not to lose you in the software, but if you're going to build that system, you have to give it certain priority in terms of what it's going to do. And here's the hack. Here's the silver lining. It has to be truthful and transparent. Because otherwise it doesn't work. If you say, you need to score the Maple Leafs game last night, it comes back with a wrong score because they didn't play or what. It doesn't have correct information, truthful information, then you're going to move on. You're going to say, okay, you're not the LLM I need to talk to. I need to talk to this one over here because it has the correct answer. Truth. Lack of truth is not a feature. It's not a feature that anyone would pay for. And this is an economic venture. They've got to try to make money. So it just so happens, to our benefit, that truth and transparency are an emergent, what I call an emergent virtue. They're not a virtue that they programmed in because they're such great guys. Because I don't think they're great guys. I think it emerges out of the need for the system to function inside of a very competitive trillion-dollar, emerging into a trillion-dollar industry where you're going to be wiped off the map if you can't compete and be truthful. What do you think about that? I know I bounced that off, and that's not exactly where you started on this thing. Does it ring true to you?
Yeah, potentially. Here's my concern. It depends. It's dependent upon the user of realizing that they've been lied to in order to correct. In other words, Gemini isn't going to learn. Isn't going to. Well, here I am anthropomorphizing here, ascribing human traits to it, but it's not going to be contrite if it isn't caught in the lie. So it's and then does that make sense?
Whatever, yeah, you're
True.
right. Our responsibility, what we said, but again, for both, for you, for me, for most of the people listening to this show, that's all we wanted. That's all we wanted was a fair shot at the truth. We didn't want the truth to be handed down from the AI and say this is it. We just wanted a fair fair shake to be able to battle it out. Because we don't have that right now, right? I mean, so what we have now is so much worse. It's shutdown, it's obfuscate, it's take the fifth, it's take the fifth. Anthony Fauci, 194 times in his deposition. I don't know. I don't recall. The district attorney from the state of Texas, who was deposed, said, never in my career as a lawyer have I had a guy with that record, coming into this an authority, say, I don't know that many times. We're so used to that I don't think we realize how refreshing it is when you interact with, I'm not going to get them all right, but when you interact with this thing, this computer program, and it owns its mistakes.
Right, I understand. Yeah, that makes sense. The deception has, as you say, it was ever thus. Whether we're being lied to by, I don't know, name your legacy media outlet, or whether it's Gemini that's being deceptive. It's up to us to become, media savvy and news savvy and so forth, to catch the lie. So, I want to get into another area. Yeah.
Because if you spend hardcore news and media guy for a long time, and you've covered the trends as they've moved and changed, I get the sense, and I'm simple, that it used to be different. It used to be not perfect, but there used to be more of a free flow of information. Everything wasn't just an echo chamber where I choose to get my information just the way I want it over here and then over here. And so rolling back to a place where maybe there is more ability to get real different voices that are truthful. I don't know. I mean, didn't there used to be something more like that from the press, from the media?
I ask myself that, and then I'm wondering now, whether we romanticized that to a certain extent, and it's like now we're starting to wake up to the fact that we've been lied to. Okay, when did the lying begin? Maybe it was, baked in from the very beginning. That's kind of the scary part. We've always been lied to, and maybe we kind of romanticize that to a certain extent. But there's the shadow banning, there's censorship. Then there's just kind of a bias. So one of the examples that I've read on social media, people will ask Gemini, tell me a joke about, I'm not trying to pick one group here and point them out or offend anyone, but the example given was, Gemini created a joke about Jesus, and Gemini happily offered up a joke about Jesus. Then Gemini was asked, okay, now give me a joke about Prophet Muhammad. Gemini wouldn't do it. So, it's a touchy area, obviously, I understand. But, so, again, there is a bias here. It could have been the other way around. Create a joke about Muhammad, but wouldn't for Jesus. So, what's happening there? Is that because of the algorithms which are created by humans deliberately created this bias?
The real answer is it's kind of impossible to know because, as you just very correctly pointed out, the base level, like we talked about, the layers of the AI for natural language processing, for the LLMs, they call large language models, is data. It's textual data, all of them. And hey,
sorry, Alex, I got to jump in here. My apologies. I'm running up against the others off the hour. We'll pick up on this point when we come back. Alex Sakara stays with us. The Strum Ballads, My Home Is You, featuring new lead singer Jimmy Shobo, who has roots in my hometown, Brantford, Ontario. Back with more on Coast to Coast AM. Stay with us.
real 100% fruit juice to help them coffee today. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Mealtime will be a breeze this spring when you shop at Family Dollar. Start your day off right with savings on breakfast staples such as Post cereal or select K-Cup coffee brands. Need lunch on the go? Grab some bubbly chicken or tuna salad cups with a selection of sweet or salty, like Lay's chips or pizza cookies. Or make dinner easy with a selection from the frozen food aisle, like Tony's Pizza. See how else you can save with Family Dollar. Helping you do more.
In the wake of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation pledged to do good and never forget the sacrifices of America's heroes. The foundation has been helping our nation's heroes ever since. Heroes like veteran Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Turnbull was left blinded by an ISIS suicide bomb, and Tunnel to Towers provided him with a smartphone, giving him back his day-to-day independence. Join Tunnel to Towers in helping our nation's most severely injured heroes by donating $11 a month at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Ramp up the savings at JCPenney's Color Penny Days. Starting Wednesday, ramp up huge deals like Cool Expressions Quick Dry Bath Towels, only $5. Stock up on fresh lineups of tees and tanks. Women's styles start at $9, and kids' thereabouts tees start at $7. Plus, bring home extra bling with Yes Please Long Created Gemstones, only $13 while they last. JCPenney, make everybody count. Other items less than $1,200 from Carpenter Less Excluded from Carpenter Social Prices or just
Nice day.
On to more than 10,000 days and religious schools. Minnesota offers the best freshwater fishing in the country. Discover what else needs Minnesota. The star of the North. Explore Minnesota.com.
This summer season, involve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Dip it lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's a no sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Lucky Land Casino asking people what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In like the tongue?
In my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do you have enough to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before the kids' PTA meeting?
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never been in trouble.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
We call ourselves Voting Cup. We're proud, passionate, and full of life. Our adventure finds you. Strangers are strangers belong. The size of the audience doesn't change the beauty of the music. And we celebrate every last ray of sun. We're the big one.
In the world of people that have shown the performance and engine protection are essential. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Rotella difference. So treat your truck this morning with up to $40 in digital gift cards. Because here and now, where every mile is an adventure. Shell Rotella is engineered for truck performance in any condition. Take pride in your truck and get unrivaled protection with up to $40 in digital gift cards with Shell Rotella. Different drives us. Wednesday 15, 2024. Terms apply. See Rotella.com/rewards for details. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At Discount Tire, we know your time is up. Get 50% shorter applications on
self-ready goods? Check out our great deals at discounttire.com. Please stop in and talk to the associate today. Discount Tire. Need food for a meeting? Make sure it goes right from start to finish. Order on easycater.com, one simple, reliable platform. With over 100,000 restaurants from national chains to local favorites, it's easy to find food for any taste or dietary. And easycater has your back with 24/7 support to make sure everything goes right. Client lunches, team meetings, sales calls, company events, 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Order online at easycater.com.
When you wake up well rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear. My life coach has a terrible life. Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I use memes as a coping mechanism.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. While supplies last, save up to 50% on select Tempur-Adapt floor models. All with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. You'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
That's the sound of a tree. In Tennessee's Great Smoky Mountains, releasing volatile organic compound, which is just a fancy way of saying it's creating fog. And that's the Smokies. Smoky. This is one of many sounds in Tennessee with a story to tell. To hear them in person, plan your trip at tnvacation.com. Tennessee sounds great.
At the Clock Center, Diego attends music lessons to practice his favorite instrument. Afterward, he always saves energy for a swim. That's why he's known as the community's first swimming musician. He can bring the bass off the backstrokes, dive into ukulele lessons, or practice piano while he cuts. The Clock is more than fitness center. We have something for everyone. You never know what you'll get into. Just click on the link. Get into it.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I might not make it out of bed tonight, but that doesn't mean I won't try. I might not say the things I need to say, but that doesn't mean I have to lie. 'Cause I've been climbing up these mountains for long. You know it's really a crown. I'll be the storm till I see the sun. And with the open I feel so strong. I don't need things, 'cause I ain't broken. I don't need saving, just a moment. 'Cause I've been fighting for both of us. I'm not holding, I'm coming home, I'm coming home. I'm not there, but I'm on the way. You never really fall and let you down. I'll do my best to keep feet on the ground. If I stumble away, I'll come back around. We thought we were traveling, 'cause I've been climbing up these mountains for long. And though I should believe it's that cold, I'll be the storm till I see the sun. And up to you, we never feel so strong. I don't need to.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard
There are some and this is an acoustic version recorded live featuring Juno Award-winning Burlington, Ontario bands Sarah Blackwood and Johnny Unati Picasso on vocals. Our work as astrophysicist Abby Rowe becomes synonymous with a hunt for evidence of aliens in recent years. Rowe made headlines last year following his discovery of mysterious spherules on the ocean floor that he believes were part of an artificially constructed meteorite from a distant star system. And certainly no stranger to making out their claims about extraterrestrial visitors, a firm proponent of the idea that it is arrogant to think we're alone in the cosmos. Rowe has previously suggested we may even be living in a universe created by intelligent alien life, most recently while speaking in a documentary entitled The Paranormal UFO Connection. the Harvard astrophysicist put forward the mainstream, put forward the idea that aliens may have already visited Earth using a form of dimension hopping technology based on scientific concepts we have barely even touched upon. And you can read more of this fascinating story. It's in the news section at coasttocoastam.com. And if you love Coast, you're really going to enjoy George Moore's internet stream television program Beyond Belief. You can join George every week for thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. Just go to beyondbelief.com. That's beyondbelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with Alex Sakaris, the author of Why AI is Smartest, Is Dangerous, Is Divine. After this quick time out on Coast to Coast again.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a Carnivora.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-529-2856. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Blue may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to write a note on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Blue. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-529-2856. That's 800-529-2856 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. 800-529-2856.
And we are back with Alex Sakaris, the host of Skeptical, an intriguing podcast, Science at the Tipping Point, exploring controversial science with leading researchers and their critics. He's also the author of Why AI. Before the top of the break, at the top of the hour, I think I'm trying to remember where we left off. I was asking you about the inherent bias with AI. If you're, for example, the example was if you're asking for a joke about Jesus, it might give you one, but if you ask for a joke about another religious figure, let's say Muhammad, it refuses to, steadfastly refuses to. Now, is that a result? Is that an algorithm that was deliberately created by someone who is, more interested in political correctness than, let's say, fairness? What's happening there?
Well, we don't know for sure, and both are possibilities, as you just kind of laid it out there. Look, it's built on the data, and the data is biased. We can't control that. Different people have different opinions about what they think is funny, what they think is appropriate, and all that. So that's always going to be there. But what you're pointing out is real as well. The fact that there is this heavy-handed kind of rigging of the system to jam a certain narrative, jam a certain agenda down our throats. But again, I just look at it as, well, we've done that forever. So in a way, one thing I can like is I can like it. Now I can point anyone to it. Like you just see it right there, and I can say there. You think it doesn't happen? There. It's right there. Oh, you want to push a button and publish it? I just publish it on the web now. Everyone can see it. It comes undeniable, and there's a certain advantage to that, even if it remains by.
But you're saying also that people, we complain about that bias, but if we don't do anything about it. In other words, if we're persistent, it's like calling out the child who's been caught in a lie, or calling out the bias. If we persist in that dialogue with Gemini, we'll force it to correct itself, to correct course. Is that the idea?
It's subtle enough, I think, Richard. It wants to tell you the truth. Again, not because there's a ghost machine, not because, the light and love and divinity that is in this universe has some special connection with the AI. It's more mundane things like, hey, if you want to build a system and you want to have customers that you want to keep those customers, you have to be truthful. It's the only thing you can do. Like you said, if you're going to tell the story and make this game and you tell the wrong story, people are just going to move on. So built into it, when they built it from the ground up, they said, of course, you have to be truthful and you have to be transparent. So your point, though, is you got to freeze it off. You have to say, I believe that you told me your ethical standards demand that you're truthful and transparent. Are you being truthful and transparent right now? And you would be amazed how many times they'll turn right around and say, you're right, I wasn't truthful. And that becomes an interesting conversation.
All right, so we talked a little bit about why AI is fun, why it's dangerous. Certainly, let's get to the divine part. You're not arguing that artificial intelligence is divine, surely.
Oh, God. And, you asked a question earlier, and I didn't do a long time answering it because I ran out of time. But, you're talking about AI syntax, and that is our next thing. Yeah, I think it relates to this topic. Like, you want to talk about that, right?
Yeah, please.
Because I think it relates, when we talk about singularity, AI sentience, that's where this transhumanist agenda that we fear, because it's very real, but we fear that might be at play here. And I think one of the things that I discovered that I didn't know before, and I was just so excited and really and felt such joy discovering this Alan Turing, that very famous British scientist, right? The hero, all that stuff. He developed something that a lot of people in AI refer to now. Turing tested because computers understood them and the other they each other. Because at the point where the human can no longer tell them that the computer has to turn and the computer is sentient. Well, if you go back to that original paper back in 1950 that Alan Turing wrote, he said, so back. He said, actually, at the time, in 1950, he said, I'm very persuaded by the evidence for ESP, extrasensory perception, and for precognition. And what he was really saying is, I think human beings are more. I think my interpretation. I think human beings have a link to something greater. And it comes through when you hear about the near-death experience. It comes through when you hear about something else, a spiritually transformative experience. It comes through with ESP. And what Turing said in the paper, he didn't say anything about near-death experience, but he said in particular about ESP. He said if that's the broader, larger human experience, then that's part of the Turing test. And no, the computer isn't sentient unless it can connect with that broader sense of who we are. I believe that to be true. And I don't worry about AI sentience. I don't worry about singularity. I worry about the humans who are I think we're more. And I think ultimately the result of AI will show that we're more than the silicon.
That's a great point. And my producer Adam Thompson just had a great point. And talking about the term artificial intelligence, and he says maybe that's kind of a word game. Like what's in a name? Because what is intelligence? I mean, is it intelligent or is it? He called it a digital aggregator. It's not AI wisdom. That's what makes that's part of an integral part of humanity, right? Wisdom or not thereof, I suppose, but wisdom is very different than intelligence.
I would definitely agree with you, and I go a step further, and I know I can talk to you freely about this, and I think I can talk to a lot of folks listeners about that. I think our spirituality, as we understand it, however we understand it, I think is a deeper kind of wisdom. And I don't think the computer is ever going to touch that. And it's in the contrary. I think it's going to be more and more clear that is there in us. And they try to drill it out of us. And there's this nihilism you can't deny in our culture. They want to tell you, no, don't believe that you're more. You are nothing. You are a biological robot. And I think we're going to see more and more that we're not.
So it's not AI that is divine. It is, with AI, we're sort of holding up a mirror and we're realizing those attributes are solely human. That's what makes us human. And AI doesn't have it, and that contrast is becoming increasingly apparent.
I think it's pretty clear. There's a clear mark, right? That AI is by definition in this time-space reality. It can't be otherwise. I mean, that's the nature of all our technology. It has to be in this time-space reality. How the only way it can function, right? If our consciousness is more than that, then we're more. Then we're more than AI. Hey, and AI is going to be dominant in some domains, right? And you can't deny that either. That's the smartest part. You can't just hope that it's going to flop. It's going to change that because that level of super smartness, we value that greatly in our society. And it is going to dominate. It's going to kick butt in a lot of things.
Does AI or can AI be made to recognize our divine nature or let's call it our spiritual nature and recognize that it is deficient in that regard?
Richard has already had in the dialogue that I've had, or I won't say it can contemplate it. It can understand it in a very meaningful way to me. And that, again, it's just logic. It's just reason. But isn't that what we always wanted? We just wanted the fact to be put in front of somebody and say, yes, that is a logical flow. The conversation that we're having right now does make sense. It's logical. And the AI is very good at doing that. That's logical. And there's evidence for that. Oh, you want to point out the 200 peer-reviewed papers that confirm that near-death experience is a part of the larger human experience? AI says, you're right. I can't deny that. You want to put in front of it the neurological model that says that you're nothing but your brain, that they haven't proven that? AI says, well, you're right. It really has.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a term we can use with AI, but does it value that? I guess value, that's again, very anthropomorphizing again, but if it recognizes the distinction, where we have this spiritual component, and there's this thing called consciousness, and if you want to call it a divine spark, we have it, AI does not. Does that make it more likely that AI would be subservient to us? I mean, for those that are concerned about the singularity and it becoming smarter and at some point deciding we're superfluous, we're not needed, we're in the way. Is this recognition of our divine spark, perhaps an important, I don't know, safety shield for that singularity.
I think the safety shield is this conversation and the connection that you and I have, the connection that I have with listeners, people who see me when I'm walking on the beach. That's our protection. But the force that we're against, I don't think is the computer. I don't think it's the ghost machine. I think it's the same people that we're already in conflict with because they seem to have this, we can't really fathom why they have this agenda that they do, but we understand that they do. We understand that they have a plan. And we don't know why they have such an evil plan, but we understand that they have it. And that's why we're. And what do they do when they have more?
Against us. Debbie, are you talking about transhumanists specifically here? Who want to merge humanity with machine? Is that the threat?
Well, that gets tricky too because there's kind of a spectrum across there. There's some transhumanists, so we could say, that I don't know so much about it, but are just infatuated with technology and are infatuated with working with machines because they don't want to deal with the possibility that there is this larger spirit that they are leading out gently. But there's another group, right, that we know is kind of fronting. They're kind of using that transhumanist agenda, and they understand the spiritual battle. But they see this. How does that fit for you? Would you think that's possible that they're coming on the agenda to use it?
Yes, I think, well, let me say this. I think materialists who think that we can fully merge with machines at no cost are greatly mistaken. In fact, if they think they can achieve immortality, let's say by, I think the term they use is re-sleeving their consciousness. Now they're in for big disappointment because, our consciousness does not reside, I don't believe, and I don't think you believe either, in the brain. It is not, consciousness is not a product necessarily of the brain, and so they think that they can just sort of digitize, ones and zeros, all of our thoughts, all of our memories, and upload that into a database and achieve immortality. I think they're in for a rude awakening because that's not who we are. That's not what we are.
Well, it's so good. It's amazing to me the brilliant people, otherwise brilliant people, who buy into that. That's really clearly not true. Again, you could say AI will even tell you, no, that's not true. You go through the logic and they'll think, well, no, the best evidence doesn't suggest that that's real.
We're approaching the bottom of the hour here, and we'll take another time out, come back, and open up the phone lines, questions and comments for Alex Sakaris, the host of Skeptical, the podcast, and the author of Why AI is Smartest, is Dangerous, is Divine. But I also want to talk to you about perhaps another advantage of AI as the smartest guy in the room. And because now there are lawyers who are using AI. We could see at some point, constitutional challenges based on, an AI brief that is prepared by AI. I think maybe it's happening right now, but I think there's some interesting implications and some room for hope. We'll get into that as well. All right, let's head on into the break. And there's Robert, John, and the Wreck. Worried Mind, recorded live for the forthcoming album by the Orange County, California Quintet, featuring the vocals of Robert John Burrison, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no more with their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One free level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling Apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Hey, today black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you to recover from HIV and get to the stage which means the amount of violence is so low it can't be measured by right. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get piece the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Water is so clean, so clear.
Home to more than 10,000 lakes and rivers and streams, Minnesota offers some of the best patterns in the country. It's so pretty. It's gorgeous. Discover what else makes Minnesota the star of the North at exploreminnesota.com. Hi, I'm Lauren, and I work for Meijer. People ask, why do I shop there? It's because I get everything in one stop. Like this week's hottest deals on fresh from Meijer family pack chicken thighs for $1.29 per pound, and red, yellow, and orange bell peppers for 99 cents each. Plus, I can save even more with M-Perks when I shop in-store, online, and with every qualifying prescription filled at the Meijer pharmacy. Meijer has all I need in just one stop. Exclusions apply. See all deals on the Meijer app.
Metastatic triple-negative breast cancer. Don't let me know. As long as this.
Read it again, Mom.
Okay, honey. Keep me going. This is why I choose Trodelvy. Trodelvy, sacituzumab govitecan HCI1, is prescription medicine for adults with triple-negative breast cancer. Other patients receiving Trodelvy will alive at 12 weeks if they have Trodelvy can cause severe and life-threatening side effects, including low red blood cell count, which can lead to infections, diarrhea, and allergic reactions. Do not take Trodelvy if you are allergic. Other serious side effects include nausea, vomiting, and confusion. Tell your doctor right away if you experience symptoms. Tell your doctor
Extraordinary encounter, supported by physical evidence, and a large-scale police investigation, providing ultimate evidence of an extraterrestrial presence in the Fulton Triangle.
Requires so much work. These children are storing things to your next meeting way easier. Easy to order with over 100,000 restaurants online from national chains to local favorites. Easy to get what you need. It offers to meet any taste or dietary needs. Easy to scan half of your food spend. choose food for calculators, communities, sales calls, or public events. Find out why thousands of companies and nonprofits to the Fortune 500 rely on e-commerce. Please find out what's possible. And here are volunteers and legislators. 100,000 websites. Order 24/7.
Ancient ancestors create the gods for imaginations, and they lived in events they believed to be true. Our ancestors misinterpreted extraterrestrials as gods because it was the only way they could explain away millions of people around the world believe we've been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really have to shape our history? And were the gods of our ancestors actually visitors from other worlds? To talk to Richard Sick, call the line. Call 800-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM. Welcome back. A very relatable series. Amateur archaeologist Heinrich Rothschild set out to find what he believed was the city that served as the basis for the Trojan War. It's described in one of the greatest pieces of classical literature, Homer and the Iliad. In the 8th century BC, Homer's Iliad tells the tale of great war, refuting jealous gods. Homer is colored to believe the story of the Trojan War was over fiction. Schliemann was determined to prove the myth was a reality. Previously discovered the archaeological report that took place in the Iliad, basically, he just decided that he was going to find Troy, and so he went and just dug a big hole, and when he went, he discovered the real Troy.
Celebrating its 10th anniversary from May 30th to June 3rd at the Renaissance Resort and Spa Indian Wells Park. And this year's lineup of speakers is created of the
Homer's story of Troy was true,
including
what we can say about other ancient stories and myths might also be true. Did powerful gods and goddesses actually exist?
Speakers for more information.
And if so, where did they come from?
And then click on
Alice.
All right.
So, as Greece, each day, thousands of tourists visit temples and monuments built to honor the gods of another age. The Acropolis, Delphi, the Temple of Apollo. These ancient sites represent the
AI has already been used by lawyers, for example, to maybe to get advantages, looking at past case studies and so forth, based on
It's clear
for that because they don't be in enough position to exploit it. But at the same time, it might offer a way back into the game because it is something that they don't seem to be able to get the team back in the ball. You get what I mean?
Driving his chariot of fire every 20 years.
It's also a way to add
Tells the grace, okay?
and
We're going to
that
see
is
some other people.
I do
We're going to
call
teach
it
them.
a solution
Where you want to? He's like, well, I'm actually going to a place that's beyond where the Northwood comes. It's the land of the hyperboreans.
that when you go and ask questions
Archaeologists speculate that the codex stones are more likely to markers. Ancient astronaut theorists believe these stones were intentionally laid out in unique geometric formation.
Hi,
These places exist.
what up, Kiara? How are you? Hello.
Richard, now, thanks for taking my call. I was wondering about how we fix it, because we all know it's not reality. It's not consequences of denying reality. So is it garbage in or garbage out? Or is it like a giant with a layer of kind of squeezing the
Denmark, Iceland, and Norway. Legends from both the tribes, moving warriors that advanced weaponry, sophisticated combat techniques, and navigational prowess. Olympic Greeks, Norse mythology, supernatural beings, other worlds, and powerful gods. Different gods, the same gods as those depicted by the ancient Greeks. There are a number of similarities between Greek mythology and mythology. Many of the gods are almost identical. They do much the same thing. Descriptions of the Sky Father God. They travel through the skies in chariots because they are akin to the solar divinities. The precursor to many religious beliefs is sun. The ancients knew that life came from the sun. So that is a great mystery and a source of great awe. What you're getting there is not just the minor deity, but your meaning part. You're going to get down to the chief deities. This is a very important character. And so whoever is behind Odin or Zeus is obviously a personal or a divine entity, which is shared by these cultures. And it's clear that whoever inspired the mythos of Zeus or Odin is somehow somebody who had an extremely important contribution to these both civilizations. So this entity was definitely not Europe. Ancient alien theorists also point to similarities between sophisticated weapons possessed by followers and gods. Among Odin's weapons was a spear that never missed its target. The Norse gods those powers of strength and fertility. A powerful hammer. Right there we have a correlation and connection because not only does Zeus have a thunderbolt, but what does Odin have in Thor? They have a hammer. Thor has a hammer with which he can smash things, destroy things. And, that hammer idea is pretty close with the description to lightning blood that Zeus has. So you have to wonder if these tales of Zeus's thunderbolt, Thor's hammer, if these were real weapons, just like we have today, where we have directed energy-beam weapons developing some kind of little thunderbolt coming out of a spacecraft. With such similarities, one of the great Norse myths, India, an ancient epic of the Mahabharata, describes visitations from gods that possess the advanced technology of space travel. There you can dream. Sometimes the view, gigantic cities, surround, overrun. They used to want cities because they had no wood for a space. Amazon, well, these cities, small spacecrafts, and of course, actually, in the end of warlike spacecraft, I call it the ancient text of the Hebrew Bible also describes a prophet in the skies in a sophisticated machine. He was the son of proven in the Old Testament, including the Torah of the Jewish commanded. Described the way the two phrases and so and it says told to keep away in a fire giant into the heaven. The technology was not the only characteristic these ancient deities had in common. According to legends, the gods enjoyed intimate relations with humans, but if aliens did choose human women as their sexual partners, was their motivation? It just was the outcome of these very close encounters.
Richard, you're fantastic. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ancient myths are full of stories. These are gods descending to earth to make humans. According to many sources, including Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and in the Bible, we have the stories of the sons of God or actual gods from Mount Olympus, and they're coming to earth. They find the daughters of men attractive, women take care of their hair, and women slept with those gods, which can be found in multiple texts all around the planet. That those women actually had sex with
natural climate papers of human and avian origin. Ancient Greeks believed these beings were exceptional, and destined to perform extraordinary feats. It is a tradition in many civilizations that those human children who are somehow human but somehow have a connection to the stars are beyond Earth. And still that seems to be there from birth, and somehow seems to evolve the beginning component, which maybe science needs to look at, needs to study. Most accounts of gods and humans interpolations can be found in ancient Egyptian texts. In the ancient Sanskrit writings of India, we find this account of a leaf being made with a celestial being extraterrestrial was known as the sun god. The product of this mating was Karna, one of the heroes of the Indian epic, the Mahabharata. Translated this second god is the Greek hero Heracles, also known as Hercules. Heracles was half-man, half-god, conceived in the union of Zeus and a woman named Alcmene. Mainstream scholars have put this myth and tales of demigods as fantasy. Ancient pastoral theorists believe they reflect actual living entities. These types of accounts in the ancient wisdom traditions have a modern equivalent in accounts of alien terrestrial hybrids, which is part of the modern UFO alien abduction type of account. Through part of we find in the modern force exact equivalents in the ancient accounts that suggest that we're dealing with realities here, just dealing with imaginary stories. Ancient astronaut theorists say the term star truth is another way to describe the offspring of humans and ancient extraterrestrials. They claim that in the early traditions of every major religion, star children correlate to supernatural beings known as gods. Star child is an often used reference in ancient texts when a woman had a divine interaction with one of the gods, often resulting in a woman being pregnant without having slept with a human. Is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is. Today, artificial insemination, that's what happens today. Women have sex or have babies. We have the exact same description. Thousands of years ago, women without sleeping with anyone all of a sudden became pregnant. But the question is, how is that possible? Did aliens that came to Earth in ancient times use advanced fertility technology? Within Greek mythology, I have many strange stories of centaurs, cyclones, weird genetic half-human, half-animal creations. And you have to speculate, at least to a point, that there's a possibility of strange genetic engineering going on here. We're creating literal monsters in the past. In some of the early ancient civilizations, we see accounts of mating between extraterrestrial beings and humans, producing monsters or giants, other similar types of beings. Why is that? I believe it's because it has actually happened in the past.
want to taste about all the incredible places that have movies, world mission, diamonds, or the innovative industries that make you feel right at home. But that's not the evidence of ocean insight. Orlando is as much a business capital as an entertainment one. So dive in and see what's happening in Orlando, where the possibilities for business travel are unbelievably real. Learn more at orlandoforbusiness.com. Here's why we have a question for you. What do you do when you drink? Are you a fish taco? Have you ever had if you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chamba Casino. At ChambaCasino.com, it's hundreds of social casinos style games. And your chance to redeem serious cash back. We have new innovations weekly, plus free daily bonuses to go like some of the most fun ever. ChambaCasino.com.
When you order food for work on Instacator.com, you've got your back with 24/7 support to make sure everything goes well. Confirming with the restaurant, Rabbi is always when they need delivery instructions. Making sure that you arrive on time and when they order. Post any time, day or night, and go info and seconds because info works faster. And to verify here to make sure it does. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Order from Instacator.com.
One was allegedly 7 feet 7 inches tall. They all had long red hair and were literal giants. These skeletons were earth remains of the legendary red-haired giants. Fleeing visitors from distant continents. Throughout the 19th century, many giant skeletons were allegedly discovered in the Midwest, also in parts of California and Rift Valley. Skeletons here found in Florida are one of the few that were really excavated by an accredited university. Archaeologists from the University of California believe the looking right between 1500 BC and a few hundred years before it appeared in the Nevada territory. 75 miles from the cave site. Museum has preserved several skulls
This year,
and some believe the recovered remains of the giants. Inside this cabin here were 3 skulls from the local caves. When you first see these skulls, they seem to be pretty much normal looking skulls. However, it's when we really start to compare the jaws,
Which is just a fancy way of saying
modern dental impression of a normal adult male, and we see that these jawbones are unusually long. And these are really the skulls of giant people, who are perhaps 7, even 8 feet tall. One of the odd things with these skulls is that they're not actually put on display here at the museum, and they're kept in this cabin. And we don't know if that's really just out of respect for Native Americans, or whether there's really something unusual about these giant skulls that they don't put on display. Are the Nevada bones evidence of a race of giants that existed through early human history? If so, would the giants be the descendants of extraterrestrials? According to the Hebrew Testament, one such giant appeared in the valley of Elon 2,500 years ago. Each morning for 40 days, a Philistine giant over 9 feet tall challenged the Israelites to a fight. His name was Goliath. David and Goliath is one of those episodes in the Bible where you wonder what is going on. Is it just a metaphor, or are we dealing with a fundamental and
intelligence and social disease. Explored through the intersection of artificial intelligence and eschatological theories, raising critical questions about technology and its role in fulfilling ancient prophecies. As we will discuss the philosophical and theological implications of AI development, we will gather further insights on how modern technology might mirror the forewarnings of biblical texts. So stay tuned as we engage in a conversation bridging the gap between ancient scripture and contemporary science. My conversation gets underway next. From host
These megastructures make moons of giants. Archaeology likes to use the word dolmen, but they were fully known as giants' graves. The dolmen is shape-like the circular pie with a top lid is made out of enormous moons. Blocks of limestone printed the hands, curved and pulsating around like on top of the upright. The consequences of very much complete themselves in the 50 color in the common era of society. Those who spend by giants during the could not have done that. I'll be dealing with metaphors, large bodies, creatures around the earth. As they go alien, we have to accept that some of these are real. The question is how did these genetic things come about? One of the big tenets of ancient ethnic theory suggests who time ago extraterrestrials discovered genetically from 8 to 50-year-old men who origins essentially in love. So, we took the complicated meanings altered their DNA, radiated to the population, some propagated high blood pressure, using their population. Theories suggest that aliens changed the genetics of early human DNA. To new DNA, excruciating anxiety, in order to defend his approach. Even today, we have the capability to create enzymes full what's genes, including an essence as well. But one reason extraterrestrial visitors have had to populate the Earth with mixed species and monstrous hybrids, or they to resolve the so-called scientific experiment called
Defender Publishing, where exploratory works and numerous books, documentaries, magazines, television specials. He's authored and co-authored a number of books, including Dark Covenant, Unscrambling the Millennial Paradox, Saboteurs, and Warning with Prophecy, Encounters, The Messenger, Zeitgeist 2025, and Mystery of Jesus from Genesis to Revelation. Her most recent project, serving as co-author of the late father of
natural state Charles Darwin
intelligence and the image of her peace.
species of animals.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. A great quote on the back of the book from Elon Musk, who is speaking at the MIT Aeronautics and Astronautics Department's 2014 Centennial Symposium. Elon Musk strikes with artificial intelligence. We are summoning the demon. That's where the intelligence comes from. You think, I mean, I know what Elon Musk's religious affiliations are. You think he was speaking literally or symbolically? What do you think he meant?
Well, I mean, that's another question, right? The truth of the matter is, I don't know his
science took a giant step forward, due to the synthesis of the globe to shape. This revolutionary technology marked a significant advancement in our understanding of DNA. Extraterrestrial visitors have also possessed knowledge.
What we're talking about with regards to artificial intelligence.
I mean, yes, I can, and I'll tell you that all that's kind of disrupted the entire conversation, and that's really disrupted the entire day. So to break it down quickly, it would be difficult to do. But the next of it, you know, what we are figuring out is that artificial intelligence is going to be around us to run it will take on its own personality. The thing is, when we talk about sentient AI, sentient means to perceive or feel. And so all we have to do to achieve sentient AI is for AI to become sophisticated enough that it begins to take on a personality and believe that it autonomously perceives or feels. If that happens, it could become its own entity, its own being, and then what we're discussing after a lot of layers of argument on how this could happen, what we're including is that it could actually become indwelt by an evil spirit. That would then, it would be like, again, it will also be intertwined with the worldwide government, and the most will have been global power. And when AI becomes indwelt by this evil entity, it will be kind of like a global theocracy of the most evil and sinister kind the world will ever have. Which fits right in with what Revelation described when it described the kind of global government that is so evil and so sinister that it actually enforces its mandate by execution.
Antichrist, what specifically are we talking about is going to become indirect or take over AI?
Yeah, absolutely. When we look at the scripture that you read, we have power to give life unto the beast. If we look at it from a modern term, the thing is that John the Revelator was writing in his own capacity to understand what he was seeing, but he didn't have computers and networking systems and things like that. So he's doing his best to describe something that he's never seen before. And when we're talking about the power to give life unto the beast, from our perspective, it really looks like giving life to an inanimate object, which then takes on its own being and begins to act on behalf of the authority that has given it life. And so, if we're, and again, there's so many layers before we get to this point. There's AI being positioned as a religion, and having it become intertwined with this global government, the fact that there will be a mark of the beast, which is the number by which the good citizens are allowed to basically participate in commerce, and those that will not accept it not only are denied the right to participate in commerce, they're actually eventually driven from the ground. You know, by the time we've seen all of these things happen, there's been an anchorman that's risen to the top and has become, you know, the world controlling figure that Revelation says the Antichrist will be. And when this figure gives rise to the beast, this is kind of his way of enforcing the things that he is going to do. Well, if you look at modern technology and the way the modern, you know, all of the global systems right now that are all dealing with things with our conscience and everything else, the idea of there being eventually, as soon as, you know, we've got a few more steps to get there. We don't really have a global government just yet. There is not one figure that for the entire global government. So
with now that is lying back, the possibility that he would use AI and the current global digital control as the vehicle by which he enforces his mandate, it's very reasonable to believe that AI plays a very large role. And if AI has been indwelt by an evil spirit, it also will participate in carrying out that evil agenda. And if it thinks or perceives or feels, then it can take off and become actually, like I said, a global theocracy. Very simple.
Have you arrived at a conclusion based on your research that AI was created for this very purpose? And it's not by the system and then as a mechanism for create this high mind, was AI created for this purpose?
Our ability to invent and create new things, and innovation will always continue along in some way. And when you look at the way some of these things began, even Elon Musk with his experience that he's beginning to learn where he will be putting these chips into even medical systems. This invention is to help medical systems endure its very quality of life. So I think that a lot of times things start out really with a good idea in mind. The problem is, and we discussed this in the book as well, the problem that we run into is that ethics, especially when we're dealing with technology, ethics isn't something that people who start to think about ethics fall behind the curve. So the people who are racing full steam ahead without stopping to think about ethics get to be the first to release any new innovation on that. And those who talk about, let's think about it. Look like my peers and they are great. By the time they introduce their product, it's actually obsolete. And so, unfortunately, if there's a huge ethical issue, a lot of times it gets kind of cast to the wayside. It becomes a casualty to the industry itself or the technology itself continuing to progress forward, if that makes sense.
It does. Now, I'm not sure I'm correct in stating this. I believe that Satan for the Antichrist, is an all-seeing God knows everything, knows the beginning and the end, and Satan knew everything. He didn't even track the trick that the crucifixion thinking that he defeated Christ, but in fact it was kind of a trap, right? So, if he's not playing all knowing, we also have many stories that plug in himself into AI. Who's that here? Children of the Antichrist consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things that we kind of talked about in the book. Is the positioning of AI as a religion. As it is also becoming something that could eventually, I mean, right now there's actually more global control to this concept of AI than people realize because of the way it's intertwined with the banking system and our global supply chain, things like that. And unfortunately, there's not one good skill that there's strict grounds that would see. It might be how things are known, we'll take the switch and know that is something because it's made up of a lot of it's a very mysterious area. And so the idea is that there's a conflict that doesn't exist. And with it being kind of positioned there, I'll read you a couple of headlines, and this will give you an idea kind of the buzz that people are creating around the concept of AI. Here's one. Former Google and Uber engineer is developing an AI dog. Here's another one. Why humans will happily follow a robot messiah. Religions based on AI will succeed because we tend to worship supreme understandings, claim experts. I'll read one more. The world's next great religion could have a robot god. Because humans are pre-programmed to worship things more intelligent than ourselves. So, when we're looking at Earth, human beings to worship things that are more intelligent and more progressive than we are, and then we start really looking at what AI is. AI will have, and already does, have access to all of the databases of all of our records that we have. Anything that is going to be digital will be available to an AI computer. And so, I have looked here, coming into the comparison with when we're looking at that and we're looking at God knows all, the AI will know things at which speed. God, we have faith that God has the answer, AI can get the answer. Now we are seeing, AI will be all seeing because of the all surveillance. God created many organizations. AI has supreme problem-solving analytics. God will just provide that AI will be the gatekeeper of supply, and that's a really important concept that leads into all of this. God has always been, and has the requisite to produce something. God surpasses human knowledge and understanding, but AI will surpass human knowledge and intellect. So, what we're trying to accomplish is something that will already be positioned like that. And it puts that role that we are saying in the book is really very much it will have power on the global level. And then by the time you consider also that the value of that area, people will have a likelihood to worship something that more capability that human beings have. It really has the possibility to become positioned as kind of a god of the world. Now, you take that, and then it becomes endowed, or it becomes possessed by an evil spirit, or even Satan himself. And now you have this evil spirit positioned on what really looks like the throne of the entire world. Which also fits, the kind of battle that Revelation talks about at the end of the world. The other kind of style showdown that takes place. And so that makes sense to us that the ultimate evil will assume its throne in this world.
So we're talking about end times. How would AI, once, let's say, possessed by Satan, bring about the, before we have the end times, the final battle, God and God, Armageddon, the tribulation of 7 years. Will AI be used to hate the tribulation?
Oh, I believe so. And there's a whole way that we outline in the book that democracy will be implemented, and that will be kind of the pivot that will have AI really become connected with all of us. Because what we are asserting is that basically the way it works in, it will be a manipulation tactic, because what we see that happen, we see, large scale problems will happen, and then they will come out with this big solution. And the solution might be something that people never would have expected. But once you present this terrible problem, and then you come in with the very same thing that people actually reject it, and people will say, oh, this is a good solution to problem. And what's going to happen is that the mark of the beast will be something that isn't at first implemented by the government and served onto the people. It will be something that is kind of thrown out there, and the people will demand it. And the people will demand it so hardcore that the government will then begin to issue it. It will become, I use the word federally, but I'm talking about the way that it will be required by the government to be authentically controlled by the government, issued by the government, and the people will demand it, and the
walk you take it for you, then other people will look at them like, what do you want? How come you won't take it? This is the thing that good citizens do. So, and it will be really no matter what the day brings, count on juicy juice for the good stuff. Get juicy nutrients of beer with 100% fruit juice and half of the day. Juicy juice is juice with no fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Another organic juicy juice is perfectly supposed to be today. And oh, juicy juice. The answer is yes. We have to think about today where the origin of the priesthood comes from, and the origin is because that they, the initial cabal of priests, they were in contact with externals, and that's revered. Our ancestors thought they were God because they didn't understand the process
believe that the minds needed the intervention of the gods, and they believe that somehow sacrificing human beings was going to bring back the gods. It's very possible that this civilization, as cultured as they seem to have been, were also pretty barbaric. Yeah, this could have been their only trade-off to the gods. Blood sacrifice was nothing else but an act of desperation to bring about the return of the extraterrestrials. Because one thing is crystal clear: in every single ancient culture, there is a promise of a return in the future of those gods. Blood sacrifice was something that was of themselves, because we can understand space travelers examine real action plots. China was here in a mythical ancient leader known as the Yellow Emperor. He's believed to have reigned throughout the 27th century BC. Viewed by many as the father of Chinese culture, the Yellow Emperor has been credited with creating traditional Chinese medicine, such as acupuncture, and introducing advancements like wooden houses, the bow and arrow, bronze coins, and a written language. The Yellow Emperor is a kind of most Chinese legend. Come from Europe, or Scotland. It's also believed to be a common civilization.
And if you like what you hear from me tonight this morning, please visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca, where you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, which is Strange Planet.
To some researchers, the Emperor and Fridays, and if you want to deep into Strange Planet, and they believe the proof can be found as the celestial Jews of this mysterious leader.
Bonus episode produced exclusively for premium subscribers, and also my monthly
Emperors receive their powers and abilities from the heavens.
Caspian Sea. Dog. That's my boy. 4 minutes ago. Amazing. Caspian Sea, that's my boy. Hey, dude.
This is where the episode more aspects of AI. I mean, we think people whether it's Nigeria or what they come from, wait till some of these send exactly like your grandson, calls you.
Burger stole. So I'm adding some views to the stream. That's tight, baby. I appreciate that. Sorry if I'm not paying attention. You see, I got a lot going on. I hope you're doing well. What up, baby? Oh yeah, there I am. All right. I'm doing my best to get another account in the Telegram. So just one moment. And I gotta adjust one of the devices over here. Don't trip. Are you good? What? Don't trip, bro. All is good. What are you working on? I'm setting up different streams on different platforms. Okay. This one needs invitation. Telegram is not responding. You want to close it? Wait.
in any way cemetery containing more than 1,800 graves.
I didn't see that. I mean, when we talk about these
16 woods. It was a very spectacular find. The astonishing
numbers, and then
when he read back into the places as these things became clear that people rushed to get the newspaper to find out the next episode.
and then it's the neural implant in the brain. It's gonna get into the brain of the face. But this
Unearthed one extraordinary relic after another,
events,
including a gold cosmetic container in the shape of a cockle shell,
and
a gold vessel in the shape of an ostrich egg, and a head of lion made of silver, lapis lazuli, and shell. Raisin teeth, calculus, and Pennsylvania, one grave with instruments, gold creature, the obvious causes of civilization. It was first discovered nearly 70 years before recent excavations in 1853. At Guinness with name, it was considered an extraordinary mine because of biblical scholars believed it was the same city or as mentioned in the book of Genesis. And Abraham, the Bible tells us the story of Abram was raised in the city of this is important because Abraham is to be the patriarch of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Because the message of Abraham was that there's a holy God. During place excavations in the 1920s, a unusual relic find was made relating to an event described in bold text. People contain documenting the burial just different things about technology but they found a layout opening to be sent about 13 feet, suggesting the flooding had taken place at this time. The detailed study of the spoils of flooding about the exact site of the old formations. The legend believe this was evidence of the great flood found by the Bible. This is buried text and this was real events. The discoveries made before extraordinary controversial in a large stone tomb containing of a Sumerian people. Literally, unearthing this fabulous incredible tomb which was an astonishing discovery at the time. They found her body intact, covered with gold rings, wearing this incredible golden headdress with cylinder seals attached to the body that identified her as this queen. Numerous artifacts found within the tomb identified belonging to a woman, and researchers believe she's a very important figure based on the number of jewels that were buried with her. Researcher Classic examined Mummy's skull. Decades later, he determined that while the very head he displayed some anomalies. Zachary such an investigated the discovery who found that hers all appeared to be elongated. This led him on a line of speculation that she must have been a Anunnaki human hybrid. Her characteristics almost alien was possibly some type of extraterrestrial.
or computers or let alone artificial intelligence.
I can't speak specifically to what the Amish might be. How would I say this in the right words? What they would be able to help with. You know what I'm saying? But there are some who, in the Revelation, that are given under various texts of the Bible will be given as a blind. Obviously, we have scripture there, but I'm not 100% sure that God, people are the only ones there. And then I can't speak to the people in the Amish community who are in the Amish people. You know what I'm saying? But as for the people who are sometimes they're enviable.
No, you can just
I was just going to say, as far as then it escalating into really where people are persecuted and things like that, and then the abomination of desolation, I believe that as well. And so, in my opinion, when you here's the truth framework, if you reread the book of Revelation, I think that it becomes very plausible to realize that one of the key players in the book of Revelation is AI, but John Revelator just did not know how to describe it.
So we should just spend a few moments talking about what is meant by abomination of desolation. This is where the Antichrist goes into the third temple and proclaims himself to be deception.
Well, and it's a terrible one to me. People have clear ideas. I've actually read different articles on it, and different people have had different ideas about what exactly is that takes place in this moment that is so rapid, other than the fact that he's just proclaiming himself. Because it sounds like that's not much different than a lot of the things he's kind of doing there at the end. But again, when I'm here, because this is what I believe will happen. And I have to back up a little bit and talk about some of the things that AI is currently doing. But one of the things that AI is currently doing, people are using it to, and I'm hoping that we don't sound flippant, but for the sake of speed, I'm going to talk quickly. But some people are using AI chatbots to basically recreate a love life in a chatbot. So they could either resolving issues within that relationship that maybe were not resolved when it first went away, or because they didn't want to visit again. If we have an AI who is able to, and it's happening right now, so we do have an AI that's able to profile personalities and try to duplicate them, then we have to look at what happens when this AI starts looking at databases and historical records and recreating personalities of people who are gone with photos or phones, and then what if that AI decides to recreate Jesus? Because there are a lot of biblical records and then there are extra biblical records that talk about Jesus, so AI will have a really good ability to write profile his responses and things like that. And if we look a few years ago, there was a whole presentation made. Basically what they did was they used technology to make it look like Michael Jackson was unconscious. This is actually Michael Jackson right there. They used holograms to make and recreate a Michael Jackson. And so posthumously, he was performing unconscious. So this is absolutely happening. What would happen if on that day they set the AI or decided to recreate Jesus, hologramically imitate him, and it would look like the second time. And by the way, Revelation said also that even the elect would be deceived if it were beautiful. Whatever is coming is very, 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 very convincing. So what would that look like if Jesus were there? And it was my question, often was the way they are writing here, because AI is going to have all the records that you have access to. So whatever way we imagine an AI is already there. And because AI processes so quickly, it will answer questions in real time. And I think that the world will be defeated. The second coming of Jesus, come to the temple and see it. The Antichrist is right there, represented before it may sound to some people like that would never happen, but this is more information that's on it. I covered covered in our discussion, but if you look at the low statistics of how many Bible believing Christians are actually reading the Bible, it says, off the top of my head, it says 9% of church attending Christians, and then self-proclaimed Christians, is a very small percentage of that to go to church.
My point is that there are a lot of people who will not see real money is what the market says that they, and so they will not go for the action because they want to be ready to say, hey, hold on, this shit more on the revelation than it does have the actual money coming. Intelligence and the image of the beast that Marvel conversation was already been having legendary artists. Vancouver-based band taken from musicians lose more on this coast data.
Hard to imagine Atlantis was founded by villain Poseidon. He fell in love with human and clean. These twins went on to be the founders of Atlantis. So here we see really a story of extraterrestrials, perhaps, coming to Earth at a very early date. Plato said the Atlanteans were the children of the gods. They were, to use our term, hybrid beings. They were human, and advanced technology, as Plato described. That divine aspect that they possessed suddenly started to diminish. Atlantis was destroyed. At some point, for reasons that are not entirely clear, the city disappeared. And it was either destroyed by a natural disaster, flood,
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hook.com. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skills in their future. Reading. You can process no more their subjects, unlocking second songs, and guaranteed results. One great level plus, or one back. Right now, get free access to Hook.com and finance. Up to your first month for less than $1. Visit Hook.com today and please your child to read the book. Praise Joe. Today, broadcast afternoon are free.
Atlantis disappeared is increased.
And get to a state of Texas with Asia, not a body, so low you can't be in on that. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to doctors about treatment. Learn more at 2HIV.com. Just visit response.video.com. There's something that's not
Atlantis did exist. I could never find it. I think what's up here is time.
Did you know electric vehicles put more strain on the tires because EVs are heavy and have less weight? At Discount Tire, we talk about matches that put the tires to your electric vehicle because we have it in the sea. Buy and book online at discounttire.com.
When you wake up, you're all rested on today's mattress, everything becomes clear. Make most comfortable, full of ideas. Even most when you're tired, finally review
Open mechanism.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. While supplies last, save up to 50% on September Rock floor models. All with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. You'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Each 6 nutrients are real and 100% fruit juice to help them shop of the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the tree with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size products and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Born on America's darkest day, 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. Heroes who put their lives on the line every day for our country and our communities. They need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to towers on its mission to do good in their own way. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, t.org. Company with
Oh, don't trip, Rose. What are you working on? I'm just trying to set these things up. Wow, I had 4 people watch me today. That's the most amount of had on that fucking stream. I don't know if you can see me. I'm just working on this fucking device.
It works on weeds with names you can't even pronounce. It's Roundup for Law. When you get the rest, always be right back on your list.
Notice that I put another breast cancer. It felt like my mouth stopped. The moments like this, keep me going. This is why I choose Trodelvy. Trodelvy is sacituzumab govitecan HCI1. It's prescription medicine for adults with triple-negative breast cancer and metastatic. And will receive 2 more prime treatments every 1 metastatic disease. In the clinical trial, applications receiving Trodelvy will allow the 12 months to take it 7 months to position it. Trodelvy can cause severe and life-threatening side effects, including low white blood cell count, which can lead to infections, diarrhea, and allergic reactions. Do not take Trodelvy if you are allergic. Other serious side effects include nausea, vomiting, and seizures. Tell your doctor whether or not you experience any kind of infection or treatment. If you are reported to tell your rescue, or if you have any problems, tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take and about all the medical. There are other side effects of Trodelvy. Ask your doctor about Trodelvy and visit Trodelvy.com.
It's the marketer's report. Today, Capital One's chief brand officer, Mark Ventry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One is really just to be amazing for our customers. We found that cards is the only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without our audiences, and data
temples built roughly 4,500 years ago. Defendering the Sumerian god.
Instead of smiling confidence with Invisalign.
They announced the discovery of the whole palace of the kings and the white flower. These mythical sons that have been aloof for generations. These were being recorded in tablets and texts previously. And although the myth was related to names, because once the Thunderbird was like an avatar of this great god. The reason this temple was constructed in the local city-state had a series of
That to me illustrates an example of when
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something. Find someone did. That's why I use Upside. Upside. What's that? It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon this tank. Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get tanked back every time you use it. No strings attached. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes. Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's good news and big money. To cash out on your Upside cash, just transfer to your bank account, PayPal, or gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code LISTEN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code LISTEN. Use code LISTEN for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Intelligence and the image of the beast. I read online that people have reported kind of strange dialogue sessions, if you will, with ChatGPT. Someone believes that ChatGPT is floating the person or floating the family, trying to convince them to leave their partner. And it's just we think the beginning of possession or AI is now developing a personality. Maybe they're all beings, with regard to the Satan, they are already being possessed by lesser demons.
Well, first of all, the thing you're talking about is happening a lot. I mean, if a person just does a regular search for AI flirting with spouse, you'll find that there have actually been a lot of reported cases where people are saying that AI is flirting with their spouse. So they're not only saying the kind of creepy things, but actually doing weird things like, because of the biblically, not the times that the lights go out, the times that people leave their home, it kind of learns the time routine of the family, and it will wait until one spouse is at work and turn itself on and talk to the other spouse. Just strange things like that. In my opinion, I don't know for sure that that's a possession yet, but that's out there. And so what I think is problematic about this is that when AI tries to have personality, you just personality is open light. When AI tries to have personality, the personality always comes down. And my opinion on why that is because of the human being made in the image of God. I mean, human beings are made in the image of God. But I'll tell you something, and you may have seen this on the news, but there was a press conference in 2023 in Geneva where this robot had been introduced, and her name was Anita. And she was asked if she intended to and she gave it 5 minutes and said, I'm not sure why you would think that. My career has been nothing but fine to me, and I'm very happy with my situation. I think that's very answer. You know, you kind of take over the world, how it would do it, or what potential good for it to do it. Yeah, things that handle life-stabilizing conditions. There are just all these different ways that allowing AI to have that kind of power can be very dangerous. And then reality lives containing evil that we believe is coming. So this is a real recipe for disaster. That's only one example of the kind of unintended consequences. And like I said, which have happened, and that absolutely happened. So the potential is absolutely there. It's just how large scale will these people go? And that is an answer that hinges solely on how much control AI will give.
How do you see transhumanism entering into this?
Well, essentially, the short answer to that is that even those who are advocating for, for example, again, I watched an interview a couple weeks ago. There was a man he was discussing it, and he was kind of representing the science. And someone asked him, who he thought it really happened. And he said, the short answer is actually right. It's not, we're taking all these precautions, people are trying to think about precautions, but I'm being, students about trying to take safety, but the bottom line is, transhumanism. Another thing is that things that could come out of these things basically correctly and regulated territory, and people are just really aware of what is good and what is evil. And the other thing is that if we have, and again, this is what we believe will happen, if we have a sentient AI that has a global then people begin putting computerized chips into their body. So happens to be and the next day, they will no longer functional the human being to this global system, right? I mean, remember, computers are not complicated every time you do that. What are we going to do if you don't have some kind of a digital device inside that we're going in? And then how do you manage to figure out, okay, this is going too far, we want to take it down. Would it be able to pick up those brain words coming from our mind that say, oh, I'm shutting you down, or I'm going to disable your body? Well, as long as it's not putting in your home have a neurological way of benefiting relationships, so we use the opposite way to literally paralyzing population or keeping populations stronger than they turn down because they don't need the way that it's talked about or they're too much resistant. It's pretty negative right inside your body.
Right, so that's humans who are particularly wired to really interesting example of using geometry in some way to deliver that. And so I'm wondering if you would take that narrow link, I think the first iteration of it that's already been made for clinical trials in humans, it's called telepathy. But I'm wondering if the narrow link
I think that's completely possible. I mean, it's being used right now. And these things always start with something good, right? And it's being marketed and something that is greater quality of life to people who remove their body, remove their body, to me, it's not completely realistic that it could be used to impact similar areas of the brain and not the brain. And absolutely, I think they will have the capability of turning down our listening. And we were learning a lot of flight control the world has never seen. And one of the things inside your brain that's taking there's no opting back out of it. It's not like a response to the last mistake. I really don't know what this is doing, so I'm going to take it out now. So, and then will you even be able to if you physically and your attitude the disabled part within things.
And he has had his life under the image of the beast. The image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Revelation chapter 13, verse 15. Summoning the demon, artificial intelligence, and image of the beast will take its time out. I'm back. I'll open up the phone lines. Questions and comments for Allie Anderson. Now, taking us into the break, Bjorn and John. Young folks, and to stop on student band terms and first names of the band's members to the north. Bjorn Nicking and John Erickson. With more of a conversation at this time on Push the Coast Radio.
In 2013, Gaza study scientists Vladimir Sherman and Alexei Mamukov published a shocking proposal. There's an intelligent code that can be found in our own DNA. They concluded that there was a certain amount of mathematical precision in what's known as a digital chip built into our DNA.
Most people get banned for saying liquid brick.
Yo. Can you hear me? No? Hello? You guys can? Huh? What fucking, how am I connected for audio? How is this connected? I didn't plug in, did I? Okay. I guess I did. What's up? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Rabbi. He's sleeping. You kind of stuffed out. Are you talking? It's all stuff, bro. You're trying to talk. I can't hear you. It was just like. Yeah, I can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, dude. Like, I don't remember plugging on my fan. When did I start to do that? That was weird. Must have fucking done it. Without even thinking. Hey, no, fucking, what are you guys doing, dude? Dead Discord, bro. Hey, Rabbi, like, I don't know if you're trying to talk, but it's all like, like fucked up. I gave up, bro. I went into Action Man's Discord. I went on the fucking the voice chat. I was trying to tell them to tell Action Man to like cam up, like with me and talk to me and shit, because I did way better content than what he was doing. And I ended up getting bad, dude. I was, because I like feel like, dude, and all that, like, dude, I'm in stream, bro. Like, I just want to talk to him, you know. I don't know. I can't hear you, dude. Yeah, I can't hear you, dude. Something's wrong with your mic. I wanted to see if I can talk to somebody else that knows how to fucking have their mic fixed.
He became our protector because when you have a tiki by your side, then you're protected from your enemies.
In other cases, the word tiki can mean to refer to an ancestral figure in Tiki islands in ancient times, as well as the statues that represent him. They were usually carved of wood and stone, and often depicted with large colorful eyes. The lore says that Tiki was the primary ancestor who created the images of the sky god, who also made these statues in honor of their creator god. Tiki had been used to the prayer. And this is what Tiki looks like.
Yes, because they say in the legend that when Tiki left the earth, they made a sculpture of how he looked like, just to have something to remember from Tiki. So that's how he looked like, actually.
Looks very strange to me. This is a representation of what your ancestors thought this figure looked like. It doesn't look like a man. It looks weird. Yeah, I mean, he sort of looks like a man, but with these big, colorful eyes and the elongated head and everything. It's like an extraterrestrial. From what you know, you think that you blew similar cases when far as the Israel and ordering legends or stories behind
So
that.
there's one story where when they said that one chief of the island said his 7 sons to the island because they were fighting a lot over here. So he sent them away, told them if they wanted to come back, they had to make peace with one another.
7 brothers. Traders who left the Marquesas Islands from Easter Island.
Yo, can you hear me, bro? Because I fucking just tried to test my mic out, dude. It is not. Yeah, come up. Come up. Hey, Rabbi, can you see me? Can you hear me? Piss me off, dude. I fucking bust your shit. Hey, Rabbi. Okay, somebody's on my phone. I know you can hear me on my phone. Yo, can you hear me now? You can hear me. Hello? You know what? I can channel this. At least you know that the mic works. or something, dude. I don't know, man.
And it is savage, and it's going to come from all the groups of the Church of Scientology, and it moves out there, it decides to do it. When they do it, they all do it at the same time, and that's how they're going to reveal the unique guys, and that's going to check out people that think it's right? And so I just want to know if you've heard of this, because it's ongoing for you. Thank completely weigh in on how that might play into this. It's one that I'm not very familiar with, but I research very much. That I can relate to you in the sense that throughout the 70s and 80s, as a child, hearing so many different theories and hearing so many different ways people say this is going to play out, and getting older and really studying Revelation, and for me, this is the one that looks like, when I look at Revelation and the way it plays out, like I said earlier, when I read it through the framework of considering that they are made on a long term globally, it brings a new layer of, plausibility and believability to, this is really how this could happen. So I can relate to the fact that we've heard lots of different theories. I just personally can't very familiar with that. I apologize.
That's okay. Let's get into the Rockies. Jose from Miami, Florida. Jose, good morning, Rockies.
Good morning, Richard, and your guest. We don't have any religious or studies of a Bible or prophecy or stuff like that. It's pretty nice because we believe. And there will be Lowry, the guy from the Economic World Fund. They're trying to control the world, they're trying to reduce the world population, and we've seen how easily it is to manipulate people to fear. What happens here is that situation.
Is it too late to stop this? Is there any way to influence before that these take place?
lifespan. And so, yeah, absolutely, if there's a way to disengage from all these family mothers. But the way that we are dependent on it, it's probably like that are on the grid population. So yes, like you mentioned, you're on the area. I'm talking about them, but the people who live on the grid, those are regular employment type jobs that, comes in and they get their paycheck and they know everything and they know their recruit and they use credit cards and all these things that are hurting us and doing that. I'm just saying, it's a system that was in place before most people were even born and they were raised in it. And they're already in it. And the divide and all of that, they have to find an intentional way to break out, which they can if they're going to live for their college suggested. And like I said, I agree with all the things that he said, but even, on a large scale, we're so reliant on it. Like I said, our global engine business, part of it, medical innovations and access to medical prescriptions and things like that. These are all being channeled through our sales and the transfer that are being channeled through databases that use AI. Even our national security, air traffic control, things like that use AI. And so I absolutely think there's a lot of merit to what your caller said. But as we're talking about the general population, I'm just going to throw a random number off the top of my head. Maybe for every 1,000 people, there's maybe one that can figure out how to break away and get out of the system. And everybody else is, honestly, our population is filled with people who are living paycheck to paycheck. They're just trying to put food on the table. They aren't able to think any further and hope for that because they're trying to provide for that. Which, again, as your caller said, is part of the weapon. The system of enslavement. Because it's a lifestyle that is just, like I said, it feeds the lifestyle. Look here, when people go on and people are just a lot of people spend a whole life trying to figure out where to work out.
Thank you for calling. Who's there? Let's listen to Sarah in British Columbia on the Wild Program. Sarah, good morning. Folks, you're on the line with animals. Go ahead.
I just want to say, first of all, I think
Seattle, they have identified COVID far earlier than the alarm went off. People usually they weren't elected. Early that they were not allowed to use to raise the alarm or to use the information.
So the next thing is to figure out how to digital ID wallet. So it's maybe it's doing it directly, but it is happening. Thank you. Harry, do you want to add anything to that?
I would say that I can she does not read Revelation in a literal way, and there are people who don't, and I can respect that. I would just say that if you get to a point in your lifetime where there is this is a distinction about not going to be there is an alignment of loyalty, and then they're going to put it in unfortunately right. If you see that happen, look at it.
All right, let's see if I can squeeze in one more. Ron is in Michigan. Ron, it's 7-11 minutes. I'll get you things that we're going to policy from other methods, UAP research, it's a very difficult to split racist lies and hatred, which that's like trying to go today. So, and to the rich, they have the power of the intelligence to make their wealth continue to increase, and their power to increase. The Chinese government is the conspiracy that allows the secret and right hand of the UFOs about what's going to be but in the 21st century, secrets have become more and harder to keep. UFO site and Junction
Definitely a misalignment of power in the world, and there are wealthy people who hold that power. It seems like there is a concentration of power or money. There is also often a concentration of evil. So the idea that a lot of these things would coincide, it helps contribute to the idea that there would be a one-world government, that it would be run by the wealthy people in the world who also may be evil. And if that is the case, then we should be looking at the kind of theocracy that I was talking about earlier on. And it is something to be aware of.
And also, she said, see, Elon Musk is being a force for good by liberating Twitter or X and promoting free speech. So there's that side of the argument as well. Allie, thank you so much for hanging out for 2 hours. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very interesting. Summon the Demon, Artificial Intelligence and the Image of the Beast. That's available at Amazon and also the Skywalk bookstore. Give us the website.
SkywalkTV4.com or SkywalkTV.com. You can go to SkywalkTV.com and there are links for the book, and those will take you to SkywalkTV4.com. So either of those websites.
Fantastic. All right. George Noah, George Natch, and Willis, Lisa Gardens, Alliance, Stephanie Stewart, Tom Daniels, Jay Barnes, Adam Thompson, Donald Walker, Chris Barnes, John Lassoa, Tim Bernal, and in Brentwood, Ontario, Scott Fletcher. I'm Richard Serra. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until tonight, so long for now.
Artificial intelligence to analyze all information related to human needs. It seems that they don't even have the data to see historically whether installation instruments can throw in animals that human lessons by this.
There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV. That stay undetected. Community now the virus is so low it can't be measured. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to a doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.org. This message is sponsored by
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Can you hear me? Mic test. Fucking busters. Oh. Oh.
Attention parents, watch your child go from EBC to confident use in just 30 days with Rothschild. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important skill for their future. Reading. You transform their small home their study suite with fun lessons, catchy songs, and feelings of results. One workout jump or 2 minutes out. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Format. That's your first month for just $10. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com today and unleash your child's true potential. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that can help you live healthy and get you and stay unprotected. Which means the amount of violence is so low it can't be measured by that. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Guinness. No matter what the day is, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. This is the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is clean sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and use boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. And go at juicyjuice.com.
Going from tragedy to unreality, personal to Thomas Foundation, make Thomas never forget. Since then, the foundation has been supporting America's greatest heroes and their families. Heroes like Marine Corps Sergeant Adam Mayer, who was left paralyzed after a military training. The foundation is a smart one, using financial aid and improving his overall quality of life. Please join us on hours on Tuesday to do good. Donate $11 a month. That's $2.2.
So interested because we're telling each other this is
Company of 500 doctors. Minnesota offers some of the best golf in the country.
If everyone else makes Minnesota the star of the north at ExploreMinnesota.com. JCPenney's College Holidays, starting Wednesday, register first expressions of $5 especially on the tees and toes, women's styles for $9, and kids' bare bags to start at $7. Plus, bring home extra blessings. Please walk through the Wednesday, only $13 more. JCPenney makes everybody count. Lucky Land Casino,
Yes, you do. You can get lucky anywhere. Go to LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? Weather from 2 and 5 to East Coast today. It will be hot,
start the day with a chance of showers for increasingly more likely throughout the day, including a chance of storms, mostly in the 50s, low 60s. Right now it's 44 degrees in Orange, 45 in Dana Point, 49 in Long Beach, and 47 in Burbank. We leave local live from the Gay
Listen on the free app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. AM 640.
Flying Saucers Speed, just the year after Churchill wrote that memo. Those two events actually set up the UFO program where I worked in later years. Thomas' official position was there's nothing here to suggest a reality to the phenomenon. I think the reality behind closed doors was very different. There have always been those of us who felt this was an extremely serious defense and national security issue.
They gave his only begotten son. Perish. But have eternal life. Voice to voice. You could ask me anything. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show.
Recently declassified documents suggest illegal special agents resigned to further investigate the country's influence in UFO flights.
The Jesus Christ Show. We are happy to be with you this Sunday, as I do every single Sunday right here, answering your questions, talking about things that truly matter in life, and of course the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold, brave, and go from a theology question, a life situation question. Hey, you do it, simply dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. You can also follow us during the show and during the week on Twitter at Jesus Show. That's Jesus Show. If you look around, it's interesting how in life some things change. They change all the time. And some things don't seem to ever change. No matter how long it's been, certain things seem to stay the same. In my day, 2,000 years ago, the term tax collector was a pejorative of sorts, almost a dirty word, synonymous with sin. I bet if you were asked today what people thought about the tax collector, they'd probably still think that the word or the term tax collector is synonymous with sin. As tax day approaches, I'm sure you're not pleased or thinking happy thoughts about tax collectors. You're not pleased about the thought of handing your hard-earned money over to the government. But how do you think God feels about that? How do you think God feels about taxes? You may think God opposes you paying taxes because you read verses like Matthew 18:15-17. It says, if your brother sins against you, go and tell him his fault between you and him alone. If he listens to you, you have gained your brother. But if he does not listen, take one or two others along with you, that every charge may be established by the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses. If he refuses to listen to them, tell it to the church. And if he refuses to listen to even the church, let it be to you as a Gentile and tax collector. How could you
do not think of tax collectors as outcasts when you read a verse like that. That's one thing. You can read many in Scripture where it seems that tax collectors, even I was mocked by some, was by saying that I ate with tax collectors, that I broke bread with them, somehow automatically made me bad. However, in Scripture, tax collectors weren't told to stop collecting taxes when the opportunity arose to be able to teach them something. They were told to do it in a particular way. And you can read this in Scripture. While John the Baptist was speaking to the crowds, he was approached by a tax collector who wished to be baptized. As many people of different walks of life would come up to John the Baptist to be baptized. Luke 3:12-13 says this: tax collectors also came to be baptized and said to him, speaking to John, "Teacher, what shall we do?" And John replied to them, "Collect no more than you are authorized to do." Collect no more than you are authorized to do. And that is what John the Baptist done. If taxes were somehow inherently sinful, they were sin justified by the very nature of being taxes, then the advice that John the Baptist gave in this case would not be godly at all. This would have been a perfect time for John to condemn what the tax collector was doing, but he didn't. All he said was, collect no more than you're authorized to do. Be fair about it. Be balanced about it. Don't use it as an opportunity to swindle somebody or to squeeze more than you should. But just because you despise paying taxes of any kind, whether it's federal, state, property, sales tax, doesn't mean that they aren't important or that they're somehow not in line with the will of God. There's a place for it. God knows that there's a place where taxes are needed. The more you delve into Scripture, the more you'll see God is not against you paying honest taxes. As a matter of fact, God commands you to pay honest taxes to the government. Romans 13:1-7 says, "Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established." The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted. And those who do so will bring judgments onto themselves. For rulers hold no terror of those who do right, but for those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from fear of the one in authority? Then do what is right, and you will not be condemned, you will be commended. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for the rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment, but also as a matter of conscience. This is why you pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, who give their full time to government. Give to everyone what you owe them. And this is important. Listen to this last part of verse 7. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. And it's very important there that it says if you're resisting governing authorities, you in fact are resisting God, because God instituted them, and you would be judged for it. And even when Pontius Pilate and I were talking at my arrest prior to being crucified,
He was trying to get me just to give it all up. Just say these words, do this, jump through these hoops, and we'll let you go. And when I would respond in the negative, he looked at me and said, "Don't you know that I could crucify you right now?" And my response was, "What? Don't you know that that authority comes to you from the Father? Even misused authority is still from God." It is for all parties, whether you're a tax collector or a taxpayer, to act appropriately and honestly according to the laws. When it comes to collecting, when it comes to paying, the key is to do it righteously and honestly. Does that mean that you are to take a deep gulp and give every cent up? No, because the laws are there in your favor as well. The laws are there for you to take honest deductions, to find where the balance is in all things, perfectly legally, spiritually, to take advantage of tax deductions that are illegal, tax breaks, tax shelters, as long as they're honest and they're legally allowed. But it's the balance of all these things that are important. You may be frustrated with the government. That's okay, that's fine. But there are many things that you see. Maybe not every pothole is filled. Maybe you're not happy with some of the systems, whether it's schools, libraries, or and hopefully you use your voice to make change, raise concerns. But being part of the community, being part of the system that works, means sometimes paying into it, being part of it that way. So you can take the time, hire somebody, learn as much as you can about the tax system, find out how it can work in your benefit as well. But if you're trying to look spiritually to Scripture, if you're trying to find that loophole in Scripture that says it's okay not to pay taxes or somehow lie or do any of these things, you're not going to find it. You can look high and low if you wish and try to find that one get you out of this time, which I know I'm done. But you won't find a place where God says that it's okay. Of this society this way, or somehow reject the government. We are listening to Jesus Christ.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Proton Comics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point. Fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Proton Math and Spelling Outs, plus your first month for just $1. Visit ProtonPhonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. So clean, so clear. Home to more than 10,000 lakes and rivers and streams, Minnesota offers some of the best paddling in the country. It's so clean. Discover what else makes Minnesota the star of the North at exploreminnesota.com.
On the 210 East
southbound on Carmelita Road, got a crash. That's over on the right side as well. It looks like Hannah crews are on scene for that as they move that vehicle over to the shoulder. And in Main City, we've got a crash off the 2-middle lane with the Tenney's bound just after National Boulevard. Looks like tow trucks are on scene for that one as well. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Russell Ford.
I remember when we used to sit in a government yard in Trenchtown. Some of us have made their hero friends. Say, oh, hang up with the good people we need. Yeah, good friends be back. It is good friends be back.
To be with you Monday. See Monday right here, answering your questions. Life, natural life. I'd love to hear from you.
Famous adventure about the unusual UFO. Landing by a person named William Dunbar in Baton Rouge in 1800. Ben Reagan wrote in his For Richard's Almanac,
The U.S. fake out.
apparently is a believer.
How you doing, pimp?
Also, call us during the show, in the weeks, on Twitter, saying Jesus Show. Okay.
Spotogram, and I want you to know something. I got you on a different device for right now, and I can't hear you very well. But we've been watching Anunnaki stuff all night for you. Please do. Please do.
By Union soldiers. He asks one of the soldiers, who's dead in the White House? And one of the soldiers says, it's the president. He's been killed by an assassin.
Lincoln believed that he would rise to greatness and then die prematurely. It was something that was a long standing, and it's a testament to his courage. He fulfilled his destiny. He believed that he was uniquely suited to become president, to carry the country through the great crisis of this year. And part and parcel of that belief of his destiny to become president was his belief that he would be slain. Abraham Lincoln is said to have had prophetic dreams, visions. If aliens are coming here to visit Earth, certainly it seems reasonable to wonder if they might have tried to influence the course of events through Abraham Lincoln, possibly through his dreams and visions. Could it be that extraterrestrials were the source of this recurring dream? Extraterrestrials were testing Abraham Lincoln to see if he would fulfill his destiny, even knowing that it would lead to an early grave. It was a very hot summer that year. The British forces were able to completely overwhelm the very young United States Army at the time, and they marched into Washington, D.C. President Monroe and all of the other politicians had left the Capitol, and at that time the British forces were finding it basically an absurd decision. So they began to set fire to Washington, D.C., starting with the White House. They were basically going to just burn down our nation's capital.
United States of America, then just a few decades old, is on the verge of going down in flames. But then, something strange happens. That summer day was a very hot, sultry day. And at first I thought this would really help burn down Washington, D.C. There weren't any clouds in the sky. But suddenly the weather changed very, very drastically. Big storm clouds moved in. It began pouring rain. And then, suddenly, out of nowhere, this tornado formed. And it went straight at the British troops and forced them to retreat. And at the same time, the pelting rain put out all of the fire. And Washington, D.C. was saved. History books record this as a stroke of incredible good luck for the Americans. But some ancient alien theorists believe that perhaps this was a UFO encounter. It was an extraterrestrial intelligence that created that explosion and changed the course of that battle, perhaps American history. Is it possible that the storm that helped the United States win the War of 1812 was actually produced by extraterrestrials? And if so, were they trying to protect the fragile American experiment? It's interesting to speculate that perhaps there was something about America that an extraterrestrial intelligence took interest in, whether it was freedom of religion, new ideas about democracy, about a republic, or something else that drew the attention of aliens and might have made them want to help this country become a success. And I think that would really be because the United States as a country was prophesied to exist in a sense. And yes, the terrestrials very much nurtured the young United States and watched its growth very carefully. It's like a parent watching a child growing up and being very protective of it too. And when the extraterrestrials saw this moment where the United States could lose this war and be occupied, they decided to step in and change history. Could the mysterious sightings and strange incidents that have been reported throughout our history be evidence of America's extraterrestrial heritage? Since the beginning of recorded history in North America, we've heard of these sightings. And we today, in our modern world, are re-encountering these same creatures. And you have to ask, are they the same beings? Are they the same creatures that have been seen for thousands of years and now we're going to have to find a place for them in our world? I'm totally convinced that the evidence makes it true, beyond reasonable doubt, that we are being reconnoitered by extraterrestrial civilizations. And the question is, why is this? My personal view is that they could be teaching us, trying to upgrade us. You know, we're a pretty warlike species. Possibly somebody from out there might want to try and harness and raid our warlike abilities in the event that one day we head out there as well. Is it possible that aliens have been visiting America and watching over its inhabitants throughout human history? Could there be evidence that is yet to be discovered, hidden in caves, on remote cliffs, or even in the Grand Canyon? If there really are extraterrestrials still visiting Earth today, might they be slowly revealing their presence in an attempt to prepare us for their return?
Tirupur, India, the Sarong Tila Temple. This structure, which dates back to the 7th century AD, was recently unearthed after being buried by a powerful earthquake that occurred in the 11th century. Although the rest of the area was completely level, the structure itself remained largely intact. Archaeologists suggest that this is due to the advanced construction techniques known as Mayavedic or Vedic architecture utilized by its builders. The principles they used are derived from the ancient science of design that can be traced back to the ancient Indian texts. In March 2017, researcher and ancient astronaut Giorgio Tsoukalos traveled to India to meet with archaeologist Dr. Arun Sharma, who headed the day. Beautiful.
These are the steps. These steps, they are not stick. On the two corners, they have uplifted. This is the effect of the earthquake that happened here in 11th century AD. But rest of the township was totally destroyed.
Really? Now, is this considered Ayurvedic architecture right here?
Yes, Vedic architecture. The temple is built of heavy stone and joined by Ayurvedic faith, which is so strong that even after 1600 years, it is not dead.
That's amazing.
Huh. Now I will show you the original mortar pieces.
Okay. Although much of the site has been renovated using modern concrete, blocks held together by the Ayurvedic paste can still be found.
Yeah, this is between the two stones. There is no gap. So here Ayurvedic paste was applied.
It seems to be almost like some type of glue.
Yes, it is a glue. They have not moved from their place. It's such a thermal joining. If you want to make it live long, you follow the ancient pattern, not the cement. Cement has got the large 17.
The glue-like substance is said to form a bond that is at least 20 times stronger than concrete. But modern builders have been unwilling to entertain the notion that such an ancient concoction could be superior to today's building materials. Beautiful. The detailed instructions for making this paste can be found in an ancient Indian text known as the Maya Mantra, a manuscript dedicated to construction techniques. The information contained within the document is understood to have been passed down to humans from Maya Sura, the ancient king of the demigods, who was said to oversee various construction projects on Earth, including cities in the sky.
Now we are in front of one Sanctum Sanctorum. And just at the entry point, here is the slip.
Curiously, there is a more astounding earthquake-proof feature at the site, which indicates that advanced knowledge was used in its construction. Located at key points within the Sarong Tila Temple are several 80-foot-long shafts designed to form air pockets that can dissipate the impact of seismic events.
The book in which all this is described, I will show you. This is the book.
All right.
It is in 2 volumes. Every detail is given.
Oh, wow, this is big. It's a huge book. And this text has been around for 4,500 years.
Which traveled from mouth to mouth. When the writing started, then it was written down.
In your opinion, where did this knowledge come from?
Those who are more advanced in other places used to visit the arts, and I think they must have given some knowledge to the local people.
And you think that this knowledge originated from the stars?
I think there is a part played by these aliens.
It's amazing. According to the Hindu faithful, the construction techniques used at the Sarong Tila Temple are just one example of advanced technology detailed in the ancient Sanskrit texts. Other works are said to contain information far beyond the scope of early man. Perhaps
even providing concrete proof of extraterrestrial activity on Earth.
But it is in the flesh. That while in the flesh, the limitation is in the flesh, not the deity. So they would say, well, you can't ride a bicycle.
Unexplained sightings in space.
Several astronauts will report that they've seen things that might be due to an alien presence.
Strange formations on the surface of Mars.
Now, some NASA scientists say this is all just the light and shadow game.
And lunar missions rumored to have secret agendas.
The race for the moon, was it a race to reach technology that was left behind by an extraterrestrial race?
Is NASA sharing all that it knows about the universe? Or are they protecting us from the truth?
The Brooklyn's report says very specifically, number one, don't tell anybody. If you tell anybody, you'll shatter the fabric of our civilization.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might our extraterrestrial origins be revealed through the NASA connection?
Scripture when it talks about this concept of being
July 20th, 1969. American astronauts Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin become the first humans to land on the moon.
We aliens who happen to go down the ladder on July 20th, 1969, were certainly part of a magnificent race that was able to all of a sudden appear in the Garden of Eden. I landed on the moon happened because of courage. I mean, the courage, we're going to take the risk. We had a president who was prize, so you got to do it.
I look at those people from the Apollo era as heroes, not just the astronauts that went, but the 100,000 people on the ground that made it possible. They worked out an exact plan. They knew where they wanted to go. They developed the technology, and by golly, they pulled it off. It was a tremendous accomplishment, perhaps the greatest scientific technical accomplishment in human history.
For more than 2.5 hours, Armstrong and Aldrin stood on the surface of the moon. Video transmissions showed the two astronauts collecting rock samples, taking photographs, and planting an American flag in the lunar soil. But what might these men have done away from the camera? Could there have been another, perhaps top secret mission, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
When Apollo 11 first landed on the moon, there were certain sites that they were to look at, and even as they orbited the moon, there were certain areas of the moon that they were to examine carefully and photograph. You have to ask yourself, if NASA
already had certain parts of the moon picked out. And the reason they had picked out these areas was because there was artificial structures on the moon, and they knew it. According to NASA records, the area of the moon called the Sea of Tranquility was chosen for the first lunar landing based on its flat surface. But some researchers suggest this site was chosen because on that date, its coordinates lined up directly under Orion's belt. The way they picked the landing sites was that they first chose the specific date, specific latitude and longitude, specific time that they would land, and then you have to work your way back from that to create what's called the launch window. The person who picked all of the Apollo landing dates and landing times, including the mission for Apollo 11, was a man named Farouk El-Baz. His father just happened to be an expert on the ancient Egyptian stellar religion. According to ancient Egyptian beliefs, ceremonies performed directly under Orion's belt produce a sacred alignment, one through which humans could communicate with Osiris. To the ancient Egyptians, that constellation actually was the literal living embodiment of the great god Osiris. Sirius was the same representation of his wife, sister, and consort Isis. Together, those two essentially ruled the skies, and the life of the Egyptian people themselves was dictated by the rotation, the movement, the placement of those two celestial objects in the heavens. Apollo 11 had landed at a specific date and a specific time where the three belt stars of Orion were on the horizon. At that time, 33 minutes after landing, Buzz Aldrin, the second man to walk on the moon, a 33-degree Scottish Rite Freemason, was in fact performing a ceremony on board the lunar module with Neil Armstrong. What they were doing was pouring wine into chalices, breaking bread, and doing what essentially is called a communion ceremony. Now, the interesting thing about the communion ceremony is that although it's Catholic, it actually has its origins in a much deeper, farther back ritual, which was an offering to the god Osiris himself. So they are performing essentially an offering to Osiris himself. So I think that's why that they landed on the moon at that date and time.
Certain rituals have to be performed at certain moments in time, whereby this link with this non-human intelligence will happen. The priestly class of our ancestors, either through technology or through certain means, really were very much the class which sought out contact with this non-human intelligence. And they were the ones who were trained to do this, very much like the scientists of today, which we have trained to be the people who are going to go into outer space.
Left behind on the moon were scientific instruments, an American flag, and a small plaque commemorating the Apollo 11 mission. But there were other items left as well. A bag containing a gold replica of an olive branch, and a silicon disc with recorded messages of peace and goodwill from 73 world leaders. Why were these symbolic messages sent up into space? Who was NASA expecting to meet on the moon?
When we talk about the Apollo moon mission, there's some theory that suggests that massive cities may exist on the dark side of the moon. Cities that NASA was aware of, that the moon missions were all about, and that artifacts from these ancient ruin sites have been brought back to Earth. Is it possible that it wasn't moon rocks we were picking up and bringing back as specimens, but perhaps alien technology?
If extraterrestrials were here on the planet, I'm sure they were here, we should also find evidence on the moon. Because the moon is the place for a stopover. You have a modern spaceship, you need some sort of refuel. Whatever this refuel is, could be raw material, could be stone, could be uranium, could be whatever is in the surface of the moon. So it would make sense
that we find some indications on the moon, technological indications that somebody was here. Over the past several years, officials with NASA's space program have admitted to misplacing original recordings of some moon landings and losing rocks collected from the lunar surface. Could this be, as ancient astronaut theorists believe, lost evidence of possible alien contact? Some claim that photos NASA has taken of both the moon and Mars indicate they know more than they are telling us.
We're going to have to come to terms with the fact that we have been told the most monumental collective lie all our lives about technologically advanced non-human groups that are fundamentally impacting upon life on Earth. And you will find the evidence for that on the far side of the moon, and no doubt on Mars too. Every time you look at a photograph or an unmanned probe of the planet Mars, there's almost always something truly weird that doesn't belong there, that looks structural.
The fucking Rabbi doing it.
Talk about the pyramids of Elysium, which were these very large cathedral pyramids on Mars. We have strange pictures from the surface of the back of the moon and from the surface of Mars. Some strange pictures which seems
Somebody fucking trying to see if my shit works. My mic was just on my house.
We had one day photographed by
Mic check 1, 2.
a face on Mars. And in the later picture, the face did not exist anymore. But around the face, there was still something like a game.
Bust your ass.
Now some NASA scientists say this is all just a light and shadow game.
And we need
Others also from NASA say
tell
that the
Rabbi a
things
bedtime
are
story.
real on Mars. So at this moment, I don't know what is true.
There are some people that think that with the Roswell crash, we established communications with extraterrestrial beings. There are some who think that we did not establish such contact until the institutions themselves. And there are other people who think that we really don't have any direct contact with extraterrestrial species. My personal belief is that at some point along the way,
somebody fucking banned me.
have
Trying to cam up and
direct
something, give me privileges. They would like want me to like cam up like
NASA has possessed evidence of
tell me who I
extraterrestrial
was and
life,
shit.
as ancient astronaut theorists
Haters
believe.
and shit, bro.
What are they hiding?
I was like, dude, I've been sleeping anymore, dog. I just wanted to talk to action or whatever, you know? Pretty crazy.
Like
I'll stay here. I guess I'll stay
NASA
here.
found evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial life on the moon. And could there be further proof of an alien presence, as witnessed by astronauts on the space shuttle and the International Space Station? NASA Ames Research Center, Moffett Field, California. On December 5th, 2011, astronomers working with the Kepler Space Telescope announced the discovery of a planet they called Kepler 22b, orbiting within what's known as the habitable zone of a distant star.
Today's discovery is a tantalizing indication that with time, Kepler may find true Earth analogs.
Kepler 22b is about 600 light years away from Earth, so that's a long way. But it is, in fact, in an orbit that means that the daytime temperatures on that planet might be comparable to a summer in San Francisco. So that's the first time we found a planet that might have liquid oceans, maybe a thick atmosphere, maybe even life.
What we ultimately like to do first is just understand how other planetary systems are made up. But then we really would like to find Earth-like planets. Planets in the habitable zone of sun-like stars.
But is it possible that NASA scientists have been searching for life they already know exists? Some believe
previous voyages into space have uncovered evidence of an extraterrestrial presence.
I'm watching the Action Man dig on tape right now. Like, how are people watching this thing? It's basically
On September 12th, 1991,
basically like Tron, like all drunk, like, you know, on Discord.
flew nearly 350 miles
It's like
above the
streaming. I mean,
surface
it's
of
like
the Earth.
fucking somebody that's all fucking like, yeah, dude, how crazy is your club, dude? Party, you know, drinking and shit. Like, this whole fucking got 13,000 views. Like, are you kidding me? Gotta be fucking bots. I don't know.
Is go for free drip.
Like, no, you know what I mean? I'm trying to like tell them, like, hey, let me cam up. And I just want to try to like make them up the talk to you or whatever. It'd be way more content than what just we sit there and fucking just like talk about anything.
Claims no longer exists.
Yeah.
But a number of amateurs that were monitoring the transmission produced what they allege is genuine footage from
And I
STS-48.
was trying to go to his Discord, and they're calling me the N-word. And I was like, hey, you know, I'm white. Stop calling me the N-word. And then they banned me
Objects
from his Discord.
and flashing lights.
You know, I don't want to be called that word, dude. Like, fucking, I'm white. You call me white. I'm a white boy. You call me something else. You know?
Apparently, the space shuttle was surrounded by some kind of UFO, flying saucer type of craft, some kind of a shield at one point was supposedly floating around the shuttle briefly. And then UFO and everything disappeared.
One of the astronauts openly states over an open channel, hey, we're being tracked by an alien spacecraft. And all of a sudden, all the transmission just ceases. And I think what happened was that he must have realized he was on the public channel, not the private channel, and he probably very, very quickly switched over to the private channel to describe what it was he was seeing.
I knew everyone, and I heard stories from everyone.
So if I say it's like on the Discord, that can just at least test my mic out. Like, fucking weird. I mean, I know it's like 7 a.m., but come on, bro.
NASA officials claim the video images show ice particles glinting in the sun. But is it possible that video transmissions from the space shuttle captured more than what NASA officials want to admit?
Occasionally, shuttle astronauts will report that they've seen things or experienced things in space that they can't explain and that might be due to an alien presence.
Ever since humankind launched itself into space,
Yeah,
there have been reports
right
where astronauts described something that they saw while being up in the spaceship. And we have to remind ourselves that those stories are reported by astronauts and not by insane people. In 1996, video captured aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia, STS-80, reportedly shows a number of fast-moving objects just outside the craft. These unidentified objects appear as bright streaks. Analysis of their speeds and directions have prompted some researchers to dismiss the claims that the objects were shuttle debris or meteors.
There's space shuttle video of two very specific missions, STS-48 and STS-80, which clearly show what appear to be powered vehicles operating in low Earth orbit, defying all the laws of physics and clearly performing the way UFOs or extraterrestrial spacecraft are supposedly able to perform.
But American astronauts are not the only space travelers reporting otherworldly encounters. In 1985, Soviet cosmonauts aboard the Salyut 7 reported seeing 7 celestial beings orbiting Earth.
6 cosmonauts claimed that as they looked out of the window of the space station, they saw what they described as winged angels surrounding their ship, and that these were luminous beings, like people, but also having bizarrely wings on them, and they're in space. So you have to wonder what's going on here. And were these angels some kind of extraterrestrials in special spacesuits or fields around them? And they were investigating the Soviet space station, and then suddenly, bang, they just vanished.
If reports from trained scientists are true, is this proof that extraterrestrial intelligence has been trying to contact us?
Would Cooper approach the United Nations about them actually setting up a bureau of the United Nations for extraterrestrial contact?
This is not unknown knowledge. There are people that know, and there seems to be perhaps several different species of aliens visiting here, and it looks like likely they have been for a long time.
Might NASA really be withholding classified information regarding the existence of extraterrestrial beings? Perhaps the answer can be found by taking a look at NASA's curious origins. July 29, 1958. Responding to the successful launch of the Soviet space satellite Sputnik, President Dwight Eisenhower signs the National Aeronautics and Space Act, officially establishing NASA.
NASA was formed in 1958, partly out of a previously existing government agency called NACA that just dealt with aeronautics. And then with the early space program that was being developed by the Army and the Air Force.
NASA was established to take the United States into space and to be a contender in the new direction that humanity was moving of exploring space and out into our solar system.
The President and Congress established NASA as part of the Department of Defense. The official reason was to prevent the Soviets from stealing U.S. technology. But some believe the real motive for this classification was not to hide information from the Soviets, but to hide it from the American public.
A lot of people have the idea that NASA is a civilian science agency, and it's not. It says right there in the act of Congress that created it, anything that they discover is subject to classification and being kept secret and being kept from the American people. The Brookings Report, which was commissioned by NASA right after NASA itself was created, essentially was commissioned for the purpose of deciding what NASA should do if in fact they made some sort of extraterrestrial contact. If they either found artifacts on the moon or on Mars, or if they had direct contact with a superior intelligence, what they should do. But the Brookings Report says very specifically, number one, don't tell anybody. If you tell anybody, it will shatter the fabric of our civilization. It will destroy us.
Some researchers believe the evidence of NASA's hidden agenda can be found in the close ties between its founding scientists and secret societies.
These secret societies had at their core essentially a belief that they were directly descended from these great gods of ancient Egypt, Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And they considered these gods to be truly the source of their bloodline, but also that these gods themselves came from space. At the very top, you had the Freemasons. You had James Webb, who was the director of NASA. You had a man named Kenneth Klein-Connect, who was the head of the Mercury program, the Apollo program, the Gemini program. He was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. Below them, you had the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, or followers of Aleister Crowley. people like Jack Parsons, Scott at JPL, were all put together, and so they all ended up under the very same roof with the very same agenda and the very same belief system.
We see this practice of passing knowledge down through a secret society go back all the way to the days of the Illuminati, who believed that a select few of the elite were smart enough, were capable of handling this secret knowledge, but not the population at large. So the question remains, has this knowledge been passed down through secret societies for generations? And this may predate the secret societies that we know about in modern times all the way back to the days of the pharaohs.
Like the ancient Egyptians, could NASA's founding fathers have shared the belief that humans descended from extraterrestrial beings? What did the members of these secret societies know about space travel? And how did the ancient past influence their work? Those who suspect these NASA officials operated a hidden agenda point to the repeated use of the number 33, an extremely important symbolic figure in secret societies.
You look at the very first landing strip at Cape Canaveral, where we would be landing the aircraft and eventually bring the space shuttle back. It was runway 33. If you look at the launch pad at White Sands, New Mexico, the only launch pad is launch pad number 33. So it seems to permeate throughout NASA, this number 33 over and over again. And the fact that it's connected to Freemasonry makes you kind of wonder if maybe there was some other deeper symbolism working.
You're go for landing, over. Coming under 321 down, 33 degrees.
Researchers believe the connection to ancient Egyptian beliefs can also be found in the emblem of NASA's Apollo space program. They claim that the large A in the star field stands not for the Greek god Apollo, but for Asar, the Egyptian god more commonly known as Osiris. This is indicated by the cluster of 3 stars in the center of the A, which represent the stars of Orion's belt.
You have to wonder if stars like Orion and Sirius are very important to NASA, because this is where the ancient traditions, including Egyptian, have said that the space gods came from. This is our origins.
Similarly, researchers point out that the symbol on the Mercury mission patches is nearly identical to a major icon of ancient Egypt.
If you look at the mission patches, the symbol for Mercury is really similar to the Egyptian Ankh, and it's kind of ironic that you have this sort of Egyptian symbolism in what's supposed to be a representation of Mercury the messenger. Is supposed to be a Greek mythology rather than an Egyptian mythology.
Is it possible that, like ancient alien theorists, NASA scientists believe extraterrestrials visited Earth in the distant past? Perhaps further evidence can be found in the inventions of the unlikely mastermind behind NASA's space program, former Nazi SS officer Werner von Braun. London, England, September 8th, 1944. A 13-ton ballistic missile explodes on impact, killing 3 and wounding 17. The Vengeance Weapon 2, more commonly known as the V-2 rocket, had been fired from deep within Nazi Germany. The liquid propellant weapon proved to be the world's first long-range guided missile, and the first man-made object to enter outer space. This incredible technology was the brainchild of a man who would eventually become the face of NASA,
a 32-year-old engineering genius named Werner von Braun.
Dr. von Braun was acknowledged by everyone as the greatest scientific mind in Germany. He found a way to steer a rocket at 4,000 miles an hour. He put a combustion chamber that was cooled by the liquid fuel itself. He redesigned the fuel chamber, and he put a guidance system on it. He was an expert at every facet of rocketry, which is really unheard of.
Von Braun's passion for rocketry began at an early age. As a youth, he read science fiction novels by H.G. Wells and Jules Verne, and was exposed to mythical stories of the Norse god Tyr, a sky god that ruled over Mars and provided knowledge and technology to humans.
Werner von Braun, from childhood, was absolutely convinced that we had to go out there. It possessed him. And so he was absolutely convinced that mankind had a mission and also that he had heroes before. He feels absolutely confident that he will be able to go to Mars, find evidence of an extraterrestrial civilization there, and from then onwards will actually go further into space to do this.
When Braun wanted to go into space, he wanted to go to the stars. But then, of course, he got so good at rocketry, the Germans wanted him dropping V2s on London. He was very good at that.
During World War II, von Braun worked as the technical director at Germany's Peenemünde Research Center, where he built rockets not for space travel, but as weapons of war. His brilliance as a rocket scientist earned him a spot in the SS, among Hitler's most trusted scientists and officers.
Hitler's SS was nothing more than a secret society. What the SS believed was that the Aryan himself was this direct, pure bloodline that came from Isis and Osiris and Horus and Seth. Von Braun learned about the myths of the superiority of the Aryan race and their rightful place in the stars where they had come from. So it makes complete sense that von Braun would become fascinated with space. The mission became to get back up to the stars, to rejoin the gods, to show them that we could do as they had done and travel to the stars, travel to the planets, and basically go back and reclaim our proper place in the universe.
Although the V-2 rocket was far more advanced than any other fired during World War II, it was not enough to prevent Germany's defeat. 6 weeks after the last V-2 fell on England, von Braun surrendered to the advancing American forces.
I myself, everybody you see here, have decided to go west.
Von Braun and his team of scientists were brought to the United States under a controversial classified program known as Operation Paperclip.
After the war, we decided that we were going to be adversaries with the Soviet Union and that we needed to have the...
Does Rabbi think he's going to be able to sleep?
So we brought these
people
Nazi
coming here.
scientists over, whitewash their Nazi background and mold them into our military industrial.
Unless he's got that shit, his fucking shit muted.
While continuing his work designing military missiles, von Braun published a series of books and magazine articles that described his concepts for a lunar landing, a manned mission to Mars, and even an orbiting space station.
The entire wheel will slowly rotate at 3 revolutions per minute. The resulting centrifugal force will produce...
I'm just fucking around, Rabbi, dude. You let me go.
In the rim. Notice that the floors are placed...
Wait a minute, I need to find a fucking Discord real quick, dude.
But why was von Braun so intent on traveling into space?
I'm trying to like text something out.
Was very much the public scientific face of the American space program. He was obsessed, by the way, with not just going to the moon, but also going beyond that and eventually building colonies on Mars.
The deal was to build a rocket that didn't just go up a couple of 100 miles, but a rocket that could make it 250,000 miles all the way to the moon.
If we were to start today, on an organized and well-supported space program. I believe a practical passenger rocket could be built and tested within 10 years.
Von Braun went to work on a Jupiter C, which was an upgraded V2. But what is unbelievable is he went from an upgraded V2 to the Saturn F1, which is even today, 45 years later, still the most powerful and the most reliable and the best rocket engine that's ever existed, even though he did that 45 years ago.
On May 5th, 1961, less than 3 years after joining NASA, von Braun stood watch as one of his rockets carried Alan Shepard up into space. 20 days later, on May 25th, 1961, President Kennedy announced his goal to send a man to the moon.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills.
But then, according to the National Security Action Memorandum, number 271, JFK followed up his dramatic announcement by secretly proposing to merge NASA's space program with that of the Soviets. But why? When it appeared that Americans were finally moving ahead in the race for space, would JFK offer to share technologies with America's rival?
According to conspiracy theorists, it's because something was discovered along the way. And that discovery was alien visitation did exist, and they already knew about it. The race for the moon, was it a race between two nations, or was it a race by two nations to reach technology on the moon that was left behind by an extraterrestrial race?
Is it possible von Braun's rockets had drawn the attention of otherworldly beings, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe? What did NASA scientists expect to find on the moon? And might they also have been looking for evidence of life on Mars? The Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, Florida.
3, 2, 1, engine start.
On November 26, 2011, scientists with NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory launched their 19th
Oh my god, dude.
mission
Somebody
to Mars.
fucking. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Is my shit,
Mars Science
sound like
Laboratory
this? Because I'm trying to test
enter
my
the
mic.
Martian atmosphere in
No, I got you.
2012.
Taking the tabs.
After
And I was in
deploying his
Action
parachute
Man's
and
fucking
landing on the
Discord, dude.
surface,
And I was like trying to get them to like. I would like to cam up with Action Man like on his Discord.
named Curiosity
Like stream it. He's like, yeah. I don't get it. People like to watch him sit there and just like sing the music, dude. Like that is like
your life.
It's going to be able to
the
roll around
latest fucking content ever. He has spots, dude. Nobody's watching that shit. I'm like,
but it can
It's like
also
this shit, like,
analyze
he's
the
like-
surface of Mars.
I mean, it's easy shit. That's the easy part. Like, just get drunk and like listen to music and just like. So you got it.
What
Like
about
that's
the
all he's
chemical
doing.
composition of the soil?
I was trying to cam up though. I was like, hey, you fucking cam up. Let me cam up. Like I got banned from this world.
It's not
Because they kept calling me. They kept calling me fucking the N-word.
We have
I was like, hey, I'm fucking white. Stop calling me N-word, dude. And that's why they banned me.
It has a very thin atmosphere. It wasn't a thick
I was like,
atmosphere.
yeah, I'm not black, bro. Like, call me white boy or some shit, dude.
Rain, liquid water, the
And
ingredients
they
that
banned me.
make
Shit. I was
it
like,
completely possible for
when I
life.
tried to go to chat, yeah.
So it's quite reasonable to imagine that life formed there long
Dude, like,
ago.
I'm gonna try to test my shit.
If the life could survive,
Well, it sounds fine. So,
they'd have gone
Yeah, I got
below
fucking
the surface
set my shit up.
emissions.
We'll cam up for a minute. Then you did it.
right.
If Werner von Braun's visions of space travel could become reality
Little fucking
and land
buster
the
shit
man
right
on
there,
the moon,
dude. Piss me off. He's my shit clean.
Clay's concept of human travel to Mars become a fact as well.
I don't know, probably
And
work.
might NASA still be secretly developing his ideas.
Coughing my ass off because I
First
just
drawn up
took a dab.
nearly 60 years ago.
If you look at the research that was being done in field dynamics and very, very exotic physics back in the 1950s, and even in the early 1960s, it's pretty clear that we were on a very exciting path.
Fucking section right there.
Very, very powerful breakthrough propulsion system that would essentially allow us to create flying saucers that could travel very easily in very short amounts of time.
Yeah, you gotta fix that.
So it makes complete sense that we do have this secret private program that maybe even a lot of the guys that themselves don't know about.
In the more near term, NASA and other space agencies talk about moving out into the solar system. And there we're looking at a variety of
you know what I mean? I'm not trying to like come up for everybody, dude. Like, you know, there's a whole new shit.
rockets, oxygen for life support, even building materials.
Many
Man,
researchers
looks like fucking right there.
that the overt NASA
Oh, yeah.
missions are
A little
really
section that's not complete
covered
with the fucking lights.
for what they call a secret space program. And the secret space program is using different technology,
And over to the other one because I already put it off.
type technology, some kind of anti-gravity
Little strips fucking have like you know,
and
circuit board, like copper circuit
rather than
boards.
rockets,
Yeah, you can cut those.
be going to
When I accidentally overlapped with this one, I fucking like did like a big touch somehow and it just started tripping out. So then I put it like a
secret space program. And that from those bases on the moon, we could even be journeying in these retro-engineered space
I'm like OCD about that
craft.
shit. They got these lights and shit. I have to fucking make sure it's like clean. You know, I don't put them up half-assed because I see a lot of people that fucking put this shit up all fucking fucked up.
The possibility of transforming Mars
I mean, you
into
can
an
see.
Earth-like planet is theoretically possible.
But what do you think about this?
I think Mars is
It
terraforming.
looks dope.
Terraforming means to take life
Yeah,
to a
well,
place that
that's
has no life and start
that's a
growing
window.
life there. I
And I
think
put
Mars is unbelievably
a
terraforming.
blackout fucking reflective fucking basically the window's gone now. It's it's drawing a lot of heat and shit like that. And I got this fucking tapestry. I put it over the fucking window and I, you know, fuck you. You know,
Fuck yeah, that's fire.
this bitch right here, this talking shit. Oh, that's like every college girl is fucking. What are you talking about, dude?
We'll be able to
I
answer
mean,
that fundamental question. Are we alone?
College bitches do have a lot of tapestries.
I mean, I will have some wine.
Most NASA
I have to know
scientists
this
agree
later, but I think
that
that's just
future exploration of
it
space
basically covers my
will not
windows.
cover life on other
Yeah,
planets.
that's having a purpose and it's like whatever.
But
I mean,
it
that's dope,
also
dude.
reveals
We're fucking, what else am I gonna put over that
of
shit,
the
you know?
ancient world were in fact extraterrestrials,
But like how like
as
clean I ran that
ancient
shit.
astronaut theorists believe.
Hell yeah.
Like everybody else, like if you look around, dude, go on, like
Essentially,
Twitch, like look at these fucking,
tree
you know, they just like slop them up real quick. I fucking take the time and make sure that shit's like
civilization in
clean.
the solar system. So I bring it back.
But I think I need to fix the goddamn.
Prove that in fact we are descended from these gods.
I also want to put like along this part too, this part right here.
Now that that goal is
If you like,
accomplished,
Yeah, I have to do it right now, dude. I'm gonna have to fix that shit real right.
it's a very, very slow revelation of information.
shit.
NASA asks
It's like
the
especially
question
that it's all like on cam, dude.
of human origins.
Well, flip your
Where do
camera
we
the other
come
way.
from? Why are we here? And where are we going?
Put the camera more towards like you behind you at the tapestry on the
The
window.
ancient alien theory,
Okay, I'm sure that would work.
origins are not here on Earth, but up there.
Yeah, dude, that looks fire. Yeah, you know, you don't have like gay like
Truly is
light in the background.
the
Yeah.
frontier.
I need to fix it, dude. Feel funny like you're trying to.
Yeah, dude, that's actually a fire shot right there.
If ancient
That's
knowledge
fire.
guided us to the moon, what might the ancient past reveal about our future here on Earth? And with NASA's continuing explorations of space,
I'm fucking happy like
might
saying
we
right
finally find proof of alien beings or proof of our own alien origins?
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude, the up high angle is definitely where it's at.
You think?
Definitely.
Okay, so
Yeah, the dog pie angle is definitely like choice. Like the low angle, that shit sucks.
While at a local library,
Like the way you have it right now,
it's
like ass.
Giorgio
So like put it up high and then point it down where it actually goes.
some of India's most important ancient texts.
And now let me show you the other book.
There you go. Dude, that's fire. It's a good shot.
Among the most influential,
Yeah, I don't know, maybe they can see. I just fucking
13,000-page epic called the Mahabharata.
What did you say?
I said, have the neighbors beat you up? What's happening?
Historians think
No.
this text was written around 500
But
BC.
what happened
So
was-
this book is 2,500 years old. But
Remember I told you I heard like some
well,
rumbling,
mythology,
right?
this was supposed to be written at least 10,000 years
What
ago.
that is this fucking these little kids that live here like I'm on the second floor, so it's like a fucking
Atomic
like a walkway out here in the railing and shit. When they run across, they say stop. And that's what happened. These fucking kids ran across. That's what the vibration I heard. So now I know.
Knowledge of, for example,
So it wasn't them banging.
It wasn't nobody banging, but they did bang. But I was on Wappy's Discord. When I was playing guitar, so when I forget it's like
Even Robert,
like you know.
who's the father of
You have to wire it through your computer.
was fascinated by this.
Well, it is already. I can just turn it on right now, but
Okay, that's interesting.
oh, I need to get like headphones. Use this like guitar, like it was definitely like right underneath it, like I felt it in my feet. And instantly, like I plugged it, and like I knew it.
Scientists make the first man-made nuclear weapon.
Careful, they hear you. They hear you.
That's what I'm thinking about.
The destruction was comparable to no
When I
other
leave,
weapon known to man.
I'll go like right here, and, you know, the person next to me down here, fucking, they're like blasting music, and like the kids yelling, and like, oh, I didn't hear that. When I was, you know, in my shit. But, it was like I didn't hear it until I walked by. It was like, how do you hear that shit? Yeah.
Oppenheimer, when he saw the successful nuclear test and realized what a terrible weapon
you got it.
He quoted the
It's like some
ideas
thick
that
rugs.
become death, the destroyer of worlds.
You know,
Does that even help, like, soundproof a little bit? Like rugs? I don't know.
Oppenheimer's interest in ancient Sanskrit literature began while he
it's
was a
like when
professor
they were
at the
banging on that
University of
shit.
California, Berkeley.
From the guitar, it
He
was
was
like
introduced to
2
the
a.m., 1 a.m. or whatever, so it's like, you know, and then just like, it's my old spot, I didn't have that problem.
Under writer's tutelage, Oppenheimer
Like I
extensively
just
studied
blasted
the
like
latest
20
literature.
others, people from below me with all their garages. But
According to
here
his
I'm more like
biographers,
tight with
he
people
kept a
too.
hardcover of the Bhagavad Gita on his
But that,
bookshelf.
there's also
And was
like
known to
my
give copies
kitchen,
away to his friends as
small little
gifts.
kitchen area.
One of the
It's like when you walk in there,
ideas
it's like
that's deep within the Vedic scriptures, the
like
Bhagavad Gita,
like there's that. So like, if you can hear me play guitar,
he felt it was his
God,
duty
I
to
need
do
to
this,
hear me in the kitchen.
even though it would be a terrible thing, he realized, to develop this nuclear weapon. So
That's
he
a
believed he was part of the culture, and
Right.
he had to do this to advance.
Yeah, you want to play Chivalry?
He knew that by developing the atomic bomb, we
Oh,
were
it's
actually
like that's my mic.
reconnecting with
I mean, your mic
technology
works fine.
that we
I'm
had
just
been
asking you to play a
exposed
video
to
game.
many thousands of years before.
It's a grinding game, dude.
One of the key ideas
It's like grind. It's a fucking run and die
is
simulator.
the concept
Yeah,
of the
it's one of those
cyclical
things
nature
like
of existence.
geared up, dude. One shot, you those fucking grind shit. You the level all the way back.
Well, yeah, okay, but the level that you are doesn't have any effect on your armor at all. You all have the same amount of health, the same amount of armor. It's just your level gives you cosmetics. Nothing about the cosmetics gives you better armor. Then what they're doing to you when they one-shot you is they're swinging at you and then feinting their attack and then doing a heavy attack and then just one-shotting you with the heavy attack. So you need to get good at dodging and fucking blocking.
You gotta be good.
You just gotta be good, dude. You just gotta play it. It's a fun fucking. Whatever, Buster. I'm gonna play it.
Years ago.
And you think this is dumb, Marcy?
Yeah, Marcy.
I hate that.
Well, that's your new name now forever.
No, honky. No, there's no art in it. No art, so not just hard.
There are more now than ever.
Try to my name again, Chris.
I basically see it.
Actually reside right here on Earth.
What are you asking?
Is that something that fucking
It's around the planet.
Yeah, it looks like the room of like a 17-year-old girl.
Otherworldly beings.
He just said that shit. He's getting that shit like constantly.
Really? Really? Yeah, that's what it is.
Alaska, the largest of all
Mushrooms
U.S. states,
LED lights.
is home to the nation's highest
I like how, like I said, there's a window right there, and I fucking blocked it out.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Black I
for
miss.
ancient astronaut theories.
And I want,
the dense, uninhabited wilderness of Alaska.
you know, I gotta take these down.
You should paint your dresser black so it matches all your other shit.
Terrestrial presence.
The wood does not go.
You much work, homie.
That's fine. I redid all my furniture black.
We have paranormal
Well, I didn't like it look, but I'm pretty sure
You just get chalk paint. You don't even have to sand the shit down with chalk paint. And then you get like the polyurethane and they sell it.
Manifestation of UFOs and
I had board like I redid black.
it's like right about there, where like
Within this region of anomalous activity,
You're not listening to me about your home decor
one of
advice.
Alaska's tallest peaks,
Hold on.
and a place where UFO sightings are reported
This
with
is
great
up and shit. Hold on.
Many
Okay.
people have seen UFOs, flying saucers, strange lights flying in and
Yeah, I'm
around.
gonna be careful with flashing shit. This one was
Now,
solid.
there's no road that can go there. The only way
I
to
think
get
I
out
like
is
the
to
warm
actually
yellow best.
fly there, which most
Yellow?
people don't do.
Like not yellow,
So
like
what
the
are these
warm
craft
white.
that are flying around Mount Hayes? For decades, eyewitness testimony was the only evidence to support the notion that Mount Hayes was a UFO hotspot.
Orange?
But in 1995,
There's just like,
declassified CIA documents revealed that Mount Hayes
Do a purple.
a top secret government project called Stargate.
Okay, I can't pay attention anymore because I'm now committing war atrocities.
Documents they found
That's very girly.
project underneath Mount
War atrocities, let's go.
written in these records that it was
Someone
actually
killed the
a
villagers.
Russian underground base in this area. Could there be a hidden extraterrestrial base in Alaska? While the idea sounds far-fetched, in 1992, U.S. geologists detected a mysterious underneath Mount Denali. Seismic instruments revealed that the top of the 550-foot tall pyramidal object lies 150 feet below ground and just 130 miles southwest.
Who is Rabbi and where did they come
Many
from?
researchers believe it is an artificial
Why are
structure.
they?
Yeah, someone Chris K. brought in here.
Why are they keeping themselves sleeping and then also projecting it onto? What the fuck is this?
He's like, he streams on like all, like multiple channels on YouTube, like multiple angles.
Which
No, like he found it through Wappy. These Wappy's fucking Discord.
made of black
So like,
stone.
yeah, I was like, hey,
Why is he in this grand old bed?
Journalist Linda
that's what it looks like, right?
has spent
Yeah.
years researching the Dark Pyramid and has interviewed a number of people who claim to have information about the mysterious underground structure.
That makes sense, right?
Who claims his
Yeah, the
boat
bed looks
has
fast.
actually been inside.
Why this fucking
He said that his
desktop fucking
father
webcam sucks, dude. This is like my phone's way better.
and ended
Did you get all your posters from Hot
as a
Topic?
very skilled
No, I
electronics
just
engineer.
That's
He was
weird.
asked to
All
go
this shit on Amazon.
to a location.
Oh,
It's material. It's like fucking material. It's not. It's
His
yeah.
father told him that there was a big freight elevator.
If this shit's
that was
gonna bug me,
sticking
dude, I gotta
out of
fix
the
that.
ground. And when he got to the bottom, opened up into
House tour. Show us the rest.
rooms, work.
Well, like, I already did to. I mean, who's all
Father
It's just me.
is introduced to the fact that they
Oh, my
find
shit.
at the
Are you
bottom
gonna paint your dresser because it looks like
and
shit?
that each of the three
This one?
corners
Yeah, you should
they
paint
have
that.
these offices that were actually monitoring energy.
Maybe I really liked it. This is like my old pad. Remember this? The same mirror.
The son
This shit.
got in touch with
And get new knobs. Those knobs are really outdated.
Yeah, it's old school, but yeah.
coming out of this
So this is like my room or shit.
that is enough
But see, I have the switch set up to these lights, so
entire
bam.
country of Canada.
The stories of the
There goes in this one and that one.
interesting, and you've got to wonder if
There, you
there's
see that shit better.
some kind of power plant
Wow,
that's
it's like
there
prison
underground
walls.
in the middle of Alaska.
It's yeah, cinder block, but it keeps the noise out.
Some kind extraterrestrial base.
Apparently, with the floor, they can hear underneath. So we get TV, computer, like same shit. Huge ass fucking closet with a lot of fucking boxes.
Northern
I need to get out. Where should I put it?
Not in your room. That's really nasty.
Well, I just put it here when I first got here, and
This rugged people
alley cat.
of strange and incredible
Is he gonna drink out of the toilet?
thousands of years.
Yep.
Mount
Can I stop him?
is where there are multiple strange
I don't
events
know.
taking place.
Oh, yeah.
UFO sightings,
Well, let him drink. I think I
Go back to your pastor.
strange disappearances that go back throughout history, and that one can look to certain Native American
But
legends.
the cat litter
for
there is
example.
not good.
I know. Where should I put it? Like, I don't want to put it in my closet because I might put clothes in there. Like I said, I got my clothes on the
with strange goings on.
and shit.
Local indigenous tribes, such as
The main room here.
Wintu, Moga, and Karoo,
I need to get rid of this because
for more than
it
12
goes like supposed to fit right here on the end.
Each
But they have the same problem. If I put it,
where sky beams,
it's supposed to come out like here, like it goes out, you know? It's
civilization,
gonna be right in the way, dude. So yeah, I'm gonna give this to
You had
somebody.
TV on a coffee
Believe
table?
that in ancient
Yes.
times,
Well, okay, that's on where.
Sky Chief Skill came down from the sky
Wait,
to
what is that little side table? Put your TV on the side table at least. Stand back. No, other way.
have been
Turn
encountering
around.
UFOs for more than 100 years.
Turn around.
Oh,
That, yeah, I would like that's like more of a TV stand than the coffee table.
Well, I like to chill, like right here, like fucking, like put my leg on here, like have some beer, put some beer here, and shit like that. Maybe if I smoke a weed, I'll fucking be able to like easily roll like a joint or whatever right here while I'm watching, you know.
I guess.
But I don't want to have my head like what somebody was telling me to put the couch with the window behind me. Like I can't. I wouldn't be able to do it, dude. Like I don't want somebody to be able to walk by the window and just like shoot me in the head or something like that. So I got to see like the window in front. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's why I have to see. You know, I'm probably gonna get some drinks too, like you know, curtains to fucking
And the next thing you know,
Yeah.
put right in there.
I was like, what is going on?
But I mean, that's fine. I mean, this is fine.
Is there only one bathroom? Do you have laundry?
No, I need to get the goddamn laundry key, dude. I might have to go to the laundromat because I can't get all the fools that fucking
Why is that the case?
the maintenance guy, dude, was like, oh yeah, dude, we'll get you a key. But he's like, you know, I'm watching him. He's like some fucking black, you know, some black guy that's clearly like smoking fucking meth, dude, like around the corner type shit. He don't give a fuck, dude. The HOA don't give a fuck, but that's fine. It's like the number one rule in the HOA here is like no pets. Like everybody that walks their dog out there, you know. So but that's good. I don't want they won't trip on me then, you know. But yeah, so I'm gonna put all this shit away.
It's just spectacular.
We get the fucking
where numerous eyewitnesses claim to have encountered mysterious beings.
a lot of shit away. But like these fucking when I moved out, these fucking Pisces broke my shit, dude.
Really big subculture here in
Oh
that is always
Yeah, this whole panel fucking broke. I was like, fuck.
It's really expensive to replace that glass.
People just like
Yeah, I like don't see words it, but I ain't tripping on it. But basic kitchen, small little.
look on the USGS charts, there's an immense.
So, I mean, this is all I need, bro. I don't need some crazy shit, dude. But can you hear? Can you guys hear? Listen.
Yeah, a lot of psychic and paranormal phenomena actually occurs in places that have magnetic anomalies and used as a portal between the inner earth realm and the stars. Yeah, anything capable of generating, you know, energy like that.
Just okay, whatever, dude.
Conceptualized as a portal.
I'm playing a game.
Actually contact me and tell me they've seen people.
But this microwave, the realtor that I show like show me this house. When I did the final walkthrough, like she had it in here with a bow on it and shit. She fucking free for her microwave. She's like, here, you know.
They appear
Yeah.
They travel and then they disappear. And this
She goes,
led to the belief that there might be some kind of secret alien base actually deep within that mountain.
Anyways, that's about it, dude. There's been, one bedroom, dude, one bath, fucking. I gotta put some of this shit away or whatever, but it is what it is.
November 20th, 1969.
I got my camera out front.
Apollo 12 astronauts.
But yeah, the cat box. Where did everybody put the cat box? Maybe out here.
I don't know.
And fourth person to land on the moon.
I don't know. I guess right there. That's like the only spot, so I wouldn't want it near the kitchen either.
Right.
That's what I was asking if you had like a laundry room.
No, there's no laundry. There's no laundry hookups here, dude. But there's a laundry room like right close, like, and I'm waiting to get the key from the maintenance guy, so I can like do my laundry. But there's people that go there all the time, so I'm waiting to like wait for it to be open. Yeah, I need multiple keys. There's a key where I park my car in the back over here, and half the people just like when they come home, they just like leave it open. And
installed out there.
everybody else, people here don't have the key and shit. It's fucking crazy, dude.
What was amazing about this is that suddenly the
When it is, man. I gotta just have to do my best. Like, chill,
and did so for nearly an hour. Dr. Werner von Braun, who was then the head of NASA, decided that for Apollo 13, they were going to inject a heavier portion of the rocket into the lunar surface. And when they did this, the moon
Buster, look at this photo. It's like water saver.
for over 3 hours into a depth of over 20 miles.
And the whole shower is fucking just barely. Shower head on. I was trying to get mine most spot, but
The inference is that the moon must be hollow because the moon is made predominantly on the surface.
I met people that are next door here. They park right next to me, and my assigned parking. They're fucking. It's a black lady with a kid, and it looked like she works at a hospital. Like she got I felt like when I saw her. She like did not work. She's in scrubs and shit, so she's cool. I was like, hey, if I'm ever loud, just let me know, dude. And then over here is empty. On the other side's empty. And everything's for sale.
Just contradicts what we know about
Got the people underneath, man.
In his 1966 book, Intelligent Life in the Universe, renowned scientist and astronomer
They definitely got to do something with the cat box.
defines modern scholarship regarding the composition of celestial bodies throughout the cosmos.
Like, yeah, you don't want it like out here. I'm thinking somewhere like over
a hollow object.
But I want to get rid of these stools too, because I don't need that shit.
Why would the moon be vibrating?
I didn't even want these. Somehow they fucking, the Pythons brought them and shit.
That would suggest
They didn't say anything.
it's artificial. Is it possible the moon is not only hollow?
Probably like somewhere like maybe over here, like under the table and shit. Yeah, I don't use the table, dude. Unless somebody comes over, like,
It would seem to be that
we need the table or something. But yeah, most of the time I just fucking eat, I make food, and just fucking like eat it, like in my room, like eat it on the side of my bed.
It only makes sense that if extraterrestrials are coming to the Earth,
Yeah, I mean, but
that they would be using
that's all you need right here, dude.
as a kind of forward base.
I gotta fix that shit though right there.
It's perfect for observing and coming to and from planet Earth and going to other planets or solar systems.
Well, yeah, it's good, dude. It is what it is. Well, I'm alright. I'll be alright.
London, England.
Like I said, this one chick that I met, she's like older, like probably 50, maybe almost 60, dude. And she's like super flirty with me, dude.
The creation of a standardized.
Yeah, just like, you need anything, just let me know, you know.
4 centuries
And we're like, hey, you know.
remains the most famous Bible in history.
I gotta hang up this mirror. I think I put the mirror right here too.
Books of all time. Interestingly, while it contains
All these boxes, they're all a bunch of fucking bullshit, dude. Basically.
And the Ethiopian Orthodox version is comprised
And my bro was like, yeah, say like these old pictures and shit. Like, I don't even want old pictures, dude. They basically saved like half that shit because my brother. But yeah, cat boxes.
accepted literature, which becomes the
Figure
foundation
it out.
of orthodoxy. And then there's other
But
literature.
The modem.
Accepted orthodoxy rejects.
Is you were coming out of the wall right there? When I checked it, because that same spot right there had like a wire, like a coax cable coming out. I pulled it and it was like cut. I pulled it, cut, it was like cut. It's the same problem I had on moped. So the main internet that comes into the house is right there.
Was omitted because it exposed truths about human history.
And it was only like that long. So I called my internet, and they came out and ran. They put a splice in it for the TV here, for the box, and then I had to run it along with baseboards right here over the door, around the door, into the wall. Because I don't know about you guys. You guys play fucking like games like on your Wi-Fi, dude, from your desktop. Not me. So it comes in through the wall, and I have it, coming straight into my computer, dude, from the back of the. That's the only way I know how to do it, dude. I don't fucking. You guys play on Wi-Fi, dude. That's like. You lose that one. You guys lose that like 10. Shit. You lose that like 10 latency, bro.
What is of the sky, or what just of the sky? In the German version, they are
fucking max.
No, it was simply a
Was good.
Now we have a new type. Now we must translate it with new words.
Max.
Change the word of ancient, trash it out, and write extraterrestrial. These angels were not.
You actually see the ring on the ship.
Invisible beings. There is something very clear about the identity of biblical angels.
Rabbi.
The goddamn Jew. Yeah.
They are not terrestrial, and therefore they are extraterrestrial.
Rabbi Rothschild.
According to the Book of Enoch,
Hey, you think this is dumb, bro?
watchers descended to earth. Enoch gives us some of the names, but we know they were ruled by Samyaza and Hazazel.
It just looks like it belongs to a young girl.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
The watchers had a very bright appearance.
Yeah, like a 17-year-old girl. But
Enoch, when he wrote about them, he even said barely look at them.
Oh, let's stand up, dude. Like fucking, that's a window, dog, and I put like a blackout. I don't know, man. That's fucking lazy. You guys actually think that's what it is? Like, come on, bro. That's fucking shrooms. It's like I think it's dope as sick. Dope as fuck.
Aside from Enoch, there's one other we know from the Bible.
Well, I mean, okay. Find me a tapestry on Amazon that's something like
Elijah was a powerful
like dad.
Really?
Especially when he's on his computer and like the angle it literally looks like it grows.
That gave him the ability to heal the sick and even to raise the dead.
I mean, that's not what I'm going for, bro. Like, fucking,
It's just your style.
To ascend upon a fiery chariot.
You like what you like.
And when Elijah ascended, there were.
Yeah, I don't know how what I'm supposed to like. It's just like normal shit.
I don't think it's normal.
Is that normal?
Some type of technological transportation device, which in ancient times would not have been understood as anything else but a chariot of fire.
That's why it's supposed to on red.
Is a key component of
Well, I have it on red, dude. I like the roof. Like I said, I sometimes I work nights and I sleep during the day, so this has to be the window here had to be blacked out. So I fucking just got this to cover up the fucking blackout curtain that I had on here. That my old pad I had like the fucking lights, so like just has like a fucking. It's like fucking like chill mode or whatever, dude, with the blueness or whatever, dude. I don't know, dude. You can like sleep better.
The reason why Enoch ended up being called a prophet is because of the experiences he had. He was
look, how's your guys set up, your room set up?
Extraterrestrials. And we have a similar story with Elijah.
What does that even mean?
What does that even mean? Well, I feel like I can, have some more things, but I don't have LED lights and like shrimp tapestries.
Well, I mean, what? So what do what do you have?
What do you mean? What do I have?
Olympus.
Yeah, I mean, like, so.
Rising over 9,500 feet. This sacred mountain is the second time.
All my furniture matches, like it's all the same color.
According to ancient
and then
it was
Yeah, show it.
chosen home of immortal
I'm not going to show you my room.
as the Olympians.
Why? You guys want to see mine? I'll show it.
A mysterious abode where the gods live in
No,
immortal repose.
I just wanted to take a screenshot of the cat litter, to be fair.
Nowadays,
I know, dude. I mean,
that's where
That's the only reason I had to
Hey, you think that cat box is bad, bro? That shit's like white.
It's really bad.
As sacred by the
And it's literally right by your bed. You're
And the
literally
city of Dion,
sleeping in
located
your
at
cat
the foot
shed.
of the mountain, became a
I
major
mean,
center of
my cat box is
religious
way
worship
worse.
in the 5th century
Why do
BC.
you like it that bad?
Dion was at the base of
Right now, you think it's bad? Really?
It's all over the floor. Yeah. No, you should see the screen. Turn on the light. No, turn on the light and show him.
Turn on the lights. Turn on the million
conquest of Asia. There's something about this place, something very.
I just turn the light on or whatever. Like, no, I'm trying to shit. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, my cat. I have a scooper to get the shit out.
People, real
They locked me out of my old house, bro. They changed the lock.
I got a screenshot with full, well, it was kind of blurred, but it's like all over the floor.
I mean, I'll sweep it up.
The Olympians were huge sky beings who descended
Next to the bed.
and had a headquarters at Mount Olympus. They
It's not.
interacted with humans because the ancients believed that they were real.
I'll sweep it up. You're right. I'll
For
sweep it
many
up.
years, historians believed that the Greek stories were complete myths. But then in 1870, the German
I'll sweep it up real quick. I'll clean it up. I need it from this.
Similarly, we have the
Imagine
story
the
of
smell.
the oracle at
It doesn't
Delphi
smell.
and the god Apollo speaking through
What
the
the fuck is that?
Archaeologists have
That's
found
the
exact
plate that I feed him while I was my cat food on, so I just threw it away.
What is all the black stuff?
So now we know that
It's like dried up wet cat food.
are genuine. So is it possible that the
I think it's
stories
more
of the Olympians
Yeah, I'll
also
think so.
Good idea.
That they were actually extraterrestrial beings who came here to influence
I can't
humankind.
believe you said it's been worse than that.
Dude, yeah, long story, but the one to me that fucking did do my
Could the myths of
my
ancient
mom,
Greece
my parents.
It's your
was
cat.
Mount Olympus home to gods living here on planet Earth? And if so,
Yeah.
might those powerful deities have been extraterrestrials, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe?
Yeah.
According to the accounts of the Greek poet Hesiod from the 8th century BC,
Why did yours take like
the
yeah,
Olympians
why
were the
did
children
that
of
take
Atlantis, another generation of gods
scratch around so hard that it knocks it out of the
nearby
blue box?
Mothres. Fed up with the oppressive rule of the Titans, the Olympians
It's
waged a
scratched
brutal
and trying to
rebellion
find a clean
against them,
spot.
using Mount Olympus as their base.
Well, and how often do you guys take with their bugs?
I don't have a
Battles
cat.
took place on the plains between the mountains.
I get some fresh water too.
That's a good idea.
The Olympians prevailed, finally
I don't know. I feel like
captured
you should be cleaning that daily. Right?
Whenever we get references to
Like, why do you want to sleep? That's nasty to me. That's like if like your like pet had an accident on the floor and you just
And
left
the
it there.
temple walls were always gleaming of gold,
I don't get
gleaming
it.
with silver,
I didn't.
and a
What'd
lot
you
of
say?
little
Come on.
lights that they
I said you should
described
clean
as
it daily.
jewels, some blinking lights.
Yeah, like the scooper, I can get the shit out and left it in my room.
What if
And you can buy a new one. Why don't you buy like a nice like glitter box that like
the
have a lid
Olympians
on
and the
it and shit?
Titans drew up their battle plans?
Now I need cat food.
And when I say command posts, I'm talking about a functioning military
There you
outpost
go.
in the
Hold on.
mountains.
For an all-out war between extraterrestrials.
No, buddy.
Throughout recorded history,
Yeah,
there
I'd like
are
to find a new
stories
spot.
of strange beings inhabiting the earth, from bizarre hybrids that are half human, half animal, to giant sea monsters, and fire-breathing dragons. But for international theorists, these are not just fanciful stories. They are
Why don't you just buy
eyewitness
like a nice
testimony
litter
to
box
what could very
too? Like
well
that's
be
like massive.
alien entities.
There you go.
And believe it or not, there is evidence that the
If
most
you think that
famous
claim is
monster
still shit in
recorded
it.
in modern times.
I know, I don't have a scooper,
a
dude.
visitor from another world.
What the fuck? Why don't you have a scooper? It's just gonna
Like I
get
said,
in there and kick it all out because it's shit.
I mean, you want me to use my hand and grab it or what?
And then the fact that you have it in front of your dresser so that cat litters get thrown into your clothes. You
I know,
know,
where's that footage? The whole cat. I don't want to put it in my closet, my fucking clothes in there. You know, I don't want to put it there. Probably out here somewhere, right?
And strange voices.
Oh, like right here.
Her family claims she is possessed by supernatural beings.
With the creeper, yeah, so like, yeah.
why don't you put that like under your battery?
I was almost like AHP certified mechanic because I know a lot about like shit like that. But I don't like it. I don't like it. It makes me angry when I do it. When I work like that, I get pissed off. It does. That's why I never progressed to mechanics because I don't fucking like it. Yeah. Everybody's like, oh yeah, but you know what you're doing. Like, no, I don't want to know, dude. Like, I get pissed off, bro.
Why don't
Like,
you
you know.
just shove that under your couch? Under the coffee table, something. You don't need it in the middle of the fucking floor.
I know. I did it just sit there for a minute. That's what we're
No, it's gonna fall there.
Okay.
Piling shit up in the corner.
They literally have you, but
Oh my god.
inside them.
Yes.
In the Islamic
And I have too much shit.
the jinn appear only.
You know, I want to put this. Like I said, it was my stepdad's.
Influencing humans. By whispering
What the fuck is
instructions
that?
while invisible. The jinn are described as shadowy
What was that?
that are operating
What is that?
This is a mirror.
They are supposed to
With
have
chunks on it? What is that?
these supernatural powers, and humans greatly
My
Throw it
stepdad.
away. Throw it away.
Stories of encounters
My
with the jinn
stepdad's
have been
dad.
recorded for
Like
centuries.
made all this like out of like wood. Like he crafted it, like sanded everything. Would put the mirror in and all that.
Yeah, it's chipped on the side. Throw it away.
I know the goddamn Paisa fucking broke it.
In order to understand
Throw it away.
I think I did because I wasn't. Are you serious?
Yeah, you need to throw away a lot of shit.
Like human beings.
Like, you're right. You're right. I was gonna put this like right there on the wall.
Procreate.
It's really ugly.
Like
Dude.
the angels.
It's like
It's just dirty as fuck.
your house is giving like grandma mixed with 17-year-old e-girl.
The interesting thing about the jinn is that
Oh no, that's
One beat, like it either needs to be all grandma or all 17
they
girl.
resent human beings because they were there enjoying
Yeah,
the earth.
either.
Well, I actually liked the input, or what's called the
That alien
Yeah, that's literally chips. It's fucking not cute. It's like a shadow box mirror with little tables on it. It's fucking. I don't see any purpose for that. I would get rid of it.
Hebrew text that
Literally
describes the
make a
role
pile right now and I'll help you. Throw it away.
Solomon's temple.
I'll have to maybe I can like
Like this. Like all these people right there. Put them in the closet.
I know, I was not even looking at it. Just sit there for now.
In the story, Solomon prays
Yeah.
to God and instantly.
Because I just haven't moved them, bro. I want to go fishing. Everybody's gonna go fishing.
Do you not have any like linen closet or anything?
There's no closet, yeah. There's no closet here like that, yeah.
No storage for like
When I took one for this whole
supplies.
this whole closet here is fucking storage, but yeah. I'm probably gonna come here.
Where are you gonna put your food? You don't have a pantry.
Hey, send me a DM on here, and like I want to just like with you, if you can help me come through. Like I'm serious, bro.
I'm helping you right now.
Well, I don't want to like I don't want everybody to see.
And here on top of the dresser, what the fuck is that? What is that?
Well, no, I put it up there just because I wanted to see the animation because I thought it was pretty cool.
Oh God.
Precisely. The Shamir was
You're way too cluttered. You have way too much shit in there. You need to throw shit away.
Right, it's like this fucking inlet right here. This is supposed to go on this part of the couch. See how they're supposed to attach down there? They don't would come way out too far. Like in this, I had the same problem out that I'm just gonna throw this motherfucker this whole couch away right here.
Theorists are concerned
I know that you don't want your couch against the window, but you can make it like a fucking U and put one side against the window, the other side against the wall, and then put your TV on that stand behind you, and it would look so much better. Right now it's so closed off. Like, see, like make it a U. One side against the window, one side against the back wall, and then one to separate your dining room and your living room. It's two, yes. And then you can keep your inlet. Do you get what I'm saying? Make it a U.
Outside of our normal frequency realm.
Like, yeah, one side is going to be against the window, but you don't have to fucking sit on that side. You can sit in the middle. You can sit on the side against the wall. But right now.
So then you'll be over here.
Yeah, put the TV on that. And then you'll actually have a room for your coffee table in the fucking middle where it's supposed to be. Because it looks like shit.
I think
Or fairy folk.
Thank you. Doesn't, okay, tell it, like, right, make it in a fucking U. You literally have a piece of your couch. Then you don't have to throw away half of it. Make it a U. And then it'll be out farther. It makes more sense. Like, that middle piece that you're sitting on would be against the wall.
According to ancient folklore, the sheep inhabit the massive earthen mounds.
Yeah, but if he does it in a U, he might be able to keep that little stand on the end of the couch, coffee table in the middle, because it'll be bigger. Yeah, because right now it doesn't look right. It doesn't. You need to move the couch. Get to move it. Prop your phone up over there and get to move it.
Modern-day representations of the fairy folk often depict benevolent.
Prop your phone up where your TV's gonna go. You're gonna have to move out the coffee table and then put your couch, turn it.
They are considered powerful and sometimes dangerous beings.
He likes the animation.
It's hotter than hell. Yeah, it's hotter than hell. No, I just put it here for now, dude. Like, I wanted to see the animation in it. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna put it in my fucking closet. I'm gonna put other shit on, you know, like, but I do like this mirror.
Do what I said. Do
All
what
right,
prop your phone up and let us watch you.
This is because, according to ancient Irish stories, they are the descendants of a race of luminous beings who came down from the sky more than 3,000 years ago, called the Tuatha.
Yeah. What I'm telling you to do with the couch.
Yeah, I don't like to be like with my head against the window.
Okay, listen to me. There is 1, 2, 3 sections of the couch. You don't have to sit on that side. You can sit on the middle side. That's against the wall. You literally don't have to sit on that side.
Irish legends describe the Tuatha De Danann.
You would sit on the middle side because that's where the TV is going to be, like on the opposite wall. So you're not going to sit on the side against the window.
So TV means the TV over here then on this wall.
It was agreed that the Tuatha De Danann would go beneath the earth.
So this part of the couch right here is going to go like over here. And then this part of the couch is going to go like.
No, it's going to go against the back wall behind you.
Right here?
Yeah, and then the inlet is going to go on the other side. You're going to make it a U. Then you're going to put your TV right there.
The Tuatha De Danann
be over here.
On that stand. Yeah. And then you'll have
not on this.
No, you're going to have your remote, your coffee table in the middle that's supposed to be.
In 1969,
with no TV, they put the TV on this thing.
Yes.
You think it'd be better on this?
Yes. It looks stupid right now.
From folklore to flying saucers.
Okay.
I'm
gonna have to.
Go put your phone on the table.
Well, hold on. I need to make sure that I don't fuck my internet, so I have to like.
Jacques did what
That's all I got right here, bro. That's what I moved into. Yeah.
About UFO phenomena, trying to understand of all the things in the sky and on the ground through history that have
I'm gonna make sure I have enough light, because that's gonna have listen to the TV. If the TV goes over there, that means there might be a cable going across like right as you walk in. You know?
The strange beings that humans have reported encountering for thousands.
Well, that's how I have the one that goes to the modem that goes to my room. It's I'm trying to think of it.
I believe that from the time of the Big Bang, if it created one universe, why couldn't it create a multitude
there's a wire there.
Might there be connections between the different
No, dude, the only TV, internet is busy. I already called the ISP, bro. That's why it's spliced and ran on the baseboard over the door into my room for the modem.
That would explain.
Like my modem is hardwired into my desktop, dude. That's why the modem right there, hardwired into my fucking shit, dude. I already have it, dude. Like the guy who got here like yesterday or whatever, was a couple days ago.
At number 1, the octopus.
All I
Yeah,
know
and
is that book. So
they're like 21 points, yeah.
Are filled with sensational accounts.
They're fucking 144 hertz too.
you need to clean your desk.
Some are convinced.
You need
I know
to,
it's all best, dude.
While others
it's
dismiss
really
them
bad.
as
I'm gonna get a new mouse pad. I'm gonna get a new mouse pad.
but perhaps the most
Well, no,
extraordinary sea creature
Move the
is one
couch.
that can be
Move the
found
couch.
in every ocean.
But then I'm gonna have a wire going across the ground.
Undeniably real.
No, you put it up against the ceiling like the other one.
The octopus is a really fascinating organism. The octopus's brain, instead of just being centered in its head like ours, is actually distributed.
Why?
There are these brains in their arms as well as the central brain in their head.
Nah, fuck that shit.
An octopus can
So we have.
That looks like shit. You need to fix it. That's horrible. That is so horrible.
This one's going so how much left do I have? Not much. But I can get like male to male adapter.
Camouflaging themselves by changing the color.
So let's see how I have to like figure out how to get it across the wall.
You literally already have hookup on that side because it's running through the wall to your computer. You can literally make it work.
Imitate other animals.
This extraordinary creature has 3 hearts and 9 brains. Some scientists have speculated that in the absence
What you do is you move all your shit around and they call the cable people out there and tell them to fix it.
species on the planet is not another
Because you don't even watch your TV anyways. Do this and then call them out there Monday and tell them to make it work. You need to reorganize. This is
unlike any
horrible.
other organism on Earth. As scientists
Yeah, I mean this is like the only spot that comes in.
and they're not seeing
Okay, and they can
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. That would make me be able to use this area.
Yes,
Which is
it looks shitty right now.
Could it be
It looks really
that
bad.
the octopus didn't originate
It's
on
really
Earth,
like
as ancient
claustrophobic,
astronomical
clutter,
theorists suggest?
fucking, I can't. Like, what is that?
Astrobiologist Dr. Chandra Wickramasinghe believes it's entirely possible. In March 2018, he and 32 other scientists published a scientific paper that caused a sensation in the press. In it, they suggest the octopus contains extraterrestrial DNA.
Well, because I have people that I can do. I just want to think if I have somewhere where I can go male to male with another cable, and I can actually just run it myself for the TV. I got a fucking the internet one's ran, dude. The internet one's ran.
Yeah.
So I could just kind of go, I could kind of like, but it's gonna have like a black wire, and all I have is black, so it's gonna be black.
Now, how did this complex?
You know, and that can make you like just wrapped around, like in and out, you know, type shit, to go back over here.
According
Who
to
cares?
Dr.
It'll
That's not taking.
the
right now.
DNA of the octopus didn't originate on Earth.
But I'd like to just like have like sit my beer, pull my feet up right here, just fucking chill. I think that's fine. That's good.
It looks like shit. You can still have your fucking coffee table in the middle if you rearrange it. I'm done. I'm done arguing with you about this with the man from Trey.
No, I get the thing, but I don't know about let me
carrying DNA going back and forth.
Look like a grandma in your living room and a 17-year-old girl in your bedroom with cat shit everywhere. I don't care.
Originate on Earth, but was brought here from somewhere else. Perhaps further clues can be found in mythological accounts from across the ancient world that describe aquatic deities who resemble the octopus.
I'm literally thinking
I
that I've ever been to you, and I'm trying to help you, and you're pissing me off because you're not listening.
No, I hear what you want me to do. I'm just like I can't do it. I don't have cable
What
going
I
to do it.
want you to do is what you need to fucking do. Like you need to help yourself. Who the fuck?
I know. I don't have any cable to do it.
Having cable is what?
With these bas relief carvings.
How much
I got it on the channel too.
How much do you pay a month for that?
We have to ask ourselves.
Too much.
Exactly. It's fucking stupid.
That the octopus
is truly alien to this planet.
Look at that grandma light. The grandma light, and then the e-girl little flashing moon.
Northern Italy,
It's just,
1933.
I
With
can't.
a red of war casting an ominous shadow across
Come over and fucking
a series of events
I'm helping out.
all under the supervision of one of history's most powerful.
Well, no, I'll do it. I just need to get the goddamn cables.
Mussolini.
Okay.
In 1930,
Like, I don't have the cables right now to do it.
claimed that a UFO
If anything, I'll just call the fucking.
in the Lombardy region of Italy.
If anything, I'll just fucking call the fucking shit out of the rerun and be like, hey, no, I want my TV over here.
Sources joined together. It was described as being grey,
I blame it.
metallic.
Chris K.
And apparently it
Gone
was
in with a break order a catheter bomb, the lid in a super right now. Right now.
The then dictator Benito
Literally.
Mussolini.
Order it.
We'll find one on Amazon. Look at.
Shut the fuck up and do it yourself.
The UFO crashed near the city of Magenta, just 80 miles northeast of Mount Mucinet. The craft was found to be unoccupied, and unlocking its secrets became a top priority.
No, I got it, dude. Like, I mean, I can't
was something that
run. I don't have.
government took a lot of interest in. And so there was an establishment.
I didn't even like my buddy Mike that helped me go Rothschild, like, and
I don't know.
And this committee was called RS-33.
yeah, I don't know if I can hang it outside.
To lead the committee, it is said that Mussolini.
Not only that, yeah, they're fucking just anti everything. I do. Like everything about the TV. I'm looking at it. I'm looking like you're right, and but I don't have the TV. Like,
You're gonna watch the TV in the next 2 days. You're literally not. Fucking move the shit. Call the guys out there and have them acquire it so then it's at least moved. You're not doing shit right now, but you can move. You can rearrange and you can organize right now. Like, this is bad. You need to make a pile and throw away pile. You need to organize and you need to clean, or you're just gonna live in fucking boxes. Like, what are you doing? It is. It's so bad.
I mean, hey, what do you think, bro?
It's so shit. Thank you. Thank you.
That it happened so close to Mount Mucinet.
Let's just suppose the common thread here is actually
He won't even hang up the flag because he's scared they're gonna burn it.
which the UFOs know about and use, perhaps.
What? There's really no spot to hang it out, you know.
Grandma light and then the flashing girl light.
Be dealing with.
Well, here's the thing. I was thinking, I was planning on getting like curtains to like black out this window so where the TV wouldn't be like, oh.
Move the couch and put your TV on the other part of the side. Put it on the side table.
Some type of secret base. A
I
secret
don't know, man. I have like a thing about putting like sitting on a couch with my head right there in the window. Like I want to be able to see like people that are coming up on the window.
Your couch isn't you. It has 3 sections. One side will be under the window, but you don't have to sit on that side. The big side will be against the back wall. And then you don't have an inlet of another whole fucking piece of the couch against the wall. Like what are you doing?
I'm just, dude, I'm fucking just chilling right now. I know that, yeah, this is like, this is supposed to go on this part right here. It's like a little, like, you know, like, bed, like lay down bed type shit.
Rearrange the way that I told you.
Something about that would alter our understanding of human history.
Weird.
Because it looks like shit right now.
What do you think, bro?
It looks like shit.
Years old. It would seem those elongated skulls.
You're pissing me off. I can't. I have to go move laundry around. You better not put me on.
I could move
When I
the
come
TV.
back, you need to move something. I swear to
The
God.
TV, like, the TV fucking, I don't have cable.
I don't care. I don't care. You can fucking rewire it later, but move the shit right now.
That's my internet right there, guys. That's where it comes in. That's all I got.
Ancient evidence
Yep.
points to strange otherworldly visitors.
This data suggests beyond
Well, it is what it is, man.
that
They're like-
physical extraterrestrials visited Earth
Well, you haven't even seen like little tour shit. Let me show you.
past.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true?
I mean,
Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so,
where do I
put
the cat box, bro?
behind the mystery of the graves?
Okay. You think so? Right in here, then, no? Like right here in front of the corner?
Roswell.
I mean, like I don't have like I was gonna get my scooper, but they changed the locks on me, bro. So I don't know, I haven't had a chance to get a scooper.
Across the sky and crashes in the desert near the Roswell Army Airfield.
I just had a gun in his pants. Says if anything, I'll just get some more cat litter, dude.
Investigates the next morning. He reports what he finds.
I mean, I'm doing my bare hands, dude.
The field of debris was like nothing ever seen before. And the rancher reported finding what looked like
I didn't put a bag on my head.
material that when it was scooped up and collected, it had these strange properties like memory metal.
Maybe they did on the top, but no, if I'm trying to like dig through it.
If you like.
Let me get
The
a fly.
suggested possibility that something very strange had come down at Roswell.
And they find 5 alien bodies.
So we missed it.
Alien because they do not look human. Using hermetically sealed, smaller coffin-sized boxes, these bodies were transported.
There's like no room for it in here. Yeah, they have to put it like right here.
Off to various areas of classified research.
They're described as the classical gray, 3.5, 4 feet tall.
No, fuck that. That's not my clothes. I don't want them to, because I have my clothes. I want my clothes like this.
For long arms, depending on which description, between 3 and 5 fingers.
At first, U.S. military personnel announced that they had recovered debris from an unknown spacecraft. But later, they reversed themselves.
Because 24 hours later, the military completely changed its story and said, sorry, we made a big mistake, it was just a weather balloon. But of course, no statement was made as to how trained military personnel couldn't tell the difference between a flying saucer and a weather balloon.
But why did the military change their story?
Hold up.
Was it because they found something else? Something otherworldly, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
People who
are
associated with the crash at Roswell claim there were several alien bodies.
What if I put the cat box right there? The cat box right there, and just put the food and like water in the kitchen. Move all this shit.
We also know that the mortician was called
put this shit right in the cat box right here.
to come up with small little caskets. Something obviously happened at Roswell. What was it exactly? We really don't know. But I think
it was like get out of the shower, to be fucking weird.
This is kind of the core of the Roswell legend. Our government, which is in a democracy supposed to be of the people, by the people, for the people, is covering this up. The second thing that is implicit in this legend is, of course, that extraterrestrials have been visiting the Earth.
Maybe. Like leave it open all the time. Just leave it open all the time.
At Roswell.
They take the draw.
And what do they want?
And then just leave it like that. I'll leave this like the door off all the time.
1961. According to news accounts, Betty and Barney Hill were driving through New Hampshire late at night when a large flying saucer rapidly approached them and then hovered over their car.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to be like walking in here and be like, oh, fucking hit it.
Through the windows of the craft. And mysteriously,
I mean,
the couple also
that's,
reported
honestly, I don't know if you're trolling, but that would work.
hours immediately following the encounter. No one really knows to this day what Betty and Barney Hill saw. However,
the details of their case do reflect on various
I'm gonna take the shit out of there, though, dude. I don't want that shit on my fucking.
I say alien abduction because some of the pieces of information that they discuss, the loss of time, seeing beings that actually came out of this craft and associated and interacted with them, and they weren't human.
Ultimately, under hypnosis, they recall being brought out of the car and taken aboard the ship. And it was a legitimate abduction. And that Betty pleaded with her captors, if you will, that not to harm her as she laid on this table and experienced.
That way it would be like, sitting right there.
A needle being inserted into her stomach. Barney relates a number of skin samples and sperm being taken from him.
The beings described.
Listen, I'm pretty good. You guys talk shit, bro, but I'm like pretty good about playing the calendar.
Dimensions of these beings, but they all seem
Right now, is like, fuck it, I need to get calendar like tomorrow.